All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for another day of NA Division 1. It is MLP Dota, and of course, John X Fire. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another fantastic day of NA Dota ahead of us. We have some pretty hype series coming up, but before that, sir, tell me, how the hell are you feeling?
Doing great, Mike. Southeast Asia is in shambles, but you know what? That doesn't matter. We're in NA right now. So we've got quite a few matchups here to kick us off with. It's been a little bit, I wouldn't say up and down for NA. I think it's been pretty consistent with what you'd expect. Maybe, again, the first big series of Shopify TSM was probably the surprise of the tour. Everything else was pretty smooth. So keen to see what happens today. We've got, again, pretty big matchups lined up. We've got our bottom two teams kind of fighting it out to start us off. And then you've got the top two teams playing later on in the day. So quite a fair bit of action from the opposite ends here of NA.
It certainly is, Jonathan. Of course, we do have our first matchup going to be against Felt and Alpha. That's going to be a pretty interesting one as well, because these two teams are kind of, I don't want to say bottom of the pack right now, because Alpha is not, but Felt are still certainly in the danger zone right now. So there's going to be a bit of interesting action to see who can kind of come on top. But before all that, we'll look at a recap of what happened on the previous day of NA Div 1. Get a bit of a understanding of how we got here, Jonathan, because we did have Bait versus DogChamp up first. DogChamp, I got to tell you, John, they've been looking better and better as time goes on. Obviously, Bait have had their struggles this tour, number 3, with the whole ping issue due to their location. But you can't take anything away from DogChamp, John. They've been, again, looking fantastic, looking better every tour. We got to speak to Bloody Nine as well last time around, and you know, he had the same thing to kind of say. They've been practicing a lot. He thinks they've been getting substantially better as time goes on. And I've got to tell you, John, this team, I think we are going to see them at the major at some stage, maybe next year.
Yeah. If it would be a lot better if we did get like 3 slots for NA. I think that opens up the possibility, a better possibility for DogChamp. But as long as they kind of continue on this trajectory, I can see them contesting for that number 2 slot. Again, it's a little bit rough for NA with only 2 slots. I think it's a lot harder for a team like DogChamp that's just on the cusp to get these LAN opportunities, but they look sharp. We heard them talk about why their scoreline is the way it is. You know, they've been fighting pretty tough opponents for the most part, but they've been shaping up quite a fair bit here. And they took a really convincing series up against Bait. In fact, the first game was a lot more topsy-turvy. Second game, pretty dominant, as you can see when it closes out a 29k lead. And DogChamp just in control. They just managed to play really, really good games of Dota. You know, they play around with draft. I feel like the one thing about them as well is that their drafting is a lot more in tune with what's in meta in comparison to a lot of other teams who seem to have issues in, say, offlane picks. I think that's the one thing I've noticed from NA. Sometimes the offlane choices they have aren't particularly in meta. So I think that's where DogChamp has been shining a little bit more. Of course, Bait, for their part, as you mentioned, it's been a struggle. The ping issues are there. It's a factor. But they've got some fundamental issues, I think, that have been popping up as well, right? Like, Stominan's a interesting hero pool of going support Batrider. That's something that we just don't see from anywhere else, and it's a lot harder to pull off. It's a lot less forgiving than I think the other drafts we've seen from other teams really shows. So I think that's something maybe Bait can look to adjust to. Then again, specifically with Stominan, the guy's always played a few weird heroes, so it's part of the package, I suppose.
It certainly is. Like, this support Batrider, like, I agree with you. I really just don't like it at all. We are going to get to see the next series anyway. Obviously, DogChamp did win out that one 2-0. And then we had Felt versus SKG. And, well, this is another one of those situations, John, where, you know, SKG not looking too flash hot right now, as Felt were able to take the series off them. Was a pretty convincing series overall for Felt as well, who, what was this, their first win in Tour 1, Tour 3, I think it was, for Felt. They end up 2-0ing SKG in quite a dominant fashion, looking pretty damn clean. You know, I gotta tell you, like, I was expecting a much closer matchup between these two, but that was just not the case.
Yeah, and I think for Felt, you know, we were talking to Albino Zebra about this one. He did mention that the reason why the scoreline of Felt was so rough was because, again, they played against pretty much the top 4 teams in NA right now. They had to play against TSM, Shopify Rebellion, Nouns, and DogChamp. So it's kind of fair why it looks rough, but I think once you go into the bottom 4 teams, this is where we should expect Felt to shine. And SKG, I'm sure they've been looking a little bit rough. We've had some interesting draft choices coming out from Dutra's offlane that I think, again, you don't see anywhere else. But Felt execute pretty well. Like they show us that they've got coordination as a team. They're definitely up there. I don't think it's likely that they're going to be relegated. I think they're among the bottom half teams, more likely to find a few extra wins here and there, which makes this matchup against Alpha very, very interesting. But again, it does feel like they've got a really good understanding on the meta. They're picking what we see from other top tier teams, and they're executing on it pretty well. So it just gives me confidence that this team has a grasp on the patch and they know how to play around it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Felt are slowly getting there, and obviously, like you already said, they did mention that they had to go up against the better 4 teams for the first half of 2 or 3, but well, now, if Felt are being truthful, which I think they are, and what they've said here, John, they should have a pretty smooth run for their last 2 series here, because they are up against Alpha and Bait, who also have been looking fantastic as of late. So, well, we'll see. I mean, the first test is going to be today against Alpha, but if Felt play like they did the other day against SKG, I mean, you were saying this prior to us going live, John, but you believe Alpha and SKG are fairly similar in how they play. So, it could be a repeat for Felt against Alpha if Alpha aren't too careful.
Yeah, I think again, if you saw how the Alpha versus SKG series went, that went pretty much in favor of SKG heavily. Although, to be fair, that was a very different SKG that we saw, and we can see our leaderboard as we start the day here. Again, now it's in Shopify Rebellion up first and second. DogChamp trailing behind at third, TSM at fourth with almost the same score lines in the top half. The bottom half, almost the same score lines as well. 1 to 4 all the way down, 1 to 5 in the bottom 2. So there's still a lot of opportunities for each team to literally just find 1 win and get out of relegation zone. But all of their opponents left are more than likely just as hungry as they are for those wins. So it's going to be a bit of a rough ride. I think the bottom half of NA is where it's a little bit more interesting right now. It's very unlikely we get a shift out on our top 2. So more than likely you should expect Nouns and Shopify Rebellion to hit the major. Although, again, later on today, we'll have our top 2 face up against each other, which will tell us who is top dog, as we do have a schedule on hand.
And that's what we care about, Jonathan. I don't care if they're both going to the major. I need to know who's better between those 2 teams. And, obviously most people are going to be looking at Shopify Rebellion versus Nouns and thinking to themselves, well, of course Shopify is going to just easily 2-0 Nouns. But I don't think it's going to be that easy. We're going to have to wait and see, though, because we do have our lower end of things, our lower end series going on here between Alpha and Felt. And, of course, this one's very important, Jonathan, because this could dictate if we have tiebreakers, dictates if Felt are going to get relegated or whether they're going to be saved. Both teams are going to be potentially in the danger zone if they lose this series. So you don't want to lose it. Right now, Alpha are feeling a little bit better than Felt might be. But to be absolutely fair, John, they are all basically tied in 5th place at the moment. There's 4 teams that are tied in 5th place in NA Div 1. This will kind of resolve that a little bit after this series, but chances of tiebreakers looking quite high, depending on who wins.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a race for those tiebreakers. Everyone, again, needing those wins. It's a bit of a rough time for the bottom half of NA this tour. It's just the really tough opponents coming out. The top 4 just looks a lot stronger and much more competitive with each other. And I don't think the bottom 4 have necessarily managed to bridge that gap. So it's just, it leads to these rougher games. Again, the bottom half teams also hasn't had as many opportunities to probably play on the patch in official games in comparison to our top 2, or top 3 actually in particular. TSM, Nouns, and Shopify Rebellion all have had opportunities to play in this patch for a while in an international setting. So I'm keen to see again if we see any surprises coming in here on our last few days. This pretty much determines who's going to have to make a run through Div 2 once more, and it's starting to shape up into TI regional qualifier seeding as well, right? Like the marginal, very few DPC points you can get in Div 1 actually does dictate who you might face off against down the line. That does make the 4th and 5th spots worth something, like those slight points. If we follow the same format, when the regional qualifiers do come out, it's kind of seeded by DPC points.
Right. Well, let's talk about the first series here, John, because we are about to get underway with the draft. Of course, we've got Felt versus Alpha coming right up. Like we were talking about with Team Felt, I mean, their last series, they looked pretty damn good up against SKG, looking very, very clean. Starting to have an understanding of what the meta is currently like. Albino Zebra, of course, we had the pleasure of talking to him in the interview after that series win. And, you know, while he wasn't exactly too excited, John, it was their first series win. So obviously he's not going to go crazy about it. But, you know, he did have a nice chat with us explaining exactly what's been going on with the team. And, you know, he tries to keep the boys, you know, kind of uplifted and, you know, in high spirits, to say the least, because it has been a bit of a rough run. But he was also very realistic. Like, he doesn't think they're in a position where they can beat the best teams at the moment. But maybe they can remain in Div 1 and not get relegated. And I think that's going to be probably the most important aspect for them to focus on at the moment. And of course, against them, you're going to have Team Alpha, who are basically in the same position. They've won one series at the moment, but that's about it. I can't remember who they beat, but I'm going to have a quick look now. And it was Bait. So they won against Bait 2-1. It was a close matchup from what I can remember between these two. So we'll see. You seem to believe Felt are the favorites going into this. I tend to agree with you on that, Jonathan. I do feel like Felt are the better team going into this matchup. But it's one of those series where either team can just be better on the day. You know, it's kind of hard to tell with these two. Just depends on what side of the bed they woke up on.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a little less clear who does come out on top, but I don't know. I just get a feeling about Felt. Maybe it's just having seen, you know, these players for a while. We can see the team comparison as well to see how those stats shape up. And let me tell you, Mike, it does look a little bit better for Felt despite having the same scoreline. A little bit more on the deaths, but they have a lot more assists, so more activity for the team overall. And they have marginally higher kills. So at least in this aspect of activity, it looks slightly better for Felt, although maybe dying a little bit too much.
Yeah, perhaps. It's been it's been rough for Feld over the games they've had, and well, there you go. The stats are still pretty similar. Of course, Alpha having a bit more building damage, not too big of a deal though. Both teams have won one game and lost 4 series, or won 1 series, lost 4 series. So, you know, ultimately, the stats not too different here between these two teams, and I expect a close matchup as we are going to see a bit of a player comparison. We got the Pos 5s today, Jonathan. It's about time the support's got some love. Takaya versus Albino Zebra. I'd say they almost have a pretty similar playstyle. You know, both these two Pos 5s enjoy the roaming potential of their position 5s. Obviously, you know, it's Pos 5, so there is limitations to what the heroes can do, but I'd say these guys roam a lot. I'd say they're similar. They have a fairly similar playstyle. Nothing too flashy, Jonathan, between these two, but you know, support lives matter as well.
That it does, and I think overall you're seeing the activity coming out from Albino and Zebra maybe shape up to be more receptive. Still, we'll take a look at how all these stats compare as we do have the draft on hand for our first game of Alpha up against Felt. Alpha banning out the Dusa and Spirit Breaker, Felt banning out the Beastmaster. So you have Doom, you have Techies left in the pool, which have been some of our top tier picks. I'm curious which one Felt will opt to ban out, as either one feels pretty big. You know, these are pretty much the most impactful heroes we've seen in this patch across every region. So which one will it be? I feel like if you had to ban either, let's see, does Felt have first pick? No, Alpha has first pick, so you might be better off, say, banning the Doom. I think that's one thing. I'd normally say Techies in any other region, but I feel like NA for some reason has had a little bit of a weird time with getting offlane heroes. Like it feels like we've seen a lot of people, you know, go back to Mars, run some funky stuff off lane. They ban out the Bounty Hunter instead, which is interesting from Felt, and a lot of teams have been doing this in NA. First phase Bounty Hunter ban, again, maybe a little bit unique to the region. Don't think you see that too much elsewhere. So Alpha have the option to open with the Techies Doom. No, they go with a Magnus. So fair enough. Magnus being a top tier core can be run on safe lane or off. pretty flexible depending on how they want to do this. And now Felt has the option to just go Techie's Doom opener if they want that.
They do. It's kind of the thing with Alpha, like going back to the Bounty Hunter ban for a moment, this is a team that I think initially we saw them running things like Alk, Bounty Hunter, you know, just heroes that snowball in terms of the net worth potential that they can kind of escalate with. And, you know, it makes enough sense for Felt to just get rid of the hero. As Felt, they do go ahead and pick up the techies, unsurprisingly to say the least. I think we've seen Albino play it quite a few times. And then we also saw Solji play it a couple times as well. So they do like to rotate between the position 4 and 5 when it comes to this techies. And it's a very strong hero. You've been harping on about it this whole 2 or 3. Very unsurprising that Felt do go ahead and just prioritize it as their first pick. Question is, what do they want next? Like,
yeah, there you go.
They will go down the Doom. So there you go, John. Very good predictions.
It's not good. It's not a good prediction, Mike. This just happens every single time.
Well, you acted like it was a good prediction with how fast you came in, Jonathan.
It's just so obvious. It's just so obvious.
Yeah.
You know, you go that and Alpha, you probably just pick up a Rubik, take it away from Felt, Rubik Magnus, cover your bases. No, they go with a Void Spirit. So they prioritize just getting their beautifully balanced universal hero type out, and power on Void Spirit feels pretty damn good, of course. So I don't mind that. I think Felt could still sneak a Rubik in, but Rubik Techie support duo is not too bad. As you mentioned, you can still flex it on 5, the Techies. So you wouldn't mind too much. Alpha can just ban out some of the matchups that Void Spirit doesn't enjoy. Ember, maybe you ban out the Storm or the Pango now as well. Probably both, if not at least the Storm, I think takes priority in the ban. And for Felt, I mean, they know their matchups now. They know it's more than likely just safe lane Mag coming out for Blessed Kid. And you can just kind of go from there. What core matchups are left? If Terrorblade's left in the pool, Terrorblade's a pretty good solution to the Magnus, I feel like, overall. You outrange. As long as you're not going to get skewered back with a Harpoon, which shouldn't happen to most Terrorblades, then you're pretty happy with a matchup, especially as you hit Scotty. You have enough armor to not get bursted down physically as well. So I think Alpha, if they're not going to focus on mid-bans, have to take care of something like the Terrorblade here.
We'll say that they are getting at least rid of the Ember Bloodseeker for now. Felt going for the Skywrath Mage ban. Obviously, Alpha kind of lacking any supports at the moment, so Felt will probably just focus in on the supports. But no, never mind, they'll get rid of the Ursa as well.
I guess they're covering their bases on Felt just in case it is the off-lane mag. You don't want a matchup where your Doom is just run down. Ursa is one of those heroes that does just rip right through the Doom, regardless of what he goes for in lane. So I appreciate that from Felt. For Alpha, I mentioned Terrorblade, but I feel like Morphling's also a pretty big ban. Because you've got 2 universal type heroes. Morphling with Ags really enjoys just turning into you. A better version of you right now. 40% stats does not feel good. And instead, they just take care of Cheese. They ban out the Husker just to, again, really ensure you have a stable time on mid. But that leaves a lot of options for Felt. And if Felt are really concerned about the Doom, perhaps a Monkey King ban is called for here just to ensure that your Doom really does have that favorable matchup overall.
5 seconds
We'll
remaining.
see. We'll see it very, very soon. In fact, one more ban to go before we do get to see the next pickups here from either side. I felt we'll have first priority here. They did ban out the Rubik, so a lot of valuable spells to steal. They'll already kind of get rid of this this hero against the Doom Techies. Might be about that time to just pick up another support here if you are Felt. Don't reveal too much against Alpha.
5 seconds remaining.
You have a few options, although I don't feel like they're necessarily high priority with Felt's draft right now. Especially since you don't know your safe lane matchup. You probably could use a little bit more control just to catch this Void Spirit out. I don't think Techies cuts it. Doom is... well, Doom is Doom, and does have a cooldown to play with. They go with a Lich, which we have seen pop up a lot more in a few regions. I do like seeing that. I think it, again, mitigates some of this physical output Alpha is heavily focusing on with Magnus and Void Spirit. It doesn't quite give you that control you're looking for, though. So I do feel like Alpha's still getting a pretty damn good Void Spirit game coming out here
5 seconds
in terms of what you
remaining.
can do with that mobility. But overall, like, this provides you a lot of laning combinations for the side of Felt. Like, I wouldn't mind if you actually ran a pause 4 Lich and a pause 5 Techies, because Lich Doom is a pretty good lane, although more than likely you're just going to get an aggressive safe lane here for Burna to kind of maximize this Lich. For Alpha, seeing a Lich, if you are concerned about the armor, Enchantress has been a solution with her Dispel on hand, although, again, it's probably not high priority for Alpha in their draft right now. I'm not sure if you can really make use of the Enchant well here. To be fair, Felt also doesn't have a great way of nuking down creeps outside of Doom. So there's that back and forth there at the very least.
Alpha, some support to be picked up. What do we want? They don't know the carry right now, the carry matchup here for the Magnus. If it is going to be a Magnus pos 1, we still don't know that yet. Alpha, I mean, this is one of those drafts where both teams are probably going to think about it for quite a while, because, you know, very, very important kind of series to try and win out here if you are either side. So have a heavy think about this one, see exactly what they do want to go down.
Radiant team pick.
Disruptor is the first pickup, so I mean, why the hell not? This hero is still pretty damn strong. Like, Glimpse is still feeling a little bit busted. It's definitely not as strong as it felt before 7.33 came out, but overall, I think the hero does have a good place. And against the Doom as well, like, its one escape is popping Scorched Earth and running. So if there's one hero that can drag this guy back, it is going to be the Disruptor with Glimpse. And that might make it so they do think about that the Monkey King you kind of mentioned earlier. Just, you know, go the pos 1 MK route, just make the Doom's life a living hell. You know, it can still be annoying against a hero like Techies, but overall I don't think you're going to care too much. With the Disruptor, it kind of gives you a nice support to, you know, to drag somebody back. You know, kind of ensure the kill to happen.
Dire
Yeah.
team pick.
It's also the circles, Mike. You're forgetting the circles. There are lots of circles when you pick the Monkey King
As
up.
you mentioned, circles, they pick Undying, so forget about the pos 5 Disruptor. They don't want your circles, Jonathan.
I do like Disruptor plus, say, a Magnus in the off lane. I think that's a pretty strong lane. A lot of ways to drag heroes back with Glimpse into Skewer. So if you're in a good position here on the Magnus, you're definitely going to be able to gun down and look for these Skewer plays back closer to the tier 1. Get aggressive early on. The Undying is pretty sick and softening up a lot of these heroes as well. You don't have a very clear Tombstone counter from Felt. You know, no big range core that can just machine gun down this Tombstone. I don't see any solutions from your mid and safe lane. I think when you have the Lich, you do want a melee core to maximize that frost armor. And the one that really pops into mind is something like, say, a Slark for Felt if they wanted to go that route. There is still, again, that option for
Radiant team
perhaps
back.
something like the Morphling if they wanted to go into that. And they will go for the Terrorblade instead, which is still fine. It does take care of the Tombstone. Although, to be fair, I do feel like Terrorblade into Undying is always a little bit awkward for Terrorblade in some of these prolonged fights. If Undying's positioning is right,
10 seconds
every single
remaining.
time he gets Decay on Terrorblade, it hurts pretty bad. Because you don't have the high strength gain on Terrorblade. You do lose a lot of EHP from an Undying in a prolonged fight, so that can be a little bit
Dire
awkward
team back.
for Burna if he finds that the Undying's just not being taken care of.
Absolutely. Well, final bans to come out. Batrider being removed here by Alpha. It does seem like Felt do require a mid lane, though the Batrider mid lane would have surprised me just a little bit if it had it
10
come out, but
seconds remaining.
or Felt. They'll obviously be looking for either a pos 1 or a pos 3 to ban out here on their end of things. Seems like they were thinking that this Magnus was going to be a pos 3, so I could imagine them just continuously banning out position 1s here, just in case. So they do get rid of the Morphling, obviously one of the TB counters here. So they do ultimately assume it is a pos 3 Magnus, which is something we really haven't seen as much of. I feel like every game we look at it, it is usually a pos 1 Magnus that comes out,
10
and not the case this time around. Apparently, according to Felt at least, but Alpha are yet to kind of answer that question. I wonder what kind of Pos1 they would go for anyway if they weren't going to pick up the Magnus, because I think Magnus is still pretty good here. I don't think there's any problem with the Pos1 Mag in this game.
Yeah, I really don't mind the Magnus laning into Doom. It's not the worst thing in the world. If you are gunning for a different Pos1, I feel like Monkey King is a concern. Again, it's just it's a natural empower target. It has high armor when the Wukong's is out, so the Terrorblade doesn't just instantly burst you down either. And you have a lot of teamfight control in Alpha. Monkey King just enjoys having all of these tools on hand to combine with, so it just makes Alpha's 5-man even stronger. It lanes pretty damn well into the Doom if you are, again, looking to flex. So, it wouldn't be the worst thing. They ban out the Slark, which is a more natural way of just countering out, say, the Doom in lane. Just pounce in, get a lot of stacks up. Even the Terrorblade down the line, it's kind of the same story. It does leave, again, the Monkey King for Alpha. Or, I don't know, I don't think you necessarily need to run offlane mag. Like, just, you could give Blessed Kid this hero. They go with the Jug.
Oh, wow. I mean, when was the last time we saw this hero in a pro game?
I feel like I've seen it recently, and I feel like I've seen it recently lose. But I can't be 100%.
Yeah. That wouldn't surprise me. The losing part, that is. It's I don't know. I know there's certain builds you can build as Jug that feel kind of strong at the moment, but ultimately the hero, at least in my opinion, has felt very, very weak, as they pick up a Timber Saw now on the side of Felt. That should be the mid-timber coming out here for Felt, and I think it's a pretty good timber game. There's no real counters towards this apart from the Disruptor. So yeah, you've got a nice glimpse back against the chains of the Timber Saw, but overall, I think it's a pretty free game for it, John. Look how much physical damage they have on Alpha. There's literally no magic damage. It's all physical. Like, this reactive armor is going to have a lot of impact this game, I'll tell you.
Yeah, not just the reactive, like even the Frost armor from the Lich is just going to feel really good on basically every hero. Like, doubling down on Kit's durability is going to feel amazing this game for the side of Felt. I think for Alpha, I mean, you've got a natural empower target in the Jug. I just really dislike what this hero does, because it's so weird. Like, early on, your damage is mainly coming out from Blade Fury. We used to see builds focus on Blade Fury and your Shard and like your level 20 talent, but it's kind of awkward to try to play around that spell into that point. Yeah. As a hard carry, it scales. It's inbuilt steroid for damage. It doesn't feel amazing in terms of boosting up your DPS as the game goes on. Your crits just aren't fat enough, it feels like. And I mean, Jug could theoretically build more stats, right? Like, go for Butterfly to increase the base stats and increase the crit damage, but it just doesn't feel great. I think the Jug is just in a really awkward spot. You could play around with a healing ward. You've got the Ags buildup that can still be effective, but it's in a strange spot. I think your lanes coming out here for Alpha are pretty all right, though. Like, you can kind of try to play with this glimpse back, kinetic field, and spin, so you can try to run down the Doom pretty nicely. But you have to kind of balance out your usage of that Blade Fury, because the moment it's down, the Doom and Techies will look to just kill you off. Like, you are unprotected, you don't have the tankiest lane, and it's easy for a Doom to run you down when your spell immunity's gone.
It certainly is, John. I don't have much faith in the Juggernaut pick whatsoever, I gotta tell you. I think I made that fairly obvious in our conversation earlier about Juggernaut, so I think I'm kind of leading towards the Felt draft as well, John, but it is game one of a best-of-3 series. It's a very important series for both sides to try and win out, as they are both trying to avoid relegation out of Division 1, and we can get game one underway to see how everything does pan out. My main prediction here, John, is I think Kits is going to have the freest game of his life. Like, this mid-timber should have a very good game, as they are going to run into Braxy already, but Braxy's going to be able to walk out just fine. So maybe they assume there's a ward around here. There isn't, though. So maybe they waste a sentry. But nevertheless, like I was saying, I think the Timber's due for a very good game.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like you're going to be able to contest Kits all too much. Mid lane matchup of Void Spirit versus Tim feels great for Timbersaw. The Void Spirit harass is really just usually just your right click, maybe a little bit from the Resonant Pulse and Remnant, but Kits is just going to be able to probably level Whirling Death and Reactive Armor and just not have any issues, not really caring about that physical shield on Steel, and just spam him down in lane. It's always a little bit awkward. Like, we've seen Timbersaws do this in a lot of melee matchups mid. Both Void Spirit and Ember just don't feel fantastic there. As you mentioned, they did waste a sentry, so the mid ward will stand for Alpha. That can give them a little bit more control. But I don't know. I don't think it's as big of a deal this game. Mainly because your Void Spirit has a Disruptor and an Undying that are your supports. Like, rotating mid with these two heroes, it's not particularly amazing. So I don't think you lose out on too much here for Kits to give that vision away to Alpha.
No, you don't. I mean, the supports are literally to do nothing in the mid lane. I highly doubt we'll see many rotations apart from filling the bottle from these two supports on Alpha. We'll see, though, as mid lane, of course, you're going to have Steel against Kits. I mean, the Void Spirit's still going to be pretty good in this matchup, just in terms of the CS, I think. But as the levels do go up on Kits, obviously this matchup is going to get a little bit more challenging for Steel. As you just saw, like, obviously the Resonant Pulse Shield you get is not going to do anything against all the magic damage, or rather the pure damage that Kits can deal here on the Timber. So still, again, as the levels go up, I think he's going to have to be very cautious here in this mid lane.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough once you get the level 2 reactive up. I don't think Steel can just burst through the Tim. We'll see as that lane evolves as we take a look elsewhere. First Blood does come out for Alpha. They do manage
Takai
to
is
run
in
down.
trouble. He has found Soldier at the least, but look at Fade. Like, Fade, sure, you get First Blood, and Alpha's going to be pretty happy about that. A very nice start for them. But you already got a bit of a glimpse as to what's going to happen in this laning phase, it seems, because Fade, once he gets a couple levels in Scorched Earth and it starts to do some real damage, like, Blesskid's going to have a hard time sticking around here against the Techies Doom, I think.
Again, it's down to your usage of Blade Fury. Like, you can save yourself every now and again, but every time it's down, it's an opportunity for the side of Felt to get aggressive with their own magical burst. And that's where the jug really feels awkward. His mana pool's not the biggest to constantly juggle through Blade Fury uses and Healing Ward. So just a couple of spells cast and you're really susceptible in that lane. You can see just how much more they can get out here. We are taking a look up top where you do have Burna on the Terrorblade, along with Albino Zebra on the Lich, up against Satoshi and Braxy on the Magnus Undying. Not quite the Disruptor Magnus lane, which can just keep setting up for Skewerbacks. I think this is a little bit less scary for Burna to come into. As long as he has the Metamorphosis up, he should always be able to harass out. It's been a slower start in his lane, but he hasn't popped the meta either. You do still have to respect that.
Kings were out onto the Lich for a moment. They saw the gaze being used up here by Albino. They wanted to try and make a jump in, because Braxy does have level 1 Tombstone. Level 2 timing on the Doom is extremely strong right now with the Blood Grenade. Especially, with the Tombstone up, it's very hard for them to run. But they are not going to drop it. They aren't seeing the opportunity, especially with the Metamorphosis running on Hidden Mune. The pings are still coming. Braxy and Satoshi want to try and move in onto the TB. A Tombstone has been dropped. Gaze was not quick enough from Albino Zebra and Hidden Mune. He's going to be turning around for the Tombstone. It's not going to be enough. Albino Zebra will do so himself, but now he's in danger. So there's no mana on Braxy for that level 2 decay to come out, but he turned around. That's a bit of a shame. I mean, nevertheless, he won't waste his time. I think it was too risky to go for the chase. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Fade going to be in a little bit of danger here on the Doom, but now the blast-off turnaround from Solji. Blesskid, he's going to be okay to survive through this. You kind of see the turnaround potential. Like, even with a level 2 Blade Fury, it's not really that safe to kind of make a jump in like that. And I do like the fact as well that the Doom has gone the speed aura with the Kobold being eating, because that extra speed, it just allows you to get away from this Juggernaut spin.
That's the important bit, just getting distance between you and the Jug in that laning phase. So you manage to bail out. They aren't quite able to really fully look for the kills. And right now, as soon as Alpha hits 3 under 2 heroes, then you're fine. Level 2 Blade Fury is a little bit better to juggle around, although you still have to be mildly cautious.
Well, Glimpse back on Fade is going to make sure he does remain alive on Blesskid. Solji, he thought about going for the blast off, but didn't believe he had the range for it, which I do believe he was a little bit short on that one, so doesn't bother wasting it. And now Blessed Kid, I mean, he's becoming very reliant on this healing ward keeping him in lane. This is the third or fourth one we've seen so far already. Blessed Kid, as the techies, you have a really good time trying to snipe these healing wards, but Glimpse is there. They've got the techies held down this time, but Fade is going to intervene and jump in, and there goes your healing ward now as Takaya is being targeted. Blessed Kid is trying to reach somebody to help out, but now he's in danger. He does run his way out of this one. But they have lost Takaya and Felt with their offlane. They're just doing a much better job, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're definitely keeping that jug in check. Although, to be fair, Blessed Kid is still finding farm. You're not completely zoned out here on the jug.
Oh. Yeah, Soldier messes up. Forgetting the Disruptor is respawning. Does try to back off at the wrong moment and sadly was underneath the creep wave vision. So does feed a kill back the way of Alpha.
You'll take the punishment here on the side of Alpha. And you're not suffering too bad in this lane, all things considered. Blessed Kid has been pretty on point with how he juggles his mana usage and protecting that healing ward to get max usage out of it. So he's still fighting farm. It's still a better time for this jug in comparison to her Terrorblade, although equally maybe challenging for both sides. It does feel a little bit smoother for Blessed Kid. And
meanwhile,
I think
mid lane, the 6-minute power runes are coming here, John. They are jumping in. They want to try and at least pick off Albino Zebra, but it's actually Braxy that's dropping low on the Undying as he does go down, but eventually still does have his way with him. But still, he's out of step charges. Kids is going to miss the Chakram, but he'll keep moving in. Blast off is going to land. They've lost the Void Spirit. As Solji needs some help with these zombies, Takaya now going to show up. Takaya, he might feed his own life away. Oh no. Now Braxy showing up. At least he does get Solji, but it just costs so much.
Yeah, it costs way too much. That was the one thing as well that I was going to say. The mid lane has been consistent for Felt, probably the most consistent lane in this game. It's just how much the Timbersaw is getting out in comparison to the Void Spirit. You might find Albino Zebra, perhaps, but just a little bit too tanky with that Frost Shield up. Not going to be able to burst down, and this is where the issues rise. You don't have a good solution for that Timbersaw here.
Oh, still just... That is unfortunate. He had something. He had Astral Step. He could have walked away, but he, I guess he kind of underestimated the max whirling death damage.
He's gonna have to walk back to lane now as well. No teleport available. Level 7 up for Kits. Just gonna be able to take control here. Really, maybe you could get a decent chip damage onto that tier 1. Not too much, considering the wave is pretty much gone. But this is an awkward spot for Alpha. You rotate your 2 supports mid, so your side lanes are exposed. Blessed Kid already jungling. Same thing goes up top, though, for Burna, at the least. It's a free lane for Satoshi right now.
Albino Zebra. Glimpse is there. Still's going to try and jump in for an easy pick off, and he should be able to get it. But Kits is showing up, and Albino actually gets a gaze off. As Steel is still trying. He committed both his step charges.
Oh no.
Kits baited him into using both of them. And now he is as good as dead as tips are out from Albino. Takaya also going to drop. That was a perfect back from Kits. He knew that Still was waiting for the opportunity, and Albino Zebra gave him all the time in the world. So he backs off, forces the Astral Step to secure the kill, and then Kits immediately turns back around.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see for Alpha. It's very well executed from Felt. They're finding these openings. They're constantly dragging this attention onto the Timbersaw while exposing... I mean, they're not getting too much taken away from the side lanes, to be fair, but this is not what you want to see. You've got your Doom in full recovery. Fade is getting a lot more from his lane, even though he's not looking for the kills anymore. Still up there in net worth. Maybe the one thing hurting for Felt is Burna. I think his lane up top solo, it's a little bit rougher for the Terrorblade. He is just jungling as best as he can. He's got the max level Conjure image, so it's not too bad, but certainly suffering a little bit more than the Jog. That is the trade-off for having the stronger start on Kits. And to be fair, I feel like having this early start in the Timbersaw is much more impactful anyway. Your Terrorblade's always just going to farm. So you don't really mind that delayed timing on the TB, as long as your Timbersaw gets to pop off and you have room for the Doom.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the TB is going to be fine, I think. Hiramune just hits the jungle. This is what the hero's been doing for the last 15, 20 years, it feels like, in the history of Dota. Lose lane, hit jungle, win game is the TB mantra. TP rotations are coming up top. They want to try and fight here against Satoshi and Braxy, who have not seen them coming. Doom immediately up by Fade. They'll try to drop a tombstone here. Sticky Bomb is not going to land onto the Magna, so he's still running, but Fade eventually should have his way with him, as that Scorched Earth damage proving to be a bit too much with the Doom. Meanwhile, Braxy also at least going to be able to TP out, but you've already got Satoshi. You defend the top tier 1 tower for a little bit longer, and Hiramune gets to come back into the lane just for a little bit. So happy days with that rotation from Phil.
A little bit awkward for Alpha. Tokai was planting some forward vision. He doesn't manage to rejoin his team by the tier 1 tower, so he couldn't get a glimpse play to perhaps try to stall out that death on Satoshi. Just leads to a bunch of freebies coming out for Felt. They do get the glimpse back now on Solji.
He's got blast off though. He should be okay to escape. In fact, he'll just move right back in. It's Takaya. He's trying to get the mines. He will not get it, but it won't matter because Solji does get killed off here by Takaya. Meanwhile, mid lane though, Braxy gonna drop. Kit's having the easiest kill of his life against the Undying. Does not care for the strength steal, of course. His Willing Death just takes care of that. And well, now the mid tier 1 tower is gone. Felt looking completely dominant here in this game 1 so far. All they're lacking right now is the farm on Hiramune, but even then, John, look at how well he's caught up. He's third in net worth at the moment. So I don't think it's going to take him too long to reach that top spot. If he can overtake the Doom, that is. But that is a Doom on his own team, so I don't think he's going to mind.
You certainly don't mind. You don't even mind being at farm parity with a Jug. Juggernaut just doesn't really deal with Terrorblade as a physical core. Again, the guy's steroid in terms of blade dance, it's not amazing damage. It's the most consistent crit, but it's not like a big bursty crit that you really want up against these high physical armor heroes. And the build that Blessed Kid is going for is a long haul build. He's trying to go for the full Battle Fury, which means you're not playing tempo. You know, you're not looking to group up, play with Healing Ward, try to get some good Omni Slash kills off. Instead, you're just gonna sit back and farm. And in that case, the Terrorblade just wins in this meta. You know, he clears the jungle a lot better with the Conjure Images. He just has better scaling in the late game. I expected maybe something like the Maelstrom here for Blitzkid, because you could always just get him power. But doubling down on this long game, it doesn't feel amazing for Alpha. This does have me mildly concerned, Mike. If you had a Maelstrom at this point, you group up with your mag when he gets his Echo Saber Harpoon. Like, just empower Jug, pull back the hero, spin on top of them. If you get a big RP, that's when you Omni Slash on with Empower again. It's not bad with a Maelstrom on, but Battle Fury is just, it's too passive for the Jug. Jug is like a hybrid carry that wants some activity early on.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the Maelstrom works better anyway against high armor heroes like Doom and TB. And Timber for that matter. Like, all heroes, the Maelstrom probably would have proven to be a lot better than the Battle Fury this game for the Jug. But it looks like at the very least Blessed Kid may be planning to have a pretty kind of slow, greedy game here on the Jug. And just hope for that really long build-up here with the Juggernaut. But I just don't think Felt are going to give them that time this game to allow him that really slow build-up here in the Jug at all. Judging by how the game started, like, they're already 5k ahead 12.5 minutes in. And with the Doom TB Timber, you really don't need to slow down very often.
No, you certainly don't. And even if you do, again, you scale pretty well here on the side of Felt. You have a lot of ways to itemize, to catch off guard. And it's a little bit concerning that Alpha do want to try to go long haul on this draft. Granted, again, it's not the worst thing in the world. Once you hit these timings on Satoshi, you threaten with Harpoon, you threaten with Blink. The Magnus is a hero that does scale pretty well, but again, your hard carry situation is a little bit awkward for the side of Alpha. Still, see if it pays off. A 5k lead early on here for Felt at 13 minutes in. Pretty significant coming out. Granted, that is you with a Doom, but still enough that it feels a little bit awkward for Alpha at the moment. You at least have the Echo Saber up for steal, so you've got a little bit more coming out on your Void Spirit. The steps feel a lot more impactful coming into it. Inside of Felt though, I mean, they just smoke up. They have Doom off cooldown. They can just run up. They've got the Midas ready as well on Fade, and he is going for a fast Crimson. We have a lot of solutions here.
They do. They're heading right towards the Magnus. Solji, though, has his smoke broken on Takaya, who still hasn't realized he did not see the techies coming in. At the very least, it is Takaya that is set to fall, though he does kind of use his Static Storm, and now the Mag gets caught out. Oh, Satoshi. He just walked in the most obvious way. I thought maybe he'd take the long way around, go towards the Wisdom Rune, because it was 14 minutes coming anyway. But he went right down the bot lane, and he gave them an extra kind of prize.
At the least, I guess the silver lining for Alpha is that they do get to clear out their ancient stacks with that fresh Battle Fury on Blessed Kid. They will lose another tier 1 tower though, which makes accessing future Wisdom Runes a lot easier, makes it a little bit more awkward for you to try to farm in that northern part of the map right now for the side of Alpha. And now you have to contend with Fade having that full Crimson Guard up. I love this build on the Doom, just going for the Aura, having the Arcane Boots, looking to run around with a Speed Aura, just not changing that neutral creep passive he picked up, and just being active for the team. Because you do want to play it fast, you want to press this advantage, buy space out for Burna, try to punish Alpha for going for the slower play. This is exactly how you do it on the Doom. Crimson Guard up, what are you going to do? You're all physical damage right now.
Jump in. They've at least got Solji held down, though. Solji is surviving with the mech up. He won't even die. And the skewer does end up missing, of course, which does kind of allow them to get Solji out of there, but it's just tough. Like, even without the frost shield coming in from Albino Zebra, he just pops the mech and survives. That's pretty yikes here for Alpha.
Yeah, it's looking rough for Alpha. It's very far away from smooth sailing right now. Could have been a nice opportunity to at least find a pickoff, but you can't even nail the techies. That's not a good feeling for the side of Alpha. At the least, again, this is space for Blessed Kid. He's going SNY. Like, I appreciate the stat resist. I appreciate a little bit more of that move speed to chase down with a spin. A little bit more damage coming out. Maybe some disassembly plays down the line, although Jug doesn't feel like the best disassembly hero. I'm not too sure about this, though. Like, your hyper investment on the Jug. With SNY, that means you're still waiting for more.
Well, Alpha, they're going to smoke up here. They're going to try and make some more space here for their Jug. And the smoke not really leading to too much, though, so still. Just going to go back to farming the mid-wave. Just kind of reveals the smoke was happening in the first place, so... Yeah, just a bit of an awkward smoke here from Alpha. But they do split up and try to get some wards down at least. So Takaya try to get some D wards off, but now he's going to be spotted placing some observer wards and sentries, so the chase is immediately on. And well, sadly for him, he does give away some wards here to Albino Zebra now. Never even getting the sentry ward, so Felt don't even need to commit a sentry to get that free obs. Albino Zebra, I'm sure he's very happy to take that free gold.
Nice chunk of gold. Always feels good for the Lich, who tends to be pretty farm starved. You are doing pretty decently here on Albino Zebra. You are above both supports on the side of Alpha, which again is not the best signs for Alpha. Like, you're at the point here for Braxy. Has the Pavis, only has the Boots of Speed. Is inching towards the Arcanes, but as an Undying, this is not a good feeling when you can't even get your Arcanes up. Like, it's 17.5 minutes, and you just don't have the room. You don't have the presence. You don't have the kills to let you build into these items to, you know, just spam your spells, sustain your team, provide some durability and softening up on the EHP. And that's just the story for Alpha. Every single hero just feels like it's a little bit off. They're just not able to coordinate together. And I mean, Felt, they're just in control. They can go for a push if they want to. They will shove in the bot tier 2. Kits, he's almost at his full Ags. There's nothing here to dispel that reactive armor active as well. You're just going to be hyper durable in these fights.
Yeah, they are. The Hiddenmune's almost got the Eye of Skadi completed on the TB, and that's going to be his pretty big power spike on the Terrorblade. They are going to smoke up. Lines being drawn towards the top lane for Phil, so they want to head right towards that tier 2 top tower and try to find a bit of a fight here against Alpha, who might just realize this is happening. So they have backed their way out. So the tier 2 top tower will stay standing. I can't say the same for Takaya though, who may just get caught here on the Disruptor, and he is gone. Fade also saw the Undying, so the chase is on immediately from Fade. As Braxy's going to try for the TP play out, and he's going to make it.
Satoshi.
But Satoshi, he's the big target. This is the one you'd much prefer to take down, and Satoshi is gone. No chance of survival. No skewer available. And now Roshan, it's completely open here for the side of Phil.
Albino Zebra has just been on point with Lich. Getting the chase down he needs, finding the gaze at all the big heroes that keep trying to bail out. He's making this Lich look like a really busted hero. Just having that way of interrupting the channeling spells. And with a Roche under their belt, with a secondary life on the line, I don't see Alpha taking 2 lives away from Berna unless he's completely isolated somehow. You're free to do what you want on Felt. Their timings are lining up. Their aggression's been on point. Their optimization's been extremely on point. Fade now having the Octarine on the Doom with the Midas and the Crimson Guard. Like his uptime on aggression's just there. There's not much to stop him from just looking for a target, dooming out, and even if you don't find that kill, you know you'll have that spell off cooldown relatively shortly. The cooldown reduction on such a long spell is really impactful. And Alpha, again, it's down to this itemization. It's down to these choices. Like, you want to play slower because you went Battle Fury Jug. Blessed Kid does have the full Sanj and Yasha. That's not going to be enough. He is going for the MKB next. Preempting maybe the Butterfly on Berna, but I don't know. It's like, all right, you get the MKB up. How exactly you're gonna? How are you just gonna run up and try to Omni Slash here? It's not a smooth process.
It certainly isn't. Tormentor going to be taken away from the Radiant. There is the Dire one available though if they do want to take it, but Alpha, they are starting to need to maybe defend this this top lane of Barracks as Felder just going in with the Metamorphosis up. They are not slowing down whatsoever. Keep in mind, you do now have the Ags up on your Timbersaw as well, so it's not going to be the easiest of fights here with the reactive armor buff of the Ags. So they do just go into the tier 3. Skewer is there, but onto Kits of all things, it's... yeah, that's probably the last target you can really deal with at the moment. Still Braxy, he pops the Flesh Golem. He wants to try and move in. Tombstone there as well. Fade immediately just casually walking up to the Tombstone, and so will Hidden Mute as the Tombstone is just gone, and now the Doom is out. They got the Magnus caught down. Satoshi, he's going to try to run, but there's no chance. He's gone. Blessed Kid, I mean, he's looking to maybe go for an Omni Slash, but I don't think he'll have any damage. And they're all basically just stacked up anyway. As Kit's again being jumped on, he's going to be fine. Meanwhile, still trying to get a bit of a jump here onto the Timber. Kits, though, again proving to be way too tanky as now the Omni comes out, bouncing between Fade and Solji. It does no damage. Blessed Kid needs to get out of there, will do so, but now Takaya's been caught out. This is all but while a tier 2 mid tower is still standing, by the way. They don't even have a creep wave.
They just dive. You know, they take a full set up top. They don't care if mid still stands. You find these kills. You see what the Omni Slash does in this game. Like, it does absolutely jack shit, to be fair.
What's your language, Jonathan? Steel?
I mean,
he's going to be okay to get out of there.
It just counters the hero. Your base damage isn't amazing. Your agi gain isn't up there at the top. So your base damage is just not great, which means your Blade Dance doesn't crit for much because it only uses base damage. They get the Skewer back here.
That's a better skewer. They've got Fade. He's actually a killable target. I say that with the Crimson Guard and Frost Shield up, he's taking no damage. Lost half his HP initially, but as soon as he pops the Crimson with the Frost Shield from Albino Zebra, all that damage just disappeared. There's another skewers there, but that's really the target you don't want. Though they are trying their absolute best, but look at this, John. There's nothing happening.
That barrier kills me. It's just ridiculous. There's no dispel. There's no way to remove it. There's no way to just magically burst. Like if you had literally one nuking hero, you'd be okay here. But you just don't. You went all in on Fizz and it's just not paying
Oh,
off.
Fade.
Have we seen
He got
RP at
harpooned
all?
in. He just dooms the Magnus. He got skewered in, John. I'm not skewered, harpoon, sorry. And he just doomed. Said, thank you very much. I'll take your life. And now felt, it's
They
GG.
called?
Yeah. You have to. What are you going to do against this team of Felt? Like the draft.
Literally nothing.
You saw it as soon as you saw the draft, right, from Alpha. It was just like, this Juggernaut, it's not the pick. You know, and then you look at the mid matchup, the Void Spirit versus Timber, that was also going to be a disaster. They just had no counters towards the Timbersaw this game, so kits just popped off. I don't know. I do really feel like whether you could say that they were outplayed or not, I think the draft just kind of sealed the deal in the first place here for the side of Alpha. And I felt, they're going to be happy. Game 1 win. They made it look very easy. This could be a very quick 2-0 if Alpha don't get it together.
Yeah, it's rough. They had the option for the Monkey King instead. If you really wanted physical damage, I feel like that might have been a bit better. It was just, it was not an easy game for Alpha at all. I don't think we even ever saw an RP out from Satoshi. Just every time they were on point with the control, instantly doomed. No way to just find an angle in. The ideas were there from Alpha. It doesn't help that your support duo is also just not active at all. Like Undying and Disruptor, they're not heroes that set up for you. You know, maybe the Disruptor sets up a little bit more, but even then, it's not like the support duo coming out from Felt. Like Techies just does so much more here. We saw a lot of impact from Albino Zebra with how patient he was with the gaze, just finding these targets that are trying to TP out in front of him. And then Kits gets this Timbersaw matchup that just feels great. Like, it's not the most common thing in the world, to be fair, although I think NA's been showing a lot more of this Timbersaw mid in comparison to other regions. But up against melee cores, Timbersaw just runs down mid. There's just nothing stopping it.
Literally nothing was going to stop it. Again, you had the counter of Glimpse, and that was literally it. That's not exactly the greatest ability to have, especially if it's the only one against your Timbers. We are seeing one of the last team fights here in this game, and I think you are right when you said that we didn't see one RP from Satoshi, because I really can't remember seeing an RP. I don't remember hearing an RP, and if there was an RP, it certainly didn't have any impact, I'll tell you, because this game was a very one-sided affair. Felt, as you can see, we're just diving tier 3 towers without even the tier 2 being taken in the mid lane. They just knew. Nothing was going to happen, and yes, this is the last fight. Like Fade, he gets harpooned, no problem. I just pop Doom, Magnus dies, I go back to Raxi. That was kind of the state of the game. Like there was just no good options for Alpha, and I think it really does go back to draft. Like I think they draft themselves. Yeah, he had a fantastic game. He just kind of popped off. And look, we've been saying that he had a pretty good Timber game, which he did have the freest game of his life. But nevertheless, he does perform on the hero, and that's what really matters.
Yeah, he shows a pretty good showing on the Tim. He works his matchup well. He knows when to be active. He got some good rotations out here as well. It was just clean from literally every member of Felt. I think it was just a very clean game from every single one. And we're seeing why Albino Zebra kind of talked the way he did in his interview, right? Where they're like, our scoreline's bad, but we played against the top 4 teams. It's not really a good showing of what we can do. And I think he's right. Like seeing this performance up against Alpha, definitely looking like a tier above, although granted, the draft of Alpha doesn't do them any favors. So I want to see whether or not they can adjust their draft, give us a better showing by game 2. I checked the stats, by the way, Mike. We literally did not see RP at all. Because I'm checking the damage breakdown. Only 4 damage sources from Magnus. RP's not in there. So, never managing to use that spell. It's not a great feeling, man. What can you do? Like, this draft was just... It had some ideas, but it's just not easy. It's just not easy, man, with this draft. shake things off. We'll see game 2.
Well, what we can do, Jonathan, for now is we're going to head off to a short break and reset. And of course, we'll be back with Game 2's draft here between Alpha and, of course, Phil. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game 2 here between Alpha and Felt. Of course, the draft is going to be underway very, very soon, and there we go. It is up. John, I think we can both agree, and I think we both did agree, that the draft from Alpha last game around was not the best, to say the least, here against what Felt had. And obviously, we kind of saw it in the game results for last game. It did not go too far in the way of Alpha. Tell me, Jonathan, is there any particular aspects of the draft you think should be changed up? I mean, I'm pretty sure you're going to say the Jug was not a good pick, but do you want to elaborate, Jonathan?
Juggernaut is just not a hero right now. You can't really play around a healing. I mean, you can still play around healing ward, but the hero overall just does way too much hybrid damage. But it's not like Lena levels in the last patch. Hybrid damage kind of busted. Like, Blade Fury is always nice, but your steroid and Blade Dance isn't amazing. Your Omni Slash is a massive cooldown. Going for Battle Fury in that game as well meant that you were going all in on physical output instead of something like the Maelstrom. So you couldn't really do much to take care of these high armor heroes from Felt. I think Alpha just needs to change the playbook here. Look for a different solution to come out on their safe lane. Like Monkey King was an option. I feel like that could have been a solution to the Doom lane. You could just play with your Jingu Mastery, run down, feel good, but they opt for the Jug, and it just doesn't pay off. And now, they ban out the Dusa Void Spirit. You get techies on Felt. Alpha has to steal this Doom. Just take the Doom. Don't toy around here. Don't let them pick the Doom on Felt again.
Yeah, I agree. I think Fade had a very good game as well in the Doom. Like, Fade's been a player that's been, to say the least, the first half of the tour for him was quite a bit of a struggle. And I think the whole year's been a bit of a struggle for Fade. As I know Fear in particular loves to point this out every single game we do see of the poor guy. But, he certainly has picked up his game here in this series at the very least. And even in the last one, looking very, very strong. As Alpha, they do go down the Doom pick, and they also pick up a Rubik this time around. So last time, I believe Rubik was banned in the second phase of bans, because Alpha did pick up 2 cores to start with, both being the Magnus and the Void Spirit. This time around, it seems like they want to just try and prioritize the Rubik pickup, which is fair enough against the techies, I guess. Like, the spells from techies are just so nice to steal. Like, spamming Sticky Bomb from a mile away just feels amazing on Rubik at the moment. Especially considering how much damage the spell does. You're just casually doing over 400 damage per Sticky Bomb as a Rubik. But overall, is this hero good right now? I don't necessarily think so. I think it's somewhere in the middle of the pack, maybe a bit lower than your 50%. But nevertheless, Alpha do take it for themselves. And, well, it seems like Felt, they're going to have a bit of a deeper think about the second pick.
Yeah, I think the Rubik stats-wise isn't the best, but I feel like it enables a lot of drafts. It covers your Doom here as well, so you don't have to worry about the Rubik into Doom, where you kind of have an easy time kind of taking that Doom away. I think I was expecting the Rubik last time. Actually, when Alpha opened with Magnus Rubik also does the same thing. Covers your bases, actually plays pretty good with Magnus, like lift back into skewers, always nice. Side of Felt, they just go into the Pangolier. So they lock in their universal type, more than likely for mid early on for kits. I'm keen to see if that is something they flex. We've seen some offlane Pango come back in. At least in Southeast Asia, it's popped back in, although I'm not convinced that the hero is good in the offlane just yet. But again, it's a remote possibility for Felt to kind of switch things up. And they can just take care of the Pango counters now. Bloodseeker gone. No one tends to pick the Bane, so I don't think you even need to waste a ban there. Just the Bloodseeker, even Grimstroke, right? Like, that's also a pretty dead hero. So the Pango's just kind of free to roll around.
And it is. I mean, you are still up against the Rubik, though. Like, the Rubik probably going to enjoy taking the Rolling Thunder, but I mean, Kit's obviously very comfortable in the Pango. Like, this is one of the heroes I think that it might be his most played hero this whole year, honestly, on Kits. So, not too surprising to see the Pangolier making its reappearance. Already a good start here for Feld as well. Like, just going for those comfort picks always feels good, especially when you are theoretically the better team in the matchup. Just having the comfort kind of draft is always a good way to go, because you can just kind of trust that you outplay the other team. And overall, I think, Pango is still a pretty strong hero. I think it was Arteezy who said it on his own stream, but he's kind of sick of getting swashbuckled every 2 seconds, and Rolling Thunder's still a ridiculous spell to have. So Pango just, as a hero, just doesn't seem to ever get old right now. And I wonder when they are going to nerf this hero to the point where it doesn't get picked, John, because I feel like we've seen it for such a long time now.
Yeah, it just does a little bit too much. Perhaps by, I don't know if I can even confidently say the next patch. Maybe the next patch is when we see Pango take a hit. Although I am expecting Universal here, so at least get a reversal back to the 0.6. So that might be enough to reel Pango away. Who knows? They have to adjust the base damage stats as well. I think that's been a pretty big factor with how these Universal hero types maintain relevancy. Still, Alpha, I mean, they ban out Terrorblade, they ban out Slark, they ban out Magnus, so they're ensuring their Doom and their core matchup feels pretty comfy here. Again, you're leaving Ursa, you're leaving Monkey King for Felt to kind of go into that Doom lane, which is pretty awkward for Doom. It's not the best feeling to have to lane into that. So you still have some options here for Felt. Alpha, they do see the mid matchup, so they should be able to just pick a mid and then their support if they want to go that route, or just pick the support first. Although I think double picking supports is always awkward. You'd much rather just pick a favorable mid matchup. And what else is left? You don't have the two typical subjects. Void Spirit, you banned out yourself. Maybe a Queen of Pain could work for Alpha if they want that matchup, or a Puck. Like, Puck is probably the one thing that you see up against the Pango, just to have Dream Coil to stop the roll, if you are concerned about that. You don't have the best lockdown from Felt to lock in a Puck as well, so I wouldn't mind that too much for Alpha here. They go to CM instead. Again, double picking support like this in the second phase, especially if you don't have the back-to-back pick, it can be awkward. Like, now you see a Rubik CM support duo. Felt can just look for maybe a hero that doesn't care for them too much. A hero that can rip through the back line.
I can't believe Spirit Breaker's been left this long, I gotta tell you, John. If I was Felt, I'd be taking Spirit Breaker right now. Because this feels like a very free game for it already. Like 1 point in Bulldoze and nobody holds you down. Nobody's going to control you this game. They're going to go down the Silencer route for now, which Albino Zebra does enjoy playing quite a bit, so they secure the position 5 here for Albino. Could also switch it up with Solji, but I think Solji himself enjoys playing techies too much at the moment, and I can't quite blame the man. But like I said, John, I think getting an off lane that can just go for pickoffs like an SB is not the worst idea. Though I don't think we've seen Felt really pick it up too much. And instead, they're going to go down the CK route, which I think is also an extremely good hero against what Alpha's already picked up. Because you've got two supports that will literally just die when you reality rift with the illusions. Like, there's nothing they can do about it. Especially once you have a BKB up, it's just, they're screwed.
Yeah, they're just going to melt. And it's going to be a bit hard. Again, this is where double picking supports just goes against you. Felt can just, they've adjusted well. Just CK to rip through. Even in the laning phase, you hit level 3 here on your CK. Level 3, level 4. With a 1-1-2 build that we tend to see, Rubik can just absolutely melt. You don't really have that much of a threat on Doom Rubik up against a CK Silencer. Like, that duo can actually just prevent you from spell spam. With the Arcane Curse, run you down. Have a lot of damage.
Radiant team ban.
Hold your ground, get these hits off. With the Enrage up,
10 seconds.
the CK as a bit more of a strength hero does melt. It's one of those things where Ursa does enjoy beefy heroes to twack away on. So you should be able to manage that pretty well. I'm interested to see what the build here from Blessed Kid is. Whether or not he does go for like the Battle Fury again, which I don't mind it as much on the Ursa, to be fair. I think it gives you a good way as well to sort of deal with the illusions, so I don't mind that. But Roche is something we have to see Alpha play with. Right, like we were having a bit of a discussion on the side win advantage right now, it's it's not very Radiant favor. It's not as lopsided as the Dire advantage before, but it comes down to playing around Roche. Teams that win faster in Radiant also take Roche while the sun is up, so they've got Roche control. I think we have to see Alpha kind of play around that. Whenever Roche is on their side, it spawns up there. Run down with the Ursa, especially once you get your first few items up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are going to have our final picks coming rather soon here. The Timbersaw being removed this time from Felt. So kind of realizing how powerful the hero is, not willing to risk it when they have a mid-Pango going on.
Dire team ban.
Alpha yet to pick up their mid-hero, as they will also ban out the Quap. Veno being removed here by Alpha. It's Felt theoretically still looking for a position 3. They could run the CK off lane, though I don't think it's very good, so no need for that. I think the POS 1 still seems suitable even against the Ursa.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's fair. I do feel like
5 seconds.
if you could run a CK Techies lane, that is pretty devastating. Like, that lane is actually really scary. You have a lot of stuns, you have a lot of damage, you have a lot of burst. You can easily rip through the CM. I think that lane's just even better to look for these support kills. They'll go to Batrider instead. As is typical again, you don't tend to see that offlane CK as much. Batrider coming out is pretty interesting. You can kite around Ursa. You don't have a hero that will break your lasso here either. And again, you're not under pressure to go for the Napalm build.
10
So you
seconds
can
remaining.
still afford to just flame break Firefly. Although, I think this lane, you probably do look for the sticky Napalm. It's just easier to kite around the Ursa. And you can easier to punish, easier to farm up your camps as well consistently. I like this pick from Felt. I think they've got some pretty good aggression coming out. They've got good team fight, great lanes coming out here. Batrider Techies is also an overwhelming lane. And for Alpha, it's a lot better now to go Leshrac. I was honestly expecting the Puck.
Oh, Leshrac is the pickup here, so maybe still just kind of making the call that that's what he wants to play. So he still had a pretty rough laning stage last game around, though he was, it was a complete outmatch in terms of the hero matchup being a Void Spirit versus Timbersaw. This time around on the Leshrac, again, it might just be comfort for him. I think Leshrac still does pretty well against the Pango as well, so it makes enough sense that they go down the Lesh route. Is it a good hero right now? I don't think so, but
No.
Again, if it's comfort, sometimes it's better to just go down the comfort route, because with the way they played last game around, it did not look very comfortable.
Yeah, but Leshrac's only been, I believe, contested 9 times, picked 3 times with a 0% win rate globally. So it's a rough hero. It is a solution to the illusions from the CK. I think that's why they picked this up more than anything else. It does not stop the Pango from rolling around. Diffusal timing for Pango is going to feel really bad for Steel, and the Pango diffusal tends to be fast no matter what matchup. So that's my one concern here for Alpha in that mid lane. I don't know how much you'll get from your Lesh. It has to really crush the laning phase. That's where the hero will shine against this melee matchup. And you have to get everything you can there, because, instead of going for a Puck with a Dream Coil, which can stop the roll, now you have to get that jump first. There's pressure for Alpha to get the initiation going themselves, and that's easier said than done. I don't know who's really going to do that unless you go for a Doom Rush Blink, which is not typical nowadays.
It certainly is not, Jonathan, but we do get to go into game 2 and at least see exactly what is going to happen, because there's only so much you and I can predict before we just, we just ask the teams to show us exactly what they've got. Of course, Alpha need this win here to try and force it to a game number 3. Felt, though, would love a 2-way victory if they can secure it, as looks like Steel already is going to break the smoke here of albino Zebra. So the Ursa, bless kid, he is going to know that they are probably hanging around this area looking for a fight. And will back his way out to safety, I'm sure. And perhaps there's no team fight to come, though Felt still look like they want to try and find one. They'll hang around the mid-tier 1 a little bit closer, get some wards down. But considering the smoke was broken on albino, Alpha should be very well aware that it's pretty dangerous to head to the left side of the map right now.
Yeah, just play it a little bit safe. Their obs is not going to be dewarded once more. The sentry off the mark here from the side of Felt. So this is a little bit better to have your obs standing, just because Leshrac is very bottle dependent. So So you will want that advantage there. Last Kid, is he thinking about coming in? Nah, just kind of dances around the tree line. Would have been pretty ugly for him to walk up there. So it's going to be an even 2-for-2 start. I will say one thing, Mike. This is a little bit of a segue. The one thing that bothered me with the patch was that CK, Chaos Knight is not universal. Isn't Chaos a universal thing? Chaos is everywhere.
I guess you're not wrong. Well, there you go,
I
John.
guess it would be busted. Can you imagine CK universal?
I mean, it might happen one day, Jonas. Look at this. Takaya taking so much damage at the top lane. I like this from Albino and Solji, realizing how soft the CM is. They just move in, try to secure an early kill. And the funniest thing was, had they popped the blood grenade from Albino, they might have actually had enough to kill her. But they will hold on to that. Instead, Blessed Kid now copying a lot of damage. And I mean, you talked about the CK Techies lane, but CK Batrider obviously going to be quite strong as well. And you're already seeing, like, Soldier's just destroying Takaya. He might actually just be dead.
Jesus Christ.
Top lane,
Yep,
he's gone. Takaya's down.
How is this double universal lane fair?
Blessed Kid, I mean, he's a bit tankier. He's going to survive, and he will have a Fairy Fire anyway, in case he was in danger. But they're like, this is what I was saying during the draft. Like, this support duo is just going to feel like some very tasty food for Phil.
Oh, for sure. Like, look at the base damage both sides have. Blessed Kid at level 2. 48 plus 2. You're two heroes in full. 62 on techies. 59. How is this fair? How are you supposed to play this?
I don't see anything wrong with this, John. This is fair to me.
I mean, honestly, I enjoy playing Universal types. I'm just picking Abaddon and Magnus offlane. So you know what? Keep it going. I just dislike that pros are showing how busted it is, even though it's fairly obvious.
Takaya's about to feel it again here, John. Look at this. Bye-bye. Blast off connects on Blessed Kid instead. I mean, you'd almost rather just connect on Blessed Kid with the blast off. Just keep his HP as low as possible. As bottom lane, it's going to be a bit of attempt here on the CK Hidden Immune. He's the one moving in though. Brax is the one in danger. Braxy is gone. Hidden Immune able to pick up his first kill of the game. And this is another lane that's going to feel very strong in terms of the hero duo. Like CK Silencer against Doom Rubik. The Doom Rubik doesn't really do much. You know, you might be able to CS well, but if Hidden Immune makes the call to go in, or Albino Zebra makes the same call, chances are one of these heroes is dying.
Yeah, it's just really easy to get that burst play going. So you're not going to be able to do much on the Doom. Maybe once you have Vanguard, you can actually leave that lane solo for Satoshi, try to get some activity out from Braxy, maybe help out mid, secure these runes. Speaking of that mid, you are seeing Kits up against Steel, and Kits is having a pretty damn good time. You'd expect the Lesh to again apply that pressure in the early advantage, but Kits is not struggling at all. So he's having a decent time trading farm. Rune control, it's the big one. I do not see the alpha supports able to leave the lane, except maybe the Rubik. Otherwise, you're not able to really leave top lane at all.
Speaking of top lane, John Takaya. He's in a bit of an awkward situation. Soldier's got blast off too. Blessed Kid, I don't think can really be here right now. Soldier's waiting for him. Fade is still getting jumped, but a perfect blast off timing. Blessed Kid, he's not going to get hit by the sticky bomb, but he's gotten hit by the blood grenade. He's too slow. He's got an earth shock in 1 second, but not quick enough. Fade's got a double kill.
Christ. Oh my God.
I'm so surprised Blessed Kid went for that fight. I really am, because I just don't know what he's expecting right now.
Yeah,
Bottom. Oh, the crit on the last hit.
God.
I mean, I kind of like the fact, if you look at the Doom spells, John, he took Intimidate from the smaller... It's nice, like a 50% damage reduction's huge, but at the same time, it's like, is it really going to matter?
Yeah, it's... I mean, you're going for these spells just to have some defense potential. It doesn't feel amazing. You know, it's like it's not like you're pressuring with say, the Hurricane to pull back people, push them away, or you're not playing with, say, the Mana Burn, the Chain Lightning creep, or even the Speed creep to be aggressive. You're literally taking this creep just to survive. This is probably better than the Frost Shield creep, I suppose, but even not a particularly good feeling. All the lanes getting absolutely crushed by Felt. Huge lead from each one in terms of CS, and all the cores are just feeling really farmed.
Bless Kid. Earthshock is going to be there. He will avoid the sticky bomb that was incoming. It's one of the very important aspects about going against tech is you've just got to try your best to avoid these sticky bombs because the damage output is too high and the slow is just ridiculous. Like 35% at level 2. Just allowing those right clicks that actually hurt now to come in. They have rotated Braxy over to try and secure a fade, but Takai is just casually going down, and the blast off does land on only Bleskid. Takaya is still gonna fall, and Fade is still running. Sticky Bomb is once again placed on the Ursa. Is Fade gonna turn? He looks like he's gonna turn. They are still trying to chase the Techie. Solji, though, is gonna be just fine, as now Braxy is actually in danger. Sticky Bomb out. They have the Flame Break. They've got the Firefly if they want it. Fade, he is not throwing out the Flame Break, holding on just in case Blazekid wants to try and jump in and fight. It's just... It still feels like they're winning this lane.
They are? I mean, they're not losing. They're not dying. They're wasting a lot of time. They're dragging a lot of heroes up top. The solo lane for Satoshi, it's not going well. Crit?
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 No.
No crit.
No crit. That's a level 3 Chaos Strike as well, so... It could have proven to maybe be enough, but not quite. He doesn't get lucky. There it is, coming out twice in a row now, but nevertheless, 7-0, 3k advantage. They have not died once on Felt. So, I mean, you can't be really too much happier than this if you are Felt. And Alpha, I mean, this is a pretty depressing position that they're forced into at the moment.
Yeah, this is not a good feeling. Like, looking at Satoshi, that's a Vanguard Doom that just gets run down by physical damage anyway. Your top lane, you're grouping up 3 heroes to punish a Silencer.
Top lane, Albino does go down. Bleskid is
Good
probably just dead though, because Fade is just chasing him on his own, and Fade just picks off the kill. Like this, that's a pos 5 Silencer going down for a position 1 Ursa. At least for Alpha, Kits does rotate and gets nothing out of the rotation, but that's about the only positive I see here. It's apart from that, everything else is just terrible at the moment.
Yeah, nothing's lining up right now for the side of Alpha, and you've got pretty much 3 cores that will need farm. Like, none of these take point, none of these want to fight early. The pressure's just not relenting on Blessed Kid.
I mean, why would you, right? You just keep going. Kits is still here, and now Kits has value for this rotation. Suddenly the rotation feels really good, as they even found Takaya, a perfect swashbuckle here from Kits, from an absolute mile away. And that tier 1 top tower, it is just not going to last, because as now they try to go onto Solji here in the mid lane. Still trying to chase. Solji's sticking around for a little bit longer, but now Kits is back. Albino Zebra's even showing up. And if Stilt is not aware that they're here, it could be a real problem for him, but he does have the Obs Ward to scout this out. So he's well aware that the supports have rotated mid. So Albino Zebra is still looping around, does land the last word and the Arcane Curse, as Kits really wants to keep going. They won't have quite enough damage to kill off Steel, but they do get darn close.
And it's enough to shove Steel all the way back home, providing a little bit of an opening on mid. Albino.
Yeah, he's going to drop for this, I think. They might be able to trade support here, though. Spraxy, hands up. Could be a little bit early, but no, he's fine. He will make it.
Yeah, they at least find something. 10-2. Top tier 1 does fall to Fade, being left alone. You've left Berna all alone as well to just keep farming up. This CK is going to be pretty damn scary. Power Tread's up, Armlet not too far off. You are farming as well on Satoshi, I suppose. He's got the Arcanes up. Probably just a Midas build up at this point, because I really don't know if you can play even if you get something fast here. So just want to try to catch up. They are rotating bot.
Takai has already been spotted. Look at that. One swashbuckle,
Jesus.
half his HP is gone. Poor old CM. What can you do?
Yeah, it's not an easy time for these two supports in Alpha. It's kind of a struggle. No one really connect with down
Still,
mid.
you can't run in like that, still. Oh, boy, he's just gone. He doesn't even get a power rune for his trouble. It's going to be up top, so Kits will secure it anyway. Just an illusion rune. Wouldn't have felt good regardless for the Lesh. 12-2 now, 6k advantage.
Is under attack.
The scariest part about all this as well is Hidden Moon is farming really well on the CK. And this is not a hero that naturally farms very quickly, but he's having a very good time. That's the thing. A well-farmed CK early on into the game, it can be an absolute terror to try and go against. They are going to try and make the jump in now. Doom was committed, still has rotated. This should lead to a kill, but they have not landed the split earth. It won't matter, because eventually they will get the kill that they wanted. Though it is going to be at the cost of the mid-tier 1 tower going down, but it's still probably something they desperately required here on Alpha.
Yeah, they needed to find that kill. They needed to make this rotation from Steel worthwhile. Look at the side of Felto. They're ready to go back in. They do not have the Rolling Thunder, so this team fight's a little bit more awkward, but I don't think they even need it.
They're still being chased down here, kids. No Rolling Thunder necessary at all. He just goes down. It's tough. Like, Braxy, he'll take Blast Off. Not the most amazing ability for Rubik, but you take what you can get right now. Or for Alpha. Yeah, I mean, you gave up your mid-lash track. We kind of talked about this hero not being that great in this current meta, and
Is under attack.
it's especially bad if you fall behind like this.
Yeah, he really needed to crush the lane. That's what we had to see here from Steel. Because down the line, you are just not providing control onto this Pango. Like, you just have nothing to stop Kits. Like, he rolls, he is in. You only really have what? Perhaps dooming the Pango, which might not be ideal. Getting the Frostbite in the Pango, which isn't easy for a CM.
Dire are
So-
scanning.
I mean, you can try to play around the push potential down the line, but we haven't seen any moves onto these tier 1s. Like, all of them still stand here from the side of Felt. And you've got the Ursa. You know, Blessed Kid is getting some room to farm. He's bottom network core, going into the Battle Fury once more. Will need that +1 before they can take Rosh, and that's the big aspect of the Ursa nowadays.
Last off away here from Braxy. Swashbuckle. Oh, he will survive. The Pervice saving the day there. Very, very nice for the Rubik. Bottom lane in the meantime. Blast off going to set up here. Satoshi will be slowed up by the Sticky Bomb, and
This is solo. What?
yeah, it's Techies is kind of nuts right now, John. Satoshi, there's going to be a chase. Kits is now an ice ball. A bit of an avalanche and snowball there as Kits. He'll just keep trying for Takaya, but eventually does give up. Just not even worth his time, honestly. It's a CM with nothing. Just let her run. Let her be free.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just go for the objective instead. Connecting here with our CK. Berna is working towards his Echo Saber plus the Blink up, so he's just going to be able to get aggressive. Managed to take out the objective, no problems. Invade a little bit into the Ancients on the right side of the map. And again, there's no clear response from Alpha. Like, we're waiting for a Midas on the Doom. We're waiting for Steel to finish up his Bloodstone, which is, you know, it's nice. I don't know if it's enough. None of these feel like enough for you to feel confident here. The real aspect you can play behind is perhaps your Ursa with Battle Fury Diffusal timing, I guess, or Battle Fury BKB.
Satoshi, this is an aggressive move in. Felt, are they really going to leave Solji be? It seems like they will let Solji go. Solji actually surviving for quite a while against 4. Kits, I suppose without the Rolling Thunder, did not want to fight. So instead, they will rotate top where they could chase down Blessed Kid on the Ursa. The Blessed Kid now realizing the Pango is around, does immediately pop the pig pole and gets the hell out of there.
Yeah, don't even risk it. Just play it safe, cut your losses. Alpha, they'll try to smoke up. They've got the Doom ready on Satoshi, so they just need to find an angle in.
Is under attack.
If you catch someone like Kits out here, that's probably the big kill you'd want.
Yeah, but it's not easy. Like, you've got the CK around as well. Echo Saber now is available for that CK. Kits, though, now has been left alone. So this will be the big pick off they're looking for. Satoshi immediately popping the Doom, though a nice shield crash just before it comes out. So he does make a bit of distance beforehand. Infernal Blade is going to land. Kits surely dies here as he's just being chased by absolutely everybody on the side of Alpha, though he needs a bit more time, and he's still trying. He has the swashbuckle, but he's in the corner of the map.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh, I mean, I guess the thing is he just ended up all the way at the corner. There's just no other way out. And eventually that is a very good kill here for Alpha.
Yeah, every single one of these single target pickoffs that Alpha's finding, it's almost 1,000 gold going their way, spread out across their heroes. So you're very happy about finding these opportunities. For the side of Felt, you have to be a bit cautious bleeding out too hard. You still have the lead, but there's still catch-up potential for Alpha. Midas up for Satoshi. He's going to be able to farm up even faster. Battle Fury fully done on Blessed Kid into BKB next. And once you have that in Alpha, that's when you start to think about the Roche. You know, you start to think about the pick-off into the pit and just try to get that Aegis up, try to reel back some map control with the objectives for the side of Alpha. Side of Felt, though, again, a couple losses here and there, but you're still getting that progression. Travels up on Fade, Blink next, Kits, and despite that, Death is still up there in net worth, although starting to trail a little bit behind in comparison to his other cores. And it's actually Felt that will start onto the Roche. Up against an Ursa, this is not good news. You know, normally you really want that first Roche here when you draft the Ursa, but they're just not in line to get that done.
Yeah, absolutely not. Roshan going to be going down rather quickly here as Alpha not in a position to fight. This is a big deal when you've got an Ursa on your team. You definitely want to try and secure at least the first Roshan, but that's just not going to happen. Quick plays here from Felt to ensure that Roshan is not going to be available as an objective for Alpha to take.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I got to say as well, I do like the fact that Hiddemune's going straight for a blink in his item build, because it just, he knows how much stronger they are right now. So he could just go for the fights. He doesn't need to go for some crazy 6-slotted CK build. He just wants to fight with his team, and I completely agree with that.
Yeah, just be aggressive. Not much holding you back from doing so here. Side of Alpha will smoke. They did spot that rotation down bot with the forward obs ward. They can just kind of try to dodge. No one up top to really pick off, though, as Berna does show down mid.
Here we go, jump in. They have found the Doom. They have found the CM. It is not going to take very long to take those two down, as Braxy at least getting himself out of the Rubik. But now they're having a look mid lane where they are going to find Steel on the creep wave. In fact, Hidemune has actually spotted Braxy on the Rubik. Eventually we'll let him go as he was lifted away. Oh, everything just going their way. Like, now there's even a double damage rune spawned right by Hidemune, but he hasn't seen it. How unfortunate. Still gonna avoid getting lassoed here by Fade. It just feels like Alpha have no space on the map right now to try and come back here in this game too at the moment.
Certainly feels that way. You need a lot more farm yet on all of your cores. At the least, you've got the full Crimson up and running here for Satoshi, and he's got the recipe for the Ocarina ready, although...
Oh, nice blast off right into the tier 2 tower. This is how confident they are. They're just diving tier 2s at the moment. Though they have done Albino Zebra, and, well, Hidemune is taking a fair bit of damage on the CK, but now with the Rolling Thunder holding down Still, he cannot continue the pursuit as Kits will go back after Takaya, but needs some help on the Pangolier. Mind you, he does have the Aegis still up. They're going to abuse that Aegis to try and catch out this Leshrac. As Steel does go down. Braxy trying to run, but he's been perched up by Kits. He's also set to fall. And it's going to be a 4-for-1 trade in favor of Team Phil.
Yeah, they find everything they need to. They get pretty decent use out of the Aegis. They can look for that push onto the mid tier 2 just to really maximize that fight, take more control on the map. Should be able to find it in the contention. Side of Alpha, again, they're not at the point where they're online yet. They still have the Doom on Satoshi ready to go. they can kind of gun for that.
Has fallen.
But the side of Felt will play it smart, pull back, play it safe, knowing that they don't need to overextend there. That was also a fight that Alpha takes at a pretty good time because you didn't have Global Silence. It doesn't matter, though. Like, Felt, even without that teamfight control, still get the job done. And now Global Silence is off cooldown. So if Alpha find an awkward angle here, it could end up backfiring in their face if they're not careful.
Yeah, absolutely. Hidimune. This could be a big pick off. Alpha looking for a quick blink away, though. Very, very fast reaction from Hidimune. Kind of expecting it to come, and now the Global Silence is popped. They are going to try and at least chase Fade, but Fade's fine. He just runs away with the Firefly. Oh, they're just going to melt. Alpha. All of them basically just getting caught out one by one. They even found Satoshi.
Radiant's middle tower under attack.
That's going to be 4 for nothing. Even worse than last team fight. And in all this, the only survivor has been Blesskid, who is still farming, but he's not going to be enough. Not if the rest of his team just keep dying like this.
Yeah, he's also going to be very susceptible to the kiting. He does have the BKB up, so it's not going to be as bad, but it's still not the smoothest time for the Ursa to flex his muscles here down the line, try to get maximization of those Fury swipes. Felt has just been playing this game near perfection. Like every single timing that you're looking for, they maximize their lanes, they hit this really fast stride, and they've got the Ags up and running now on kits. So all the consistent swash spam it's going to be oppressive for Alesh to even find the mana to use anything here if you're not careful.
Oh wow, fun. They're going to try again. Grouping up as 4 once again here, John, but like Felt this time are going to retreat. Or maybe they'll go back in. They've got a BKB now up on Hidimune. I think they want to smoke.
Radiant are scanning.
Here we go. Fade, Firefly. He's going to find poor old Takaya. Actually commits the lasso for this. I'm not sure if that was quite necessary, but they'll make sure Takaya does drop as now a big blast off Solji. Finding 2 targets. That's Satoshi gone. Blesskid tries to BKB, but who's he going for? He's just BKB to try and retreat out of this. And even then, they are still chasing him down. They will have to let him go, but it's 4 for nothing again.
His middle tower is under attack.
Just one by one. The only survivors is the Ursa every time. But he's still 4th in their worth. He's still behind every core on the side of Felt, and this might just be another GG call to come. I tell you, John, there's just...
Dire's middle tower
It feels like there's no chance.
It certainly does, Mike. Their high ground defense isn't particularly amazing. You have the Leshrac, I suppose, but the impact's been minimal. Kits?
No,
All
Kits
right.
might drop. Kits does go down. That's a big one. Fade, I mean, he should be able to just run his way out of this one. I mean, for Alpha, you'd be pretty happy with just the Pango kill, I think. But, I mean, again, at least it does buy them more time to keep that farm going because they haven't lost a rack. So, it's still happy days for Alpha, but one more bad team fight or one more Roshan to go the way of Felt, this game is looking infinitely harder.
Yeah, it certainly will be a little bit of an overextension from Kits. You know, playing tag on the high ground with the rest of his team backing off, no Rolling Thunder, that is a big boon for Alpha right now. But respawns are short, Global Silence off cooldown for a little bit longer. But you do have Lasso ready, and when the Pan goes back up, Rolling Thunder is ready, so you can just force another fight here. Rush a minute until we see that respawn, but this could lead into it.
Fade, Takaya, immediately caught out here on the CM. Gonna go with the Shadow Amulet and try to back off, but it's not gonna be good enough. He is gone. The chase is on once again. Fade, feeling so confident here on the Bat Rider, looking for a lasso opportunity. Meanwhile, the Ursa has made the jump in on Albino Zebra, but he's still gonna be fine. There's your lasso finally being committed. He does find the Doom with it. 3 down. Nobody on Felt dying. Albino Zebra getting close, but no cigar here for Alpha. At least they didn't lose 4. That's going to be a positive.
At least, yeah, that's the silver lining there, Mike. They don't lose 4. Could have been worse. for the side of Alpha. They cut their losses this time. It is a bit concerning though. Like, not killing the silencer is one thing, and not killing the silencer and dying around the silencer is a completely different subject. You've got 30 stolen in on Albino Zebra from the past 5, with nothing but, for the most part of this game, just the Pavisa. Now with a 4 staff up, even harder to pin down. This is, it's just not good news. Any way you break it here for Alpha right now. Roshan in half a minute, less than 30 seconds left for the respawn. And it doesn't look like Alpha's going to be able to find it either, unless they find a pivotal kill. They've got to be able to get a Doom off onto someone. Either Kits or Burna. Like, either one is a pretty big Doom target. And if you can find that Doom... Oh my god. No, Solji.
Yeah.
The E-Blade... everyone's just going to die.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the techies that build that everyone loves. Like, I personally love when I pick up the Ethereal Blade with this hero. Just feels amazing, to say the least. And I mean, it's been one of those games where he can just do this. You know, they're so far ahead right now. He's like, guys, I can build Ethereal Blade. We're against an Ursa. You know, he wants to hit he wants to hit people as they jump in. Lasso is actually onto Kaya. I think they may have wanted to steal with that lasso, but it's not really going to matter too much, because Kits has got full control over the Lesh, and still with the Bloodstone cannot survive. Is now Solji being jumped, but there's no nullifier available on this Ursa. He cannot kill off Solji with that Ethereal Blade. And now the chase is on. They want Blessed Kid. He's gotten away every other team fight, but not this time. There's no way. Enrage is up. He actually gets 4-staffed away. He might make it. And he does. They also get the Rubik out just barely. Chase is still going here though for Blessed Kid. Solji gonna find him. Does not land the sticky bomb. Blessed Kid. Props to him for making it out there. Solji. Solji's right in. With the mine down. Almost killing the CM. Not quite though. But they commit the lasso here from Fade. They'll find another. And Solji did not put double mines down, to be fair. Had he put 2, that would have guaranteed me a double kill there on the Rubik's here.
I thought he'd just evilly down the Ursa to prevent the blink and then just start dropping the mines, but plays a little bit with his food, does get punished. At the least you find a counter kill. 35-8. Man, Mike, this is the closest we've had to a Shopify Rebellion game without Shopify Rebellion here, let me tell ya.
Yeah.
This is quite the shellacking, as they say in NA.
Oh my goodness me. Is he you're saying, let me tell you, you're saying shellacking now? Is anyone else
The
you want to imitate me, John?
Oh, Jonathan.
Alpha, they're going to go for this Roshan. And they're getting away with it for now, but Felt, they seem to be very well aware that Roshan's happening. Kits, Rolling Thunder, Lasso, it's all perfect. They found the Doom with this. Glimmercape's going to save Satoshi for a little bit, but not for long. But they even found Blessed Kid on the Ursa. Soldier just taking care of it with Hidden Mute. It's still, he pops the Bloodstone, but it's going to do nothing when you're up against BKB targets. Takaya also to drop. Only survivor so far is Braxi on the Rubik, and he is barely going to make it out. But now it's 4 down once again for the price of nothing. Roshan going to be taken here by Fault. And Alpha is still nowhere closer, or nowhere nearer to getting this this victory over Fault. I feel it feels like it's the exact same thing.
You're at the point where Solji has more farm than a Doom and Leshrac.
Yeah.
That is enough to tell you the state of the game here. No further analysis necessary. They should rename the phylactery to the phylactery, Mike, to the shellactery.
Oh.
Isn't that great?
That's... John, the Rubik's gonna get caught now.
I love hearing you suffer. I can hear the
gonna go down.
The pain in your voice. Have you not been exposed to, co-casting with Sindman?
I have never casted with Syndrome. We're both play-by-plays, John. Oh, sorry, not Syndrome. Suns fan is what I was meant to say. Yes, I have worked with Synd,
right?
But he doesn't say the shellacking thing. It's a Suns fan thing. And I believe it's Suns fan Jenkins that usually talks about that.
The shellacking, the shellactery. Someone build it. I've got to build phylactery CK. Think about
Yeah,
it.
John, honestly, I can't take anything you're saying seriously anymore. I'll be frank with you. As soon as you start with these tangents, I'm done with you. I'm done. Top lane, tier 3 tower. Gonna be under siege still. Gonna get jumped. Glimmer Cape, BKB, it's gonna save him for now, but the lasso's there from Fade. Drag him right back to the loving arms of Felt. And that's gonna be the Leshrac down. Kids, in the meantime, he's just rolling around in the back. Why not? They have moved in. Less Kid, he's going to try and go after Fade. Question is, can he actually keep up with him? Or instead, they're going to turn on Hidden Immune, but he still has the Aegis up, so there it goes. And now the chase is officially on. Satoshi, Lotus Orb, going to save his life.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alpha's still just holding high ground and buying themselves more time in this game, as Felder having a lot of problems trying to breach that high ground.
Tower has been denied.
See if they can do it. For now, they have retreated just a little bit to reset. But not all the way. Oh, this kid. It's out of the base right now. Takaya does reveal that position of Solji. Fade, going to be looking for a nice lasso opportunity. Has found the Doom. Last stop's going to be there, and Satoshi is just gone. Does have buyback available though on the Doom. Now Takai going to be targeted here by Fade, but they don't have the lasso to drag him back. They might just wait 24 seconds, or maybe not. Bleskid is just dead. Hidden Immune annihilates the Ursa. Takaya trying his best to run will also go down. No chance of survival. And then they're just going in for more now. Diving tier 4 towers. They'll kill off Braxy.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
GG is called. Felt. They'll take another dominant 2-0 victory, this time against Alpha. And I'll tell you what, the last 2 series in a row, Felt they've looked fantastic.
Yeah, again, it's back to what Albino Zero was saying. It's not too fair to judge Felt up against their series against literally the top 4 of NA. Feels like Felt, they're right on the cusp of breaching that. They've managed to learn a lot from their last series up against those top 4 teams. So going into the bottom 4 teams, they're looking a lot stronger. They have such great understanding of the drafts. For Alpha, again, it's a little bit lost. To be fair, you know, we had a chat with Braxy last time, and he did tell us it was a last-minute roster built up when everyone else left the roster of Alpha.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not the same team that did rise from Div 2. It's their first time digging their teeth into Div 1. And I think considering that even just having one Series 1 is pretty all right for Alpha, it's still rough going forward. I don't see any of their future series going any easier. I believe Alpha has Nouns left to tie out the tour. So it's looking a little bit hard for them to find that opportunity to stay in Div 1 here. But Felt keeping that hope alive. With this win, they're pretty much safe. Unless something funky happens with either Sand King Gomez or Alpha up against TSM and Nouns, which just feels very unlikely.
I mean, if Nouns actually somehow lost to Alpha in their final game, that would be kind of hilarious, because then you'd actually have a tiebreaker between them and TSM. That'd be, assuming they lose to Shopify, that is. I can't preemptively assume that. Anyway, we're looking at the highlights here. I think this is around the time you started carrying on about shellackings, Jonathan, which again is not our thing. That is, you can't just take that away from Suns fan, Jonathan. How dare you? Yeah, you can't tell me you're borrowing it either, John. That's not how the casting works, all right? So, I mean, Alpha, they tried their best. It was a really rough game, John. There's nothing, no other way to put it. They never took off. Never.
No, it's a rough one. From the draft, I think, was just a bit difficult. I didn't mind the Doom Rubik opening, and the Leshrac certainly raised a little bit of a question mark in my mind. And the CM5, I think, was like back-to-back, right? Like you pick the Doom, Rubik, second phase you pick CM. And that just lets Alpha look for these bursty heroes. They go instantly into the CK. They just run you down. Kits had a free time mid up against the Leshrac. The Leshrac, again, not quite a hero in this match. And they're just in complete control for Felt. It looked like they were even having a little bit of fun with the way they were playing that game. And for Alpha, again, there's a lot to learn coming out of this one. So we do see our scoreboard, and we will have our MVP, Solji, on his techies. I mean, at some point he just overtook the form of a Doom. Like, that tells you enough. I didn't even realize he had Deso at the end.
He did have a Dessa. I didn't realize either, but there you go. Solji, MVP of the game. Obviously, the KDA is not exactly too impressive, but this guy, on his techies, I mean, he just makes it feel like it's impossible to lane against the guy, which, I mean, quite frankly, it was quite impossible last game around for the Ursa CM. So there you go, MVP of the match. I love the item build. Obviously, this is my item build, John, apart from maybe the Desolator here on the techies. Just Ethereal Blade, Aether Lens, and you're good to go. You're feeling amazing. Props to Solji.
Yeah, he does an amazing job. He set up for his team really well. And the side of Felt just play really well. I'm keen to hear from any one of them here, Mike.
Yeah, I believe we've got Mamba from Team Felt coming in. So let's have a chat with him, see exactly what's going on. Mr. Mamba, congratulations on your 2-0 victory here against Alpha. How are you feeling, sir?
Thank you. I feel pretty good. Yeah, these games were terrific by my team, like played perfectly. So yeah.
How has the experience been for you? Because I think we were talking to Albino Zebra last time around, and he was kind of saying, you guys had to go up against the top 4 teams in the first half of 2 or 3. Like, how is it trying to deal with a team that's just consecutively having these losses against these really good teams in NA?
I mean, against Knowns, that was a bit painful to me because we beat them last season. I know like they didn't try hard that much because they like secured the spot, but other teams like DogChamp, it was like first series of the patch, and like patch was 2 days previously before this series, so it was like super random stuff. So yeah. But like games like against Shopify, me personally, I'm like learning so much from this. So yeah, we didn't like tilt much from it.
Yeah, absolutely. This series overall, you guys, I mean, completely dominated this series. Like both games were just a complete stomp by you guys. John and I agreed, like we think while you guys outplayed them, like it just felt like you guys outdrafted them completely throughout both games. Would you agree with that statement? Do you think it was just complete outdrafts in both games by you guys?
For sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, like we were like prepared, and right now we learned the patch much better after these losses. Especially like for me against Shopify, it showed how to respond, like first pick, double pick, like better responses, and like we playing a lot of scrims, and we learning weaknesses of these heroes, that like first stage heroes. So yeah.
Okay. You guys are as well, like after these 2 series now, it feels like you guys are going to be just fine in staying in Division 1. I can't remember who your last matchup is. I think it's going to be a pretty easy win. Bait? No, it's like, I can't say easy win, but it's Fel versus Bait.
It's Dandy, come on, it's Dandy.
It feels like it's... That's true. It is Dendy, of course. You can't count him out. But I mean, you guys look like you're going to be fine to stay in Div 1. Talk to me, like, how do you coach the team to be able to beat the better teams in NA going into next year? Like, obviously, you guys want a shot at the major. How are you going to coach these guys to be better than Shopify, TSM, Nouns? Like, what are you intending to do?
That's a question like for $1 million, I think, like for every coach, how you like take the team and you make it to the Shopify level. But like for me, it's the difference on the lanes pretty much. Like the draft as well, they understand like how to punish heroes much better. But we playing like against like guys like from Shopify and TSM, and like they punish on lanes basically, and they just snowball from there. So if we are gonna like be much better on lanes, it's gonna be even, like not even, but I hope it's gonna be much better. Yeah.
Okay, go on, John.
All right, Mamba, I'm a bit curious. We were talking about this a little bit earlier in the interview, but you guys did play against the arguably the top 4 teams right now in NA. Do you feel like it was better for Felt to face up against those strong opponents first, or would it have been preferable? Would you have learned more if you faced them later on? Like, what do you feel like was better or would have been better for the team here?
I don't know. Like, if I think we could have get this first game on Dog Champ on next day after this series instead. Like when like PGL got scheduled. I don't know if I can say this, but yeah. And instead we got it on first, and it was kind of like very important game. So I voted like for later stages. Like I felt like we would understand patch better by this point, and it's you can see the results. So yeah, for me, like that plays the role. Yeah,
That's fair enough. You know, it's out of our hands sometimes when these games are scheduled, but again, the improvement coming out from Felt has looked very impressive. I am curious how you see yourselves performing coming into the more immediate event after the Bali Major, which should be our TI regional qualifiers. You mentioned a little bit about the lanes. Is there anything else that you feel like has to be stitched in? Is there any team chemistry that you feel like needs building up, or is it just some gameplay inside that's the main focus right now?
right now for me, like it was my mistake as well at the beginning, because like I didn't quite get the patch. Like I needed to watch maybe more replays and think a bit more, but I didn't have much time, honestly. But yeah, basically for me it starts from lane right now because of these bombs, like and you see the heroes, they snowball hard, and you get wisdom runes and other things. But like I see post laning as well, you need to hold them up like in the position to get a snowball correctly, if you understand, like if you know what I mean, like stacking, like get right initiations. So basically I hope they won't change much after that, so we can learn the map much better. So yeah, because like if you think about it from the start, we didn't have this hero pool. If you look at our players, they all needed to change, like besides of mid laner, I think. Like they all needed to adapt, and we need to play games for that. So yeah, I think it would be better later.
All right. I mean, the improvements are already showing, so I'm looking forward down the line, especially in those TI regionals.
Absolutely. Well, Solji, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on your 2-0 victory once again, and best of luck against Bait in your final series.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mamba. Thank you. I think I accidentally said Solji at the end.
Yes,
Jonathan, my apology. I mean, props to Mamba. He didn't actually correct me. And neither did you, Jonathan. Thanks for that, by the way. It's always
You're
appreciated.
welcome.
That's a great way to exit an interview. Don't be me, ladies and gentlemen. At least I fixed it at the end, Jonathan. Anyway, besides the point, props. What the hell does he care what I had to say, John? They won 2-0. He's happy. We move on. Felt looking a lot safer, as we are going to head on to our next matchup, of course. It's going to be Shopify Rebellion up against the side of Nouns. This is for the best team in NA title, Jonathan. A big one here between these two teams. Obviously, we talked to Nouns last week, I believe it was, and they did state that they really, really wanted the win here against Shopify Rebellion. Shopify, I'm pretty sure they're confident they're going to find a victory here, John, but I don't think it's going to be as easy as they may assume.
Yeah, definitely not. I feel like maybe this Alpha versus Fault series was more like a typical Shopify Rebellion series up against lower tier teams. So this one's probably going to be the closest challenge for Shopify Rebellion. I'm keen to see how focused they are. I mean, as we've heard, they tend to be pretty focused, but when they know they're winning in some lower stakes matches, they just kind of chill out. So I'm wondering if the attitude changes. Of course, Mike, it's going to be a short time until then, not too long, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, short is a way to put it, Jonathan. The way I like to put it, we are going to have about 50 minutes or so, maybe even an hour of break time. But nevertheless, it is MLP Dota Return X5. Don't go anywhere. Shopify Rebellion versus Nouns coming right up for the title of Best Team in NA. We'll see you all again very soon for that matchup. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our final series of the night here. It is, of course, going to be between Shopify, Rebellion, and Nouns. Jonathan, we're in for the best team in NA. We're going to find out right here, right now in this series who is number one between Nouns and Shopify, Rebellion. I mean, usually it'd be Shopify versus TSM here, Jonathan, but we've got a new contender for that number one place. And to be fair, usually it would be TSM who is number one place, judging by how the first two tours went. But that is not the case this time around. It is going to be a brand new team in number one. Obviously, the favorited is probably Shopify Rebellion. I think 90% of the people watching do probably believe Shopify should be able to take this one out. But I wouldn't go that far yet. You know, I think we have to just hold on to our predictions till after game one to see exactly what kind of state these two teams are in, as we are going to have a look at the very handsome and very different faces of Shopify Rebellion as they do change their style like they change their underwear. Jonathan, these guys, I tell you, they always look different every time we see them. But nevertheless, what a hype matchup we have coming up.
Yeah, this should be a good one. Shopify Rebellion, of course, they've been playing fast. They've been playing somewhat loose sometimes when they're feeling confident about a win. We hear from their post-game interviews that, you know, the atmosphere is a little bit light on Shopify Rebellion after that win over TSM. For Nouns, we've heard how important the series is to them. Even though, you know, the points probably not enough to boost them up. They have to perform in Bali, really, to have that clear shot at TI by points. But it's about sending a message, right? This is a team that we've seen on the cusp to go to the major every single time, and now finally cementing their position to pretty much just go through. Beating Shopify Rebellion here is going to be a bonus. It's more like the morale victory. I'm getting the SVG virus where he says moral instead of morale. It's a morale victory, not a moral victory. There's no real moral victory over beating Shopify Rebellion. Avery doesn't know that. Avery doesn't know that, you know?
That's why he's not here, Jonathan, right? We're the NA casters now. That's why SVG has to go to SCA and do SCA things. Going back to the matchup, right? I think most people, the very large majority, are favoring Shopify. As we are going to look at some stats and we can see if they truly are favorited here. Jonathan, team comparisons, pretty damn close overall. Like average assists it's a pretty mess stat. It's pretty similar. Average deaths, a little bit higher than Shopify. Average kills, yeah, Shopify obviously in the lead there as well. But overall, I still think it's close enough between the two teams. I'm reserving judgment myself between these two teams until we do get to see how game one goes between the two. Because I think Nouns have progressively looked a lot better. And as you can see, like average GPM, only 100 gold off. Average building damage, you know, close enough. In fact, Nouns actually ahead by quite a bit here, about 6k worth of damage. And average XPM, very similar as well, just 100 off. So you can see the stats that actually matter are quite similar. Average building damage being in favor of Nouns actually kind of works against them in some sense, because Shopify Rebellion, they generally just go straight for tier 4s most of their games. So it makes enough sense that they have less building damage than Nouns. But as you can see, the stats that matter more being GPM and XPM, I would argue, very, very similar.
Yeah, for sure. It's pretty close between both teams in terms of how they perform in their games. Honestly, I'm not sure if that says more about each of these teams or the state of NA more than anything else. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how both of them go up against each other here. Again, very close teams. This is probably our closest match here in this tour of the DPC. TSM versus Shopify Rebellion was maybe a little bit underwhelming coming out from the side of TSM. So I'm keen to see what Nouns can do. And we do have a player comparison here to take a closer look at the differences between our teams. We are comparing Arteezy and Yamsen. And this is also not too far off. Like Yamsen having higher average net worth, higher average hero damage, higher average kills overall. Oh, lower average kills, but close enough. I think it's important to note that we didn't compare, our comparisons don't note average match duration, right? I think that's a very big factor as to what affects these average outcomes on everything, because the longer the game is, you know, you have more opportunities to do hero damage, more opportunities to farm. And from what I can tell off the back of my head, I do believe Shopify Rebellion games have been faster. So that skews the stats down. which isn't always a bad thing. You know, if you're winning faster, that's generally better than getting better stats.
I would agree with that as well. It is. You are correct in terms of that game length stat, by the way, Jonathan. I'm pretty sure Shopify's games have gone a hell of a lot faster than what Nouns have been able to get their games out of. But we did speak to, I can't remember who it was. It may have been Lilith that told us this, but it's not so much about being memey and trying to finish games early, but more so about playing the games out properly. So they did state that Nouns have been playing the games as seriously as possible, no matter who they're up against, right? Which I think is maybe why the game length has been a lot higher for Nouns. But screw all that, John. Let's get into the draft. Let's get this game one underway here between Nouns and Shopify Rebellion, right? No need to defend these teams, Jonathan. They can defend themselves. Game one draft underway. Void Spirit left Medusa so far, left Techies, has been left. Jonathan, a lot of broken heroes being left behind here so far. Shopify Rebellion, one more ban to go. Do they want to get rid of the Deucer? Do they want to get rid of the Void Spirit? Do they want to get rid of this Techies? Are they just going to leave it? Because we have seen a lot of Shopify Medusa. We have seen a lot of Shopify Void Spirit. And we aren't going to see Techies this game. As Nouns' first pick Keeper of the Light. Of all heroes, they go into Coddle as their priority pick.
And that's interesting. That enables maybe the Pango, maybe the Void Spirit.
This is a Deucer Void Spirit opening.
It should be. I see a Doom perhaps coming out for Shopify Rebellion as well as a early priority if they wanted to take that up. So there's a lot of options. I do, side notes while we can. Artur's hair looks really good. I like the styling he's done there. It looks really, really good. Whatever he's done. I don't know if he's even styled it. Maybe he just woke up. That's some good bed hair if that's the case. As the Bloodseeker does come out.
XQC is looking very good there. Good to see he's joined the Dota 2 pro scene. I do like the new look as well. I mean, this guy just can't stop changing. I think we've complimented him a few too many times, and he just wants to look better and better every time we see him. And look at that. Speaking of looking good, Bulba's here. Coach Bulba, he is finally joined. Obviously, deeming it not necessary for him to be there during all the rest of the series, but now up against Nouns for first place in NA, he's shown up. He's not having it today, Jonathan. No messing around.
No, it's all business right now. So they've got the full squad in, and before anything else, Mike, before we talk about the draft, I did find out our average match durations. Average match duration for Shopify Rebellion is around 26 minutes. For Nouns, it was nearly 10 minutes longer at 3D5. So that could explain a little bit about the stats. There is Nouns do pick up the Timbersaw now, which lanes into Bloodseeker pretty well. Shopify Rebellion with Bloodseeker Lich. We've talked about the Lich before. This hero has been on the up and up. It's a rather interesting thing to have Timbersaw into this because you don't care for Frost Armor, the Frost Shield. At the same time, the Lich does do a lot of magic damage. And the Sinister Gaze can cut you off when you're trying to chain away. So I feel like you have maybe enough on Shopify Rebellion to kind of handle that. Timbersaw into Bloodseeker. Again, in lane is good. Rupture down the line is really good against the Timbersaw though. So I'm wondering if Nouns is just picking this up early as more of a gunner hero on mid, perhaps? Like the flexibility is there.
Certainly is. See what they do want. I mean, it was funny too, because I said it was probably going to be Void Spirit Medusa opening for Shopify. They went straight for the Bloodseeker Lich, which I did believe they ran maybe in their last series, if I'm not misremembering here, John. And it was very hard to go against. Like this laning stage of Bloodseeker with any kind of slow is always going to be pretty challenging to try and lane against here. And I mean, I kind of appreciate that from Shopify already. I am trying to look up to see exactly when the last time was that they ran this.
Yeah,
and it was their last series against Felt. Yeah,
they opened with that. They went for Ember, Clinks, and Axe. I'm not sure if they'll go that spicy in this draft for Shopify Rebellion. A lot of option stuff. Yamson still jamming out. Last time he said it was some Ice Spice song. I don't know that artist at all.
She's new, John. She's new.
I don't listen to anything new, Mike.
I appreciate that, Jonathan. I have done my research and investigated this Ice Spice after our interview. It's pretty mid. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna say it's great.
I like that we're both like old music enjoyers, and you're using the word mid to describe it. It's very cool. In with the young.
Well, it doesn't help. it doesn't help that I'm married as well, Jonathan. You know, these music videos these days, I tell you, there's only one thing that shows up in these. There's not much creativity going on anymore. I'll tell you that.
Fair enough, Mike. Maybe you should just listen to good music instead.
You know, there is that too. I'd like to think I do, Jonathan. Not to your level of Mongolian throat singing. You know,
Oh, those are really good. Let me tell you, still up there.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a push to say that it's music. I'll be.
It
frank
is
with you,
music.
but
How
it's-
dare
It's
you?
something.
How dare
It's
you?
noise.
10 seconds.
Oh,
definitely sound.
oh, Mikey. Oh, Mikey.
5
You just have
seconds
no culture.
remaining.
You have no
No,
culture.
I'm-
I bet you think Math Rock is all about X plus Y equals Z. No. Math Rock is also great. God bless.
Is Math
Those are-
Rock an actual thing?
It is an actual thing. It's called Math Rock
Wow.
because of the way they switch time signatures and progression. It's very good.
Dire team ban.
Another
I don't
useless
know if
fact
you'd
that
appreciate
I'll never use. Thank
Yeah,
for that,
see, you
John.
don't appreciate it. You don't appreciate more niche stuff. It's good. It's good. Just give it a chance. I'm sure chat loves Matt Rock, Toe, American football, not the sport, the band. With all their albums, all 4 of their albums, American football, American football, American football, and I believe they have one more, American football.
Okay.
Great
Thank you for
band.
that, John. Final ban out here for Shopify Rebellion.
Interesting that. Well, I guess it makes sense if now it is putting Gunner, Timbersaw, you just leave Ember and Void Spirit. But that kind of makes it clear to Shopify Rebellion that this is probably your mid Timbersaw for now. It's very early on. So I don't know if they'll even consider picking any of that for Abed unless he's just feeling super confident. Because this is, you know, you go through these bans, Quap and Storm, leaving Void Spirit Ember, like the melee matchups are still there. So they're like, all right, that should just be the mid-timb. And Shopify Rebellion, what do you have against the mid-timb? Ranged hero left, Puck, I suppose, if you want some lockdown.
I mean, if you really want to, like, if you're guaranteed mid-timber, right? Like, as bad as the hero is right now, and I'm saying this without actually seeing it, like, there is still heroes like the Viper. If you want to go up against the Timbersaw mid, you know, 1v1, it's not going to be the most fun for the Timber in that kind of matchup. Apart from that, Husker, you know? Why doesn't Arbid go Meepo? When are we going to see Arbid Meepo come out again?
Oh, they just go Timbersaw. They just go Pangolier, which is fair.
Yeah.
Would you pick a Meepo into Timbersaw? That sounds mildly
No, I'm being
awkward.
sarcastic. I'm being a bit stupid,
Oh.
Jonathan.
Oh, that
Come on
just
now.
sounds like the normal you know? I can't tell. I'm sorry, Mike. My bad, OG.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, they go the Pango, which we saw this matchup in our last series with Felt versus Alpha. Mind you, obviously 2 brand new teams, but no, in fact, it was Void Spirit versus
Yeah, it was
Timbersaw.
Void
That's my
Spirit.
bad. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I can't tell when you're joking around, Mike.
I guess the thing is with Pango, at least you do have the swashbuckle to get away from the Timber if he does get a bit aggressive. But yeah, I think overall, if it is a mid Timber, because we know Moo loves playing off-lane Timber, one of his best, if not his best hero. I still think it's Timber favored in the mid lane in that sense.
Yeah, it still feels better if you are, again, running that Gunner mid-timb. But the flexibility is open. You leave yourself the options here as well for the Void Spirit, the Ember up against Pango. Either one is actually pretty okay here. So I'm keen to see what Nouns will actually do with the Timbersaw now. Wouldn't mind it on Moo. As you mentioned, he's a spectacular Timbersaw player. Is he holding a pose or did his camera freeze? I actually can't tell. Because I'm pretty sure Moo's the kind of person who could sit still like this.
He probably could.
Okay,
No,
it was
the
frozen. Okay.
Now they are going to go into a CM and a Primal
Oh.
Beast. Now, Primal's a hero we have not got to see at all this new patch, I feel like. Like, maybe one game throughout NA we saw, but I can't even remember that happening. Interesting pickup here, John. What do you think about the Primal Beast?
I think it's a strange hero. I've seen it pop up a couple of times, and in some games it can still be amazing. But it feels like you don't get a lot of those games where it can shine. And I love that Shopify Rebellion. Just go into the Rubik. You have a lot of good spells to steal. Coddle spells are all nice. Just stealing the Pulverize is already great.
10 seconds remaining.
It's always funny with Rubik as well when you pull them. You have wait. You have Bloodseeker plus a Rubik with Pulverize. I'm pretty sure they
Yeah.
fix all the bugs, but that is still a lot of damage there as well.
Like, the thing is, like, this Rubik pick, we've seen Crit pick Rubik into Primal Beast all throughout Tour 2. And I think even Tour 1, we saw quite a bit of it. And the thing is, like, you still Onslaught as Rubik, it just feels so busted. You still Pulverize, it feels so busted. You know, I think, apart from all the other great spells that he has to steal from the other 3 heroes that are available right now, like that Primal Beast Onslaught on Rubik, it feels amazing. And we've seen Crit do so much work when he gets that Onslaught. So I'm already kind of worried for Nouns, just based off the fact that there is a Crit Rubik against
10
all these
seconds
heroes that
remaining.
have a lot to offer the Rubik.
Yeah, I'm curious
5
what
seconds remaining.
the idea is from Nouns. Like, there is still flex for Primal Beast or Timbersaw mid.
Nouns
What
turn
is
to bat.
preferable? I would say it's maybe a bit more preferable to run the Tim mid. I think that's more consistent in comparison to the Primal Beast mid against Pangolier. So I would like to see that just have Moo on Primal Beast. Primal Beast plus Kotl lane is actually pretty good. Blinding Light back, keep
10
running them
seconds
down.
remaining.
With a trample, it's pretty nice. Again, a lot of pressure onto the
5
Bloodseeker
seconds
there.
remaining.
But either one still works. So I'm curious about the ideas Nouns has and what Yamson hero they'd want to pick up. You do still have a lot of options. I guess the Deuce is there, the Terrorblade's there, the Yamson special and the CK's there, although it doesn't feel like a particularly amazing CK game. But a lot of options left for him. They banned the Legion, so maybe something like a Naga or the PL or the Terrorblade could come out.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm still thinking about this final ban here for Shopify Rebellion. Some pos one to get rid of. They already got rid of the Jug, which we saw the Jug last game. It looked really, really bad as a hero, but I think Nouns obviously would be a team that can make the Jug look a lot better. Won't be available this game though, so they'll get rid of it. Yeah, against the Bloodseeker, probably would have been a pretty nice pickup though. One more ban,
Yeah.
Shopify, still thinking about it. Trying to give Arteezy the best kind of matchup possible, I think, here for the pos ones.
Nouns turn to pick.
Okay, they'll get rid of the Void. Fair enough, it did look like a pretty nice Void game. Nouns, what is the position one for Yamsun? Like, you know, the one hero that always comes to mind with Yamsun is the Monkey King, because we see him play it so
10
often.
seconds remaining.
And I believe recently the Morphling has been coming out quite a lot from the man, though
5 seconds
I dare say there
remaining.
isn't that much value in Morphling this game, and he's going to go Medusa. You know, I just assumed this hero was already banned by this stage, but apparently not.
Yeah, I think it's allowed true. Your matchups on Shopify Rebellion, Bloodseeker, and Tadusa is not particularly amazing. At the same time, out of all the heroes, I guess Bloodseeker is one of them that enjoys Diffusal into Disperser. It's not too bad. You can kind of melt mana, and I like that Shopify Rebellion go into the Darkseer, so you can just take these Medusa illusions for yourself. You've got the Iron Shell, you've got some pretty good combinations to play with that. Darkseer plus Rubik lane, maybe not the most aggressive. I can see Yamson getting a lot more form. They will keep Gunner on the mid-Timb to deal with Abed, so again, a pretty good lane for Nouns to play with. And Moo on that off-lane Primal Beast. Like, Primal Beast plus Kotl is pretty scary if you do decide to run that. Like, that is a lane that can run down. Even a Medusa CM is also a pretty stable lane. So I like what Nouns have done. I think they've managed to draft themselves really strong lanes. I think for Shopify Rebellion, they have a pretty good timing here, but at the same time, you don't want to drag this game that long. Like, Dusa, Timbersaw, and Primal Beast are all pretty decent scaling. The Dusa in particular, of course, we know what it can do as you approach its initial power spikes, and you can play around, say, your early stats plus Butterfly. It's very hard to manage here for Shopify Rebellion. So I'm keen to see what Shopify Rebellion can get out, what kind of buildup we'll see from Saberlight. I've seen some Darkseers opt for Guardian Greaves, as is typical. We've seen some of them rush Vanguard, Crimson Guard. We've seen some of them go Dominator, depending on the game. So there's a lot of options for Saberlight. But yeah, drafting-wise, I would actually lean towards Nouns. I think they have a fantastic draft to play with here.
Going to be very interesting. I kind of lean towards Nouns' draft as well, but I do really like the Darksea last pick against the Deucer. I think it works very, very well as we can head into game number 1 between Nouns and Shopify Rebellion. See how this one's going to pan out. I can't wait. You know, obviously, you and I, we're hoping for a 3-game series here between these two teams, Jonathan. Something close, because it is for the first position in NA. I mean, there's no two ways about it, unless Nouns or Shopify end up winning this and losing their next matchup, which I wouldn't be able to believe. It'd be incredible if they don't come first, as we do see both teams running into each other already. Smoke broken here by Arteezy, and Nouns, realizing they've been caught, they'll get a quick ward down. That'll be about it. They'll back the hell out of there.
So it's also a little bit interesting to note in this draft from Nouns, this is a 0 universal hero lineup. I have not seen that at all. I feel like you always at least get one Void Spirit or Pango, but just nothing. So Nouns.
Did you say from Nouns?
Yeah, from Nouns, no universal.
They've got the Timber, John.
All right. I always forget because it feels like he's one here that doesn't feel amazing with it. It's like you don't necessarily focus on your right clicks anyway. I suppose 1 up against 2, not the worst thing.
No, he's setting up for the bounty rune top. This could be quite dangerous. Shopify Rebellion are casually just waiting, and Moo should eventually realize it. Won't go for it. We'll just back off. It's going to be a 2 for 2 anyway. Not too big of a deal. A very even start. And as per usual, we should start off with the mid lane matchup. It is going to be Gunnar on the mid Timber. He is going to be playing up against Abed on the mid Pengalir. So I think hero matchup wise, we both agree that the Timbersaw should have a pretty good time, especially as the levels do come up. I imagine Gunnar is probably going to go the max Whirling Death route. Probably not too much of a need for the chains early on. But John, this is Abed we're talking about. So, it's not an easy matchup in that sense for Gunnar.
Yeah, but this is also Gunnar we're talking about. He loves these kinds of more niche mid pickups. I think the lane matchup for the Tim just feels better. Even your right click harass onto Abed feels a little bit better. Although first blood to start off with.
Oh, might be a double here. John Arteezy's moving in. Lelis, one more hit. Arteezy wants it so bad. He won't go for it. He doesn't have level 1 thirst yet, so sadly he will not be able to go for the chase. But first blood going to your position 1 Bloodseeker, you couldn't be happier.
It's a fantastic start already for Artur. And Moo, he keeps walking in trying to trample. They've got the Illuminate, but Artur doesn't care. He has another. He's just trading. Once he hits level 2, this is much more sustainable. And again, this lane matchup for Nouns, it's not the worst thing, but it does need quite a fair bit. It does feel like your launching point's really like this level 3 on Lelis, where you can have maybe a 1-1-1 going, having the Blinding Light to push back, to play with that trample a bit better, and having the Chakra to spam out your spells. But first blood to start off with Shopify Rebellion onto Arteezy's, more than enough to get you going here. And for the most part, with first up, it shouldn't be easy to zone him out.
Fly, he can't get in range for the Frost Blast. They will land the Blood Right, but that's going to be about it. I think that's the point. Like, Shopify have to try and abuse the early timings of that level. Level 1, level 2, because as they do get higher levels in the offlane of Nouns, it does feel like they have the advantage in terms of the hero matchups. But we will have to wait and see if they can outplay Shopify's. We should have a look at the bot lane as well. You've got Crit and Saberlight. They're going to be up against Yamsun and Husky. The Medusa, already quite low on mana, but it's kind of the thing. Early on, you tend to get a little bit low, but as you start spamming Mystic Snake, it tends to be less and less of an issue. But this is also Saberlight on Darksea we're talking about. This guy, he does love his lane shenanigans. So God only knows what's going to happen in this lane.
You can easily melt through the shield if you do commit and run up. I think you've got some aggressive plays you can bring out here on Shopify Rebellion. The thing is, the CM can cut you off pretty well. So I think just an even farming lane is pretty alright for Darkseer, although you will have to find some way to apply pressure on this Dusa sooner rather than later. You don't want Yamsun to just sit back and farm, as I'm pretty sure Shopify Rebellion knows how fast the Dusa can farm left alone. So we'll see what the solution is down the line. Perhaps the level 2 Iron Shell this time. And you do have it up for Saberlight, but again, CM just prevents you from fully committing to sticking to the Dusa. Overall, pretty good back and forth start. The lanes for Nouns, again, are looking pretty decent. Gunner's having a better time mid. You're kind of being able to keep farm up really well in Yamson. Not as much pressure onto that Dusa in comparison to our Bloodseeker. So you've got the foundations despite bleeding out that first blood. You're not losing too much more. You've got this launching point in Gunner that will be online fairly fast. And the answers from Shopify Rebellion for some of these items, for some of these level spikes even, it doesn't feel smooth, right? Like your solution for Timbersaw is more like damage over time, maybe a lucky set of bounces from the Chain Frost when you have 6 on your Lich. Not as easy and not as smooth to kind of prevent Nouns from snowballing once they do hit these initial spikes.
I mean, there has been a pretty big slowdown. The bottom lane, Saberlight. Gonna try and creep skip here with the level 2 Iron Shot, but he's in danger now. He's been blocked off. Yamson gonna hit the Mystic Snake, and that's gonna be enough. Oh, a little bit unfortunate there for Saberlight, getting blocked by the creep wave and the tree liners. Mid lane, even Arbed proving to be in a lot of danger. Is gonna shield crash away from Gunner. Luckily for him, Gunner was 2 seconds away from having that Whirling Death available. But you can see the Timber now, going for the dive in past the tier 1 tower, forcing Arbed away on the Pango. And this is based off the hero matchup. Like, Arbed, he can't do anything about this. He just has to kite the Timber around. But Gunner, he's not even focusing on CS now. He just says, screw that. I'm going after this hero.
Yeah, just zone out. Just get as much as you can from this lane. Make it as hellish as possible for Abed. He's not going to get a bottle refill from any TP at all.
Another kill, Husky. And Yamson doing such a great job down in this bot lane as Crit very fire up, trying to run. It is not going to be enough, Yamson. Able to secure the kill.
Middle tower is under
I've got to give props to Husky, John. This man, he's always in the right position down in this bot lane to set up a kill for his teammate. As Gunner, he's going to force out Abed mid lane. Abed forced TP back towards the fountain. Has to walk back.
Again, it's the strength of these lanes from now. It's just way up there. The only lane that's probably suffering is up top for Moo, but it is a primal beast. Probably doesn't need too much to get going anyway. It just really needs the levels up. So you're fine with all of this coming out here for now. It's like, how do you stop Gunner? How do you stop Yamson at this point? Level 5.
Husky's here, John, but Moo's going to go down already. Crit was there with the rotation as well on the Rubik. So both teams have the exact same idea, but Crit does make it there first, and Moo was trying to get to the Lotus Pool, but ends up giving his life away. As it seems like Crit getting some D wards off. Very nice on the high ground there on the cliff, but looks like Husky already preemptively waiting around the Wisdom Rune area to not allow Crit to rotate to get it, but Crit is starting to move in. We know how important these Wisdom Runes are, and Nouns have been especially good at securing 2 Wisdom Runes every single time at the 7-minute mark from the games we've seen from them recently. This time around, I think they're only gonna get away with 1, but they're denying Shopify access to their own Wisdom Rune, which is quite nice.
Yeah, they're making it a little bit trickier. Saberlight will get that done for their own, at the least. So you're not going to get too many shenanigans coming out here. I do have to say, these solo lanes coming out on bot, it's really favorable for Yamson. Level 6 now, he had some camp stacked up. He's just clearing out, getting that farm he wants. You're not getting any rotations onto mid to help Abed out, so Gunner is just free to do Timbersaw things with a maxed out Whirling Death. Not here that you can easily run down now. And I don't know, like, I'm not sure when Shopify Rebellion is going to be comfy taking fights, right? That's the one thing with this draft. It feels like you're asking for a vac wall plus a roll on top and then connecting with Chain Frost, which is easier said than done here.
Top lane, Moo's going to be chased down. Does have the uproar though, so we'll force Arteezy to back off. Arteezy doesn't really mind too much, just wanting the CS. Needs to be able to keep up with the Dusa. When I say keep up, I mean get to a stage as the Bloodseeker where he can try to outpace the Medusa this game. As Crit is being chased down, Yamson would love himself a kill. The Blood Grenade does actually land right on the edge. Yamson, though, he gives up on the chase. I think if Husky landed the Crystal Nova like he did, he probably could have gone and Mystic Snaked him. Never mind, though. Husky just going to secure the kill himself. This CM, he's playing so well this game. It's Husky now trying to find a way out of this situation. Frostbitten is Saberlight, and Yamson's going to cut him off. Sableye cannot continue the chase, though he does have Surge up now, but won't bother.
He loses the illusion, can't really keep that chase up. Again, you're kind of tied into playing side lanes. You're not able to help mid, and your side lanes aren't really working out in your favor right now for Shopify Rebellion. So Gunnar just keeps getting to run away on mid. This is worrying. Abed just doesn't have much to play with right now.
Rupture, Gunnar immediately TPing out, and there's a gaze available. Fly's got him. Gunnar. Actually,
Jeez.
hold on a minute, Abed. He does die first. So not the worst case scenario for Nouns. At least handing over the bonus XP to the Timber before he does end up dropping. But still probably a pretty important kill here for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, you needed some relief. You would have preferred if Abed was around for that kill to gain some of that EXP, but you slow down the Timbersaw just a tad bit. You know, you prevent Gunnar from being completely uncontrollable. Again, like, every time you make these moves, though, like, something else happens for now. It's like, they're not losing out. This is still a free lane for Yamson. He's still free farming on the Dusa whenever you go down mid instead. If you go down bot, it's difficult to kill off a Dusa with your lineup unless you get, like, the illusion up. Even then, it's not doing a lot of damage at this point. You don't have the Fusel up yet for Abed. So your solutions are just going to take time on Shopify Rebellion. They have the slight net worth lead, but now it's starting to get that momentum.
The chase was on for the Pango. Abed, cool, calm, and collected. Gonna walk away from the situation. Does still get a power rune here with the shield rune being picked up. Looks like he'll try to rotate down bottom where there was a wall dropped by Saberline. The wall does get a Medusa illusion out of it, forcing Yamsun to pop Stone Gaze. Just to be able to get away as top lane. Mu, trying for the TP play out, is gonna make it. It's kind of the hard part about the top duo is you'd need to hold on to that gaze. Otherwise, you've just got no way to cancel the TPs through the rupture. And sadly, Fly used it a little bit earlier, could not cancel the TP.
Yeah, you just get to bail out, get a reset here for Mu. He's going to have to walk back to lane, but again, you don't mind too much. Artur is still farming decently enough. Maelstrom fully up on the Bloodseeker. Collapsing bot here, though.
They're going to try for this with a double Iron Show. Yamsun, he does not have Stone Gaze. He popped it earlier to try and get away from the Darkseer, so Yamsun dropping low. Still has some mana to speak of. Fly, he's going to go for the Sinister Gaze, and with the Frost Blast, he secures the kill. But here comes Husky with the Crystal Nova and the Freezing Field, trying to lock down Saberlight. Saberlight still looking to try and fight against three heroes. Solar Bind is going to hold him down. Fly right behind him in case he needs it. And in fact, they might find Husky. Husky in the tree line trying to hide will go turn around for the team fight, but can't do it. The CM will drop. And Shopify now grouping up as 5 down at the bottom lane. Looks like they want to try securing the bottom tier 1 tower, and they will do so. Meanwhile, top lane Mu was trying to rotate through the twin gates, but realized it probably wasn't safe as they did not have the vision to actually see exactly who was at the twin gates on the bottom side of the map. And now Mu might still be in danger because Arteezy's got the rupture. Does pop it. Mu, he'll onslaught TP away. Crit trying to get in range for the lift up, does get it. Another nice kill here onto the off lane of Nouns. As Mu is going to drop, and Arteezy will pick up his third kill of the game as the Bloodseeker.
And then for Shopify Rebellion, they're hitting that point where they are getting a lot more presence out. Abed under a bit of pressure down mid, not quite enough to kill him off. Does cancel his TP. Full Diffusal up now for the Pango. So this is the point where managing the Dusa does simplify itself. Speaking of, you know, in a way as well, the Lich with the Sinister Gaze, if you don't need it to cancel any channels. Oh.
Bad timing, Abed. He's caught. Fly, gonna go for the Sinister Gaze. Frostbitten is there for Abed. Fly, trying to run. No way out here as the Lich, but Sablelight's going to show up now, trying to maybe find a bit of a trade.
Ooh.
And they will take him. Crit with the Bloodright. Excuse me, the Whirling Death damage is what did it. And, well, that's one way to deal with the Timber. Just take Whirling Death.
Yeah. Rubik uses it fairly well. Don't want to have to get hit by that around a lot of trees as well for the Tim. A lot of back and forth. Some sacrifices being made. There's a little bit... It's definitely better for Nouns for sure. But you're not too unhappy with Shopify Rebellion kind of picking that up as well. So a rather even game You and I were wondering how close this game could really be. Game 1 is already shaping up to be a lot of back and forth. Like this is the kind of game you want from your number 1 and number 2. Nouns, they're looking good. But Shopify aren't out of it. Not at all. Still maintaining a slight lead. They've got some Medusa answers lined up. Yamson, though, already has the Manta with the power treads and is going for that butterfly. So he'll hit that early point where Medusa is going to be pretty hard to burst down. You're going to have to rely on some good spellcasting instead to try to find that solution. And for Nouns, this is the point where you'd want them to start grouping up, take some tier 1s. They are rushing towards top, at least Gunner is. They've smoked up their 2 supports as well. They could try to force something out here.
And they're going to try. Nouns heading up top. They'll hang around Moo. Try and get Moo to bait. Shopify Rebellion, they have smoked up as 3. So they'll head in through the mid lane, up the river, try to sneak up behind Nouns where they won't be expecting the rotation to come from. Problem is now it's a 5 hero matchup here from Nouns. They've got the Medusa to join them. But that might actually work in Shopify's favor because they'd love to take down Yamson again if they can. Husky, looks like he'll be the first one to break the smoke. So we'll catch the CM. Not the biggest kill. Husky probably happy to tank the gank in that situation. And Shopify, that's all they get away with. So really probably not worth their time. Unless they catch Yamson who's farming triangle. Abed, not going to be able to reach him. Just goes for the Watcher instead. Does have the Diffusal Blade up, so you can go for the Inhibit. But ultimately, I think Yamson will just pop Stone Gaze and still walk away, so they'll just leave him be.
Just allowed to, again, keep farming, keep building up on that Dusa. The triangle is invaded for a little bit. No real stacks to steal away, as that was already cleared out by Yamson earlier. But again, Shopify is doing a great job of trying to choke out what Nouns is doing. Like, just the fact that they have to retreat from top without doing damage to the tier 1 is more than enough. That's a lot of time expended dragging in your Dusa away from the jungle, losing out on some of that gold, and just using time against them. And Shopify Rebellion are the ones still maintaining this aggressive posturing mid, forcing 3 heroes to just respond to the pokes that Abed has. They're not even fully committing from Shopify Rebellion. So this is space for Artur. Farm into his BKB, only the recipe away. You are getting free space for Mudo, and he is also working onto the BKB. So the debuff immunity is going to be big on both sides. Once you've got this BKB on Mu, nothing stops him from just running around here, which is a concern. Like that,
You speak of Mu, the devil, he does appear. Mu getting jump, Chain Frost immediately out there. He's going to try an onslaught, but a nice gaze from Fly to cancel that off. But Mu, he's proving to be just so tanky. Sableye is still trying to take him out as in comes crit. But Mu, he just, with the Vanguard, he just tanks through it. Even with all that committed, he still walks away.
Just a little bit too tanky. That's them throwing every spell they had. Crit, going for the spell steal early before the Pulverize comes out, also doesn't have that option to try to lock in. At the same time, you're not losing anything in Shopify Rebellion. Again, you're kind of doing just space for Artur to farm. They should have the room to clear out that top now. So you will have the objective coming through for Nouns, but Shopify Rebellion have some room to shove in mid as well, with no early response coming out from Nouns at this point. So should be able to at least maybe gun for a tier 1 trade, mid for top, which isn't too bad for Shopify Rebellion considering they've already found bot. So you're more than happy with this, although it's not the fastest. Even with the DD up on Abed, there's enough time to drag Yamson in and force them back a little bit.
And speaking of Yamson, mid lane is where he's hanging about as Abed. The double damage rune, just clearing out the creep wave. Not interested whatsoever in trying to deal with the Medusa at the moment. Once the creep wave gone, make sure they cannot push into the tier 1 mid tower. And that seems to be what the team matchup is all about right now. Like, both teams very focused on just pushing out all the waves in every single lane. The Nouns might have an inherent advantage considering they do have a Keeper of the Light. So you can kind of rely on Lelis to take care of a lot of that work in the side lanes. Win probability, though, you just saw it, sitting at 29% for Nouns, so Shopify Rebellion, you know, even though it's quite a close game, Shopify is still the outright winners according to Dota Plus is Shopify. Oh, they're going to find Yamsun. This is the big one. Yamsun hanging around in the triangle, already losing most of his mana, though he does pop the Stone Gaze and tries to walk away, but the Rupture is still going. Yamsun, he'll try to just tank through this. Onto the high ground he goes. Arteezy, he'll bring it right back down, but he's in trouble now. Arteezy getting pulverized, but he does kill off Yamsun. Saberlight the one to take the kill, and now he can back his way out successfully as Saberlight will just keep going. A secondary kill here for the Darkseer. Moo able to walk out of there. Gunner is still trying to fight, but he's out of mana. And Crit's got the Chakram. So Crit will deal with the Timbersaw. 3 down for Nouns. As Shopify, they want more. They found Moo. Arteezy and Crit. The dynamic duo take care of it. The mid-tier one is now officially gone, and Shopify wipe out 4 of them.
And we're seeing the effect of Crit just having all of this early activity coming out, like this fast blink, allowing him to find these angles in the middle of these fights. Just really awkward for Nouns. They didn't really have vision in their own triangle. The invasion's a massive success. They cut off the Dusa when it's all alone. Yamsun, his backup comes in just a little bit too late. And even though, again, you're farming up pretty well, you've been overtaken now by the side of Shopify Rebellion in terms of the core-to-core matchups on farm. You're hitting all of these item spikes that make it awkward for the Dusa to even have that impact. Heck, Saberlight's not even gunning for the full Crimson Guard anymore. He's just going for the Ags. He wants that Dusa illusion, but down the line, eventually, when you go back for that Crimson Guard, that is something that just stops a Dusa in its tracks. Like, the barrier makes it so awkward for you to look for the output, look for that burst in these fights, and none of your heroes on Nouns outside of perhaps the Timbersaw are really all too bursty here.
Yeah. Husky getting caught here by Crit, the Chakram, being very annoying. Crit, though, not going to die for the... Oh, no, he will. Never mind what I said. Easiest kill. Meanwhile, smoke across the map here from Shopify Rebellion. So they may find Lelis. Oh, Yamsun's so close by as well, but smoke is broken. Lelis, he'll be the one to tank the gank here for the team. That'll allow Yamsun to get out. Apparently, Arbe just farms the Aghanim Scepter in the meantime on the Pango. And going back to the Saberlight Ags on the Darkseer, it's so good against Medusa. Like, it's so good. So I really like the itemization, and I think I agree with your point as well regarding the Crimson. Like, you can afford to get this item a little bit later, and it's still going to do so much against the Dusa.
Yeah, like, Dusa just hates it. Like, split shot is something you want to play with Crimson Guard on everyone. Just, it feels awful at Dusa. This is one of the games where, you know, it feels like the Dusa might just not do any damage in the middle of these fights. You're going to have to rely on Gunner. You're going to have to rely on Moo to try to get things going. When these engagements break out, and hope that they last long enough that the Dusa can just pull in and try to use the Stone Gaze, get them a little bit softer, whittle them down more. But Shopify Rebellion, even this Lich, right? Like, with Frost Shield up, all this armor that can come onto any hero, it doesn't feel good. Dusa is just, she's a little bit strange in that sense, that her power spikes rely on her bursting down some squishy heroes, but no one on Shopify Rebellion feels squishy at all. The threat just isn't there from this hero. We'll have to see how Yamsun kind of deals with that. Opting instead to finish up the Hurricane Pike, going for the Scotty, so skipping the Butterfly Rush. And for Shopify Rebellion, I mean, Roche is open for 2 minutes until it switches sides. They'll just gun for it. Nothing to stop them. Full Mjolnir on Arteezy. He's going for the Ags as well, Mikey. Blood Mist with a barrier. What did I say? The barrier's pretty damn good.
I mean, I guess this item's kind of good against Dusa, right? Right?
Yes.
Is it good? I can't tell.
I'd argue it's maybe a little bit better against Timbersaw, because you can just heal true. The self-damage, you heal true with your shard when you right-click something like the Timbersaw with his high HP. Even something like the Primal Beast as well. Dusa not so much, because you literally lose more because of her HP.
Yeah.
Like, you're not lifestealing much with your shard there.
Sorry about that, John. I don't look into trash items very often, so you'll have to excuse me for not knowing
It's
about
okay.
this Bloodseeker
It's
axe.
okay. You're a trash player. You don't need to look at trash items to see trash, Mike.
Hey. No need for that. We've got personal rule done quick. My goodness.
Would you be less offended if I said trash caster in comparison to trash player?
What am I casting with fear right now? Goodness, what happened to you, John?
I spend some time in sea. I get really toxic, Mike. That's all it is. You know how our region is. You know, it's a lot of trash talk, but not much trash talking here. Just clean gameplay coming out from Shopify Rebellion, maintaining that 8K lead. I mean, you see Yamson bounce back to the top, but the Dusa has no real net worth advantage. Just parity with a Bloodseeker. Your next spike is Gunner's Ags, which, I mean, it's nice. I don't know if you care for it on Shopify Rebellion. You've still got magic damage to nail onto the Timbersaw anywhere. So it doesn't feel like it's going to be the best Ags game on Gunner. I guess, to be fair, Artur won't be able to just dig in, but that's where the Blood Mist comes into play. Magic damage doesn't care for that barrier.
I love it. I mean, I know you're happy with this Aghanims pickup. You always get so excited. I'm sure you're going to have some stupid interview question regarding this Ags ready. It's Shopify Rebellion. Group up mid lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You know, if anyone from Valve's watching, there's nothing that would make me happier than this Ags on Bloodseeker being removed. So John would stop talking about it.
No! Don't do it! Please!
Yamson?
You know, I've been... Okay, this is a bit of a segue while nothing's happening on the map right now. I've been enjoying the Abaddon talent with Immolation on your ult. So you get Cloak of Flames, you get Radiance, then you get that talent. It's like, oh, look at me burn, baby. It's fun. it's kind of stupid, but it's fun.
John. This is why we're never taken seriously. Smooth.
I mean, I do it in Turbo, you know. Turbo is not real, so there it is.
Thank you, John. We always appreciate your input. So now it's still 7K behind. They need some input right now, Jonathan. They're a little bit behind. 7K to be exact. Dota Plus sitting at 19% in Nouns' favor, so not the best at the moment in terms of percentages. Most of the map is taken by Shopify Rebellion. Like, they have pretty much dominated 3/4 of the map here.
What's Husky doing up top here, Mike?
He's farming, John. He's
Husky.
been farming I know, he's been farming. That's what he's doing.
Okay. Fair enough. He's farmed into Glimmer Cape. That is an item that actually helps him massively with all this magic damage, so fair enough.
You may not like it, but this is what Prime Pos 5 gameplay looks like.
Specifically Prime CM gameplay. This is peak CM gameplay. There's the axe.
That's not peak.
Let's go.
Out. Gunner's also got an Ags, by the way, though. So he's got that reactive armor Ags upgrade now. Not going to be as easy as to deal with the man anymore.
Yeah, but you've got magical damage. You know, just pop the Blood Mist on. And that doesn't care for the barrier, I'm telling you. And then your overheal is much better consistently up there, your barrier on the Bloodseeker in comparison to the Timbersaw, which is on a cooldown.
Well, Sablelight's courier goes down. That was his Ags that ends up going down now for another 2.5 minutes. So sadly, he does lose that for at least 2.5. That'll give Nouns a bit of an opening to try and abuse. So it seems like they have grouped up somewhat. But even without the Dark Sea Ags, I don't think you're in any way fit to fight Shopify Rebellion at the moment. Not as 5 at least. Maybe if you catch them solo, it'd be a bit of a different story. But in a 5v5 matchup, I just can't see it happening for Nouns. Not quite yet.
Yeah, it's still a little bit tough. You need Yamson to have something to play with outside of all these defensive items he has. Like, he's had to go full defense. BKB, Manta with Hurricane Pike. Going for the Silver Edge as a damage source, that could be one way to get things done. Like, a break on Bloodseeker is actually pretty big. Also, it's kind of funny. When Aegis expires on Bloodseeker, he just gets a full barrier. So it's not painful for a Bloodseeker to just be passive with it. He'll maintain a good amount of barrier as long as he gets some CS going.
4-man smoke up here from Nouns. They're going to head down. They see the Bloodseeker. There's no Aegis available. It just expired. So Arteezy, he's in a bit of a danger zone here. He's going to go for a bit of a run. Gunner keeping up. They don't seem to have detection. So Arteezy got away with the Glimmer Cape Invis. And now the turnaround is out onto Moo. Pulverize is out onto the Bloodseeker. Chain Frost being committed as well. Arteezy, though, he is literally just healing through it. Can he keep going? It doesn't seem like it. He is down. Moo actually walking out for now, but the chase is still on from Abed, who does take him out. Yamsun, in the meantime, dropping very low in mana, but is going to be fine to survive through it. 2 down for Shopify Rebellion so far, and it seems like that's going to be about it for now. And Jonathan, I can't believe what I'm seeing. The Aghanim Scepter, it didn't do anything.
You know, he didn't manage to turn it on. He just got chain stunned, melted down, feeling a bit confident. Gunner tips out Artur as well as he pings out the damage done to him. It's like, yeah, that's Timbersaw for you. It just rips right through you. And good punishment from Nouns. You know, we're memeing a little bit, but that was some really good punishment on the overconfidence of Shopify Rebellion. And again, we've seen Shopify Rebellion do this sometimes where, okay, wait, Artur did 1,249 to himself? Did he? He didn't turn on Blood Mist.
I'm pretty sure I saw it, John. I saw it.
Fair enough. Fair play. Fair play.
There you go.
See, now you just build Bloodstone.
To himself.
Yeah, but build Bloodstone so you lifesteal off the Blood Mist.
He did more damage to himself than the enemy by pressing Blood Mist. This is why I hate this hero so much. Like, this axe is so
good.
stupid.
It's so good. Wow. Just hurt yourself in confusion, but it can be good. You don't even need to turn it on, Artur. Literally, just use it for the barrier. You don't need to turn it on. I wonder if it's...
5-man
nullifier.
Smoke. Don't think too hard, Jonathan. 5-man smoke is out from Nouns. Oh, it's going to be a big play. Moo, he'd love to jump in. They didn't have the initial vision. Saberlight, he'll go for a back wall. He found 2 of them with that back wall, but he's still been kind of caught. There's also a rupture on Moo right now, so he cannot move. He has to stand his ground and hope for the best as he's going to try for a TP out. Moo, he's going to make it. What happened to the gaze? CM is going to go down. Those gaze chains went a mile away, John, so Fly apparently landed it. Meanwhile, Arbet going to keep going with the Rolling Thunder after Gunner. Will hold down the Timber, but it's a pretty messy team fight. I mean, they've only lost Husky so far on the side of Nouns. Shopify Rebellion still fighting as 5. And it seems like Husky will be the only hero to go down in this team fight.
Yeah, so the Sinister Gaze does not pierce debuff immunity, but you know, you can still cast spells, so...
But I could have sworn I saw it, is my point.
Yeah, it went off. It's just the BKB was still running on Moo, so it did literally nothing.
Right. So it shows the animation, right.
It shows the animation. That's the one thing that would debuff immunity changes in BKB.
Oh, that's annoying.
It is funky. It is funky. It's a bit baity, but it is what it is. They're grouping up. Roshan's still a minute away, so no instant take here for Nouns. And now Shopify Rebellion, we've got to see them execute. Like, we see a big vac wall from Saberlight, no real follow-up. The engagements are a little bit awkward from the side of Shopify Rebellion. It needs to be cleaner. Like, you've got to be able to follow through on this opening from Saberlight. You've got to be able to get the pachinko machine off from Fly, get the bounces out. Could be an awkward win here.
Getting jumped, Saberlight did use the normal punch for that as Gunner. I mean, he's still very, very tanky. He's a Timbersaw after all with a Dagon up, so, you know, not the easiest target. I just spotted the Dagon, in fact. Obviously, against the Darkseer, just getting rid of those illusions is going to be very, very good. Saberlight. Gonna back his way out. Not going to try and dive in, but Nouns, they are still positioning for a fight. Almost hoping Saberlight does run in blindly. He will not do so, but Nouns are still slowly walking their way over. Never mind though, Moo does end up TPing up towards the top side of the map with the Twin Gate. So it doesn't seem like they're going to be quite interested in the team fight now. Said it's back to split pushing the lanes. Shopify Rebellion still. Go on.
I'm curious about one thing about the Dagon. So if you use it to kill off non-ancient creeps instantly, do you heal for 75% of the HP of that non-ancient creep? That's a lot of healing. It's a good pocket heal in that sense.
Well, Roshan's going to get started here, John. I don't know the answer to that question. Sure, we can look it up after this. Nullifier now up on Arteezy, so pretty big spike here for the Bloodseeker. We'll leave the Orb of Corrosion in the jungle somewhere as Nouns. Rupture is out. They caught Gunner this time. With the Nullifier, they should have a much easier time trying to deal with this man as he tries to chain away but cannot do so. He just has to stand his ground, and Gunner is melting to Arteezy's damage. He will go down, but the immediate buyback is there. He'll try to make his way back into the team fight as Arvid is going to go down, but he has no buyback. No Pango left for the fight. So now Shopify looking to try and retreat. Saberlight trying to run. Meanwhile, Pulverize out onto Gunner as crit. He had held on to it. A very quick reaction as well as Saberlight finally goes down on the Darkseer. Crit will be able to get away. But considering it only cost them one buyback, you have to call that a pretty big win for Nouns, as now Roshan is open for them.
I like that read from Nouns, understanding that they can take the follow-up fight without the threat of the wall coming through anymore. It just wasn't the fight Shopify Rebellion would find. I'm a little bit curious to why we haven't seen the Chain Frost flying out from Fly. It feels like it's just not coming out in these fights. You need that magical damage to stack on top here to follow through with that control. They cover that buyback with the Aegis on Gunner. And you've got a lot of play on the side of Nouns. Even if they're 8k behind, the game is starting to feel easier for them to execute with the damage output they are getting, the scaling they're reaching with Yamson, the Silver Edge causing a lot of issues in the middle of these engagements now as well. You've got the answers on Nouns. The Dusa, it's at this point in the game where it's a lot harder to manage. You can't just instantly melt its mana. With your Diffusal on Pango, you can't really just sit there and Sinister Gaze the Dusa. The illusions you're getting from Saberlight are still impactful, but it's finding the backline that's a little bit more difficult here for Shopify Rebellion.
Yamsan, this is not the place you want to farm in right now, I don't think, but Shopify, they're actually going to run away here as the Nouns were slowly making their way up. Yamsan was alone for a moment, but not for too long. Nouns remaining as a team. They understand the importance of having those numbers available in these team fights. It's the Tormentor, of course, going to be focused down here by Nouns. Not willing to allow Shopify to take that away from them. Mid lane Gunner was trying to be jumped here by Shopify, but he chains away in time. Shopify, they are still playing as if they own most of the map, and they kind of do right now, based on the fact that they feel so much more confident on this map. Whereas Nouns, you look at them, they're kind of grouped up in mid-tier 2. They might pop a smoke here, I think. Otherwise, what are you even doing standing as a 5? It seems like they are literally just going to stick as a team. So they'll give up a lot of the map here, but they just want to make sure that they're behind Yamsun. I suppose the one thing you can't afford right now is for your Medusa to die.
Yeah, you don't have the Aegis on to do so, obviously giving it to Gunner for that buyback. So you don't want to risk too much. Inside of Shopify Rebellion are happy enough to just camp down bot. The lines are drawn from Artur. Pretty good read as to where they were on Nouns end. They were in mid, rotating to top. Still not going to be able to fully do anything about that. Instant TP cancel coming out there from Saberlight as well, as he was under vision. Not going to be able to get a surprise factor in that defense up top. And again, you've equalized the game quite a fair bit on Nouns. The win probability rises up to 40% for them now. They've taken a lot of these fights that Shopify Rebellion have been starting. And for Shopify Rebellion, again, just certain things not quite lining up. Not being able to utilize your magic damage fully. Your initiation angles have been mildly awkward for Shopify Rebellion as well. So it's all going to be down to execution, because that you really need to execute to kind of go up against this Deuce at this point. Just really durable, lots of output starting to come through. And again, your response here isn't straightforward. And now with a Scotty up as well for Yamson, he's not that scared of Artur. The Bloodseeker just doesn't feel good running into all of that slow, all of that control through the BKB. It's a lot harder to play that game.
What a position Nouns have found themselves in, John. High ground here for Nouns. Trusting their draft. And it's gotten to the point where this Medusa's a real problem as they're going to try and jump on Gunner, but a nice chains away. Arbit's still going to find the Medusa. Saberlight does go for the Vac War. He has got the Medusa in that, but Yamsun is walking away. Problem is he's losing a lot of mana, but he will Stone Gaze TP with the BKB. Still, Shopify, they want to chase. They want something for all this trouble. Gunner is going to be the big target. Normal punch is there. He is silenced up as well. Gunner's still trying to run, but there's just too much. He will lose the Aegis. That'll be the first life around. They want the second though. Gunner unable to chain away as the normal punch was there again. And this time Arbit, he will take the life of the Timber. He's looking for maybe a little bit more, but they barely miss out on Moo. So they've got the Timber Sword down for 100 seconds without buyback. That was his dieback being made here by Gunner. In Shopify, they do protect the T3 top tower as well as the racks. Nouns maybe getting a little bit too excited.
Yeah, just... No, I don't think they disrespected the defense from Shopify Rebellion, but they get caught off guard. They had to ditch their Timbersaw. They had to protect Yamsun, have him bail out a little bit early there. So you lack some of that forward presence, forward damage that the Medusa has been giving you. And now for Shopify Rebellion, with those kills, they need to find some tier 2s. Mid wave is incoming. Top wave is pretty far off, although you at least have one wave meeting another here. You can try to get some chip damage in. That's a lot of time without Gunner. Again, the Timbersaw is a lot of your disruptiveness in these fights, a lot of your damage as well.
Jump in, pulverizes out Arteezy. Oh, he's gone.
What?
He was farming on his own in the mid lane. The team was not behind him. They were trying to focus the tier 2 top tower, and now without Arteezy. Now's what the fight, but Shopify, they're going to try and turn back in on Yamsun, who does BKB and pop the Stone Gaze. Did run out of mana, so needed to disengage out of this situation. It's a bit of a shame they can't capitalize a little bit more off the death of Arteezy, but nevertheless, like, killing off Arteezy himself still going to be a huge deal here for for Nouns.
It's a massive deal. That stalls out any other play Shopify Rebellion might look to do in this downtime. Gunner is back up. So not too many worries left for Nouns, having him back into play. BKB not too far off for Gunner as well. So the same plays he did to burst down this Timbersaw with a fresh BKB, not going to be possible. It's a long duration BKB that's going to be coming through. And for Shopify Rebellion, you need a lot more items to come out. Like this lead on Yamsun, 4k above, is one major item above Arteezy right now. Arteezy still needs his Scotty to try to mitigate, try to get some slows, slow down the healing as well from Nouns. And for Shopify Rebellion, we just need to see like the Vac Wall linking into the Chain Frost. If you can, again, connect these spells, that's going to be a big key to your success on Shopify Rebellion's part. Fly is trying to go for the Octarine. I mean, he has the gold for it already, so could just again start the spam play on the Chain Frost. He has the spell prism as well. Heck, even just the lower cooldown Sinister Gaze is massive. There is a little bit of a lack of stuns on Shopify Rebellion, so the Gaze is going to be one way. And again, it's a little bit weird, but Stone Gaze can kind of help you burn through Medusa mana percent space drain. It's a bit weird, but you could do it.
There's two gazes in the game. It's very hard for us to tell the difference. Sinister Gaze,
the Sinister Gaze, yeah. Isn't this the Stone Gaze is pretty sinister as well, though, isn't it?
I suppose it is. Very petrifying, isn't it, Jonathan?
Yeah,
now it's gonna
go. That's the word.
I don't think petrifying is actually a word, by the way. I think I just made that up.
Petrifying is a word.
Petrify is a word, but I don't know if petrifying is the word.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay. Well, now let's do Smoke Up as 4. Another Dagon being built up, this time from Lelis. Of course, these Dagons very effective again against the Darkseer illusions, which is why they're doing it. Another Smoke Up. Then are going to sit on the high ground cliff, acting as the ward here for Nouns. Shopify Rebellion know exactly where they are based off that Illuminate. Nouns do retreat a little bit. Mind you, there's no vision here Well, in fact, there is now. They do have a nice ward by the twin gates. They're going to try and play around that, but they do catch out at least Yamsun with a nice illusion. They're trying to burst it down. Yamsun already very low on mana. Now he's completely out of mana. He's still just going to go for the man fight. Still stick around as Arteezy, speaking of man fight, just jumps right in onto Gunnar. The Timber able to barely chain away his Arteezy. Oh, he goes too far. Meanwhile, Gunnar is somehow still alive throughout this whole engagement. He survived on like 200 HP. They just didn't have enough. And Roshan, thankfully for Shopify, is still 45 seconds away. But Nouns, they are proving not to be messed with here in this game one. And even with all the illusions, unless they completely jump Yamsun, it's just proving not to be enough.
It's certainly not enough. I'm looking at the death summary of Arteezy again. He did 1.5k damage to himself. And,
he's doing good damage to the Timber, but
he is. Yeah. It's just he's not sustaining true. I think that's the issue. Like your Blood Rage Shard damaging you as well is pretty painful on top of the Blood Mist. So it's actually really hard to sustain in the middle of those fights. And it was only really Arteezy that was up front there trying to deal with Gunnar. Everyone else was kind of scattered around trying to find multiple targets, but not quite lining up. Nouns now, and Roshan is back up. They are in position to maybe just switch down bot if they want, although nighttime is coming in. So they're setting up for the top Roche take. Shopify Rebellion can't afford to play against that. Like, it's getting harder and harder for them to look for multiple lives on the Timbersaw and the Dusa. They're smoking up. The wall is back up here, along with the Chain Frost. And the Roche Pit is a very tight area they could maximize these spells in.
Yeah, the vac wall's going to be very effective, though. Husky is in position to break the smoke and will jump in after seeing the CM. He wants at least one support gone, and Husky, well, he's tanking through it with the Glimmer Cape. He's actually buying a little bit too much time, I think, but he is dead. Still Nouns. Now do Rupture up Moose, or rather Moo, on the Primal Beasts. He will turn around for a Pulverize back in onto Saberlight. The Darkseid will be able to get force staffed away, so he's just fine as Moo does drop in Nouns. It seems like they can't take the team fight. They need to back out of here, but they're still going to try. Gunnar moving in onto the Rubik. Does at least find one. Meanwhile, Yamsun still pretty healthy. He'll turn around now. Shopify, have they gone too far? I think they may have. They'll lose the Lich as well. Fly is down. Still Saberlight jumping back in onto Yamsun. Finding more illusions, but they're still proving not to be enough. Yamsun, finally out of mana, will walk out of there. As now Shopify, they do have dibs on Roshan. I think Nouns, it'll take them too long to reset. Shopify, are they going to try for it? Roshan, it's not looking the healthiest at the moment. They will get started. But Nouns, they are still hanging around that tier 1 top tower, or rather just the tier 1 top tower spot. But they are going to back off. Roshan is going to go the way of Shopify Rebellion.
That's a big win for them. They, again, aren't able to pierce through the big tanky heroes in the Deuce and Timbersaw. But you take care of Moo, one really big disruptive part of that fight. You managed to melt the mana on Gunnar. You make that fight really uncomfortable for them to try to force a longer engagement out of. Shopify Rebellion take away that Aegis from the side of Nouns. They give themselves some play action here. Refresh up as well for Saberlight. So double wall, double vac. That could be the difference maker coming out here now as well for the side of Shopify Rebellion. So you have tools on hand. You've got a way to play. Now they're not out of it, and they've been playing at the deficit for so long, but it doesn't even feel like the net worth is a big factor. It's just simpler to take the fights for now. It's just so much easier to execute. You see them jump in, get that Stone Gaze off. You know, you have nothing to be worried about. Gunnar can stand up front. The physical damage, it doesn't hurt him. The magical damage, it takes too long to try to melt him down. That Artur just ends up hurting himself in confusion.
Oh no. In a corner. They barely miss out for now. Abed, Rolling Thunder, right on time. In fact, it cancelled off the onslaught, so now that's on cooldown. No, he's going to be KB, but he has no TP available. He just has to try and buy time for the onslaught. In fact, he's trying to fight back now with the rock throw. It's not going to be enough, though. He is down. Shopify finding a very valuable pick. And maybe now they can try to pressure high ground and force a buyback out of this Primal Beast.
That's the open they can gun for. They've still got this double vac wall ready to go on Saberlight. And they've got the Chain Frost back off cooldown here for Fly. They've got the tools to force this defensive fight away from the side of Nouns. Just see how they execute on top of this. Nouns, they're still pretty scary.
Structures are fortified.
Double wall is painful though for Yamsun. Like these Medusa illusions have been hurting the mana pool of Yamsun a lot here throughout this game, and 2 walls plus the normal punch, his mana pool is gonna melt. The tier 3 tower getting very low now. Arteezy's also very low, but he still has the Aegis, so looks like he's willing to sacrifice it if necessary, but just heals up on the creep wave instead. There goes your tier 3. That seems like it's probably going to be enough because Mu is respawning in 10 seconds. They are going to retreat, maybe go back for the Wisdom Runes and just reset for the next fight. No need to force it.
No need to overextend here. Age is still up for 2.5 minutes. You can look for an opportunity elsewhere. Side of Nouns, they've got their Tormentor to take. If they do want to, you can just boost their gold a little bit. And for the side of Shopify Rebellion, again, they've got control down bot. They'll play in this lane. They'll keep the lane constantly shoved in, threaten the creep wave to shove onto the racks. You're more than happy with just kind of taking it this way. It's rather strange as we approach, say, the 50 to 60 minute mark into the late game, because theoretically the Dusa should be the ultimate late game hero, but there are still ways to manage it. And the fact that it's only your Dusa that's ahead in net worth right now is pretty concerning. Gunner's not able to pull ahead. There's only so much scaling a Timbersaw and a Primal Beast can do as well. So it doesn't simplify too much for now as the games goes on. At the same time, Shopify Rebellion also don't gain as much now in terms of scaling, as they're almost fully slotted up on most of their heroes here. So again, this game, it just boils down to execution, boils down to who plays as a better team here. And it's always good to see that, because I feel like that's something we've missed out on from quite a lot of our series. This is living up to the hype, Mike.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is a very close matchup here between these two teams. No, it just keeps getting better and better, even though with 18k net worth lead for Shopify Rebellion, it's not translating to the win percentage you'd think of with that kind of lead. 24% still standing for Nouns. Still, I mean, obviously Shopify in a pretty big lead here in this game 1 matchup. 51 minutes in now. I love the fact that you've got the shards as well on Saberlight. Like this trail that the Surge leaves behind, it's a 50% slow. Like, it's pretty ridiculous. Like, if you jump in with Surge, you hit the Medusa, and she gets trapped in that slow, it can be pretty hard for Yamsun to get out of it. Like, even with, yeah, you've got the Force Staff, but assuming it's already been used up, things can get pretty rough.
It can be really hard, considering that you have the Nullifier as well on Arteezy, so got some ways to just and try to keep that Dusa locked into that slow. Still, they slow down the game a little bit. Shopify Rebellion. Aegis is gone. Just expires a few seconds ago. Next Roche still in 3 minutes. So that's 3 minutes of recovery for now. It's 3 minutes to look for an opportunity outside of their high ground. And again, their lineup is still set up really well. Octarine for Gunner. Lower cooldown spell spam. He's got the Dagon with all the recipes queued up. It's just more output to just try to burst down some of these targets on Shopify Rebellion for Shopify's part. And you're pretty much done on Arteezy with Farm Swift Blinks up and running on him. You've got the Overwhelming Blink for Ovid going into the Travels too. Saberlight just trying to go for the Disarm, which will help the cause up against that Dusa. But again, we're reaching that point where almost everyone's fully slotted up. Yamsun's going for a refresh, could probably eat a Ag's Blessing as well. And then you're pretty much set. That's the Dusa all done and dusted at that point. So it'll just be down to who finds these openings, who plays as a better team, who gets the angle, who gets their team fight combos online. And double Stone Gaze, double BKB is pretty scary in Yamsun, to be fair. But
I'll tell you what,
it's still workable.
This is a... Couldn't help but notice Arteezy's holding the Martyr's Plate for a tier 4 item, which is a weird one to hold as a POS 1. Because you do
the
reflect...
magic res, I think, more than anything. Like,
yeah,
he's
but as well as
hurting
that,
way too much.
because he has the shield, right? Like from the blood mist. So he's taking quite a bit of damage out of that. Is Yamsun gonna get jumped? Wall is dropped. A lot of damage already being dealt to Yamsun, but he will kind of get the mana back with the Mystic Snake, and he'll be just fine as Husky, the only one to drop so far. Abed, he's pretty damn deep. So he does get petrified by the Stone Gaze. He is gone. Abed is down. The Saberlight gonna jump in again, still trying to drain the mana of Yamsun, but he's still fine with the Mystic Snake, still standing his ground. Meanwhile, Crit, he got the Stone Gaze off back and onto the Medusa. Yamsun still somehow surviving, but should go down. He has no mana to speak of. It does come in now. He'll go for the Manta, but eventually he will drop. Crit with the Stone Gaze, getting through the mana pool of Yamsun. That's one way to do it. They'll force the buyback out of the Medusa. And that'll be enough for Shopify. They do back off as Nouns. They're going to smoke up as 4. But that's one thing to be wary of, John. Like, with the illusions plus the Stone Gaze that Crit had, it's a lot of damage on this Deuce.
It really is. It's a lot of output, and you have to watch that stolen gaze. The stolen Stone Gaze coming out. It's everything that Dedusa doesn't want to face up against, especially with all the illusions coming out. The softened, the increased physical bonus damage does feel pretty damn good. The Bloodseeker gets to run around. Artur gets to do a lot more in these fights as well. Now it's still trying to posture in. 2.5 minutes till Roshan. A little bit of a longer timer here. So neither side going to be able to find some sort of advantage to go into that next fight, into the next set of objectives. Shotfire Rebellion, good read. Instantly smoked up themselves, heading up top.
I mean, Roshan's still a while away, but they don't know that. So Shopify got to make sure that they're in position to contest this. As now, Sablight's actually got the AoE surge now, so he's leaving multiple trails with his team. And again, these slow for 50%. Let's look at this. Nouns on the high ground, grouped up as 4. Lelis right behind them on the low ground. They're going to pop a smoke. But Shopify Rebellion do not see what they wanted. They back the hell out of it. They're not feeling safe about this. Keep in mind, Shopify, they don't have any vision around this area. All the wards are all basically Nouns wards. And that can make life a little bit challenging for Shopify to try and take a successful team fight. They do at least get 1D ward here in the top lane. Gunnar gonna reveal himself. Saberlight, he's jumped in. He'll go right onto Moo. Moo's still gonna be fine, though the wall was dropped here by Saberlight, as now he'll turn his attention onto Husky, and so instead they've got the CM down. Meanwhile, Fly, though, by the Twin Gates, should also drop, so it'll be a pos 5 for a pos 5 trade. Though Fly does have buyback, and Husky does not. 1 minute left for Roshan to respawn, so both teams are still hanging around. Saberlight, again gonna jump in with the normal punch. It is on Gunnar, though, so it's not the biggest deal here for Gunnar. But Saberlight, he's just trying to be as annoying as humanly possible. And the thing is, with Roshan spawning in 45 seconds, John, you should have a pretty big advantage to Shopify, assuming Fly does commit his buyback for the big fight. Nouns, looks like they've decided this is not safe and they want out of this, though I say that. Gunnar moving onto the high ground by himself. Yamsun trying to loop around perhaps as Gunnar does chain away. Rolling Thunder was committed. Fly did buy back into this fight. Saberlight, they're going to find the Timber Saw, but Yamsun pops the Stone Gaze a little bit preemptively. Stone Gaze is now down. Wall will be dropped. Saberlight trying to move in with a big vacuum. He's found 3 targets and Crit. He's got the freezing field. Yamsun's out of mana again. Yamsun is gone. Saberlight with a triple kill. He's gonna force the BKB TP away. Oh, and now they don't react quick enough after the Stone Gaze committed. Saberlight sees the opening with the 3-man vac back into the wall. And Crit just slowing them with the freezing field stolen. A perfect combination.
They're executing so damn well in Shopify Rebellion. No buyback on Dedusa for a little bit more time there as well. And just the positioning from Shopify Rebellion. We saw now, they were backed off into the corner. They had no angle there. They were just trying to wait it out, try to see if someone on Shopify would show in the lane, maybe overextend a bit, get pushed all the way back, and that's just the perfect position for Shopify Rebellion to leverage their heroes, leverage this team fight. Aegis on hand. They've got the capability now to pretty much just go high ground with a refresh shard on hand as well for Abed. So everything you could ask for is now lining up here. So just get started.
He's going to be okay. Husky, the one in danger, does pop his own freezing field to try and walk away from this, but it is going to be stolen, it looks like, by Crit. In fact, no, it's the Frostbite that does get taken. Still, Husky is down. Again, remembering there is no buyback available on him or Yamsun. Shopify Rebellion look to take a lot off this high ground. So Abed does hold them back. Saberlight going to move back in now. Onto the Keeper of the Light, does drag him back with the vacuum, so Arteezy can get the job done and Crit will take the kill. Meanwhile, Abed is still messing around here with the Timber of Gunner. Abed will back his way out. Very low HP, but not low enough to take down here for Gunner, as he has to play it safe, knowing he does not have... I say he plays it safe. He jumps in again, but he will TP with the BKB, and he will be fine to get up. Mid-racks, though. That cannot TP away.
No.
It looks like Shopify might have enough time to get the Megas up. Yamsun still 10 seconds away. Should maybe make it in time to try and force a fight, but they're going to go now. Now he'll make the jump in. They're on Saberlight. The Darkseer is gone. Moo, that's a big onslaught. He landed on 4 heroes, but he's in such big trouble. Moo is down, but here comes Yamsun. He'll try to fight with Gunner. They've got Crit down. Flies in danger as well, barely walking away with the Glimmer Cape. Meanwhile, Arteezy being slowed up, but in comes Saberlight, trying to save his teammate, but Arteezy's gone. Arteezy is down. He has buyback available, but he can't get there in time. So Abed gonna jump in. Look at the damage output. Abed, he does it himself. Yamsun and Moo both dropping to the Pango. As Gunner trying to escape. He's so low on mana. He's just being harassed down by the illusions of the Darkseer, as Gunner surely has no way out. Still trying to tank through it. Will chain away. Still healing up a little bit, but it's not enough. He can buy back into this fight, but it'll be a 2v4 scenario as Arteezy has brought back. Abed, looking to be the target, will just pounce away with the shield crash. Gunner maxing out the Dagon to level 5 now, as this is practically the last chance they have to defend tier 4s without Yamsun. Naturally, we are 60 minutes into the game and we are not going to see tier 5 items as is tradition. Sablight's going to jump in. Husky's going to be the target. Meanwhile, Gunner gets hexed up by Fly, who has the sight device up. Gunner trying to chain back to the fountain is not going to be able to make it. That has to be it. Shopify just focusing on the tier 4 towers. Nouns maybe having a bit of a conversation as to what went wrong in this game 1. Still trying to defend with Husky. Might find Abed's Aegis, but that's only the Aegis as Husky is gone. GG is called. Yamsun's seen enough. And Nouns, I'll tell you what, John, they were looking good around that 30-40 minute mark here in this game 1, but Shopify Rebellion staying very, very calm, able to make this win happen for game 1.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough. We saw Nouns get some pretty good counterplay going for themselves. Shopify Rebellion going for some interesting item builds. The Ags on Artur was, it's an interesting choice. He ended up doing more damage to himself, as we saw multiple times. I think the key thing that came out here was really just execution, because you and I, coming out of the draft, did feel like Nouns had a pretty strong draft, and the matchups did work out. Like Abed up against Gunner, Timbersaw mid versus Pangolier did feel pretty good for the Timbersaw, but they didn't get that overwhelming start coming out of the lanes that you'd want a lineup like Nouns to do up against Shopify Rebellion. They get decent lanes, for sure, but I think with these matchups you got in your lanes, you should have gotten a little bit more there, and just shows you just what level Shopify is at, where they can play into these lanes that aren't the best for them to play into and still come out in a really strong position, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
They still have a lot of play coming out from Abed, even though he got kind of crushed by a Timbersaw mid, but he was never behind. And even when Nouns were finding these openings in some of these fights, Shopify Rebellion maintained, I think at minimum, like a 6 to 8k lead every single time.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify is still doing Shopify things here, and Nouns, I mean, I still give props to them. Like, there was a stage in the game where you start to wonder, like, can they win this? It was getting so close between these two teams, and I think Shopify, like, you saw the faces of them at the end after they won that game. They did not look happy, Maybe based on the fact that the game was a little bit too close and they had to try a little bit too hard. Game ended up lasting, 61 minutes in the end? I believe it was 61 minutes and 10 seconds. So, definitely not the kind of straightforward fights we've seen from Shopify. Nouns proving that they are a team that they have to respect here. And Well, I'll tell you, John, I was getting a little bit excited for Nouns for a moment, just based off how they were playing this game. At the very least, we are in for a best of three, and what I'm really happy about is how close this game is, because I would have hated for this to just be a stompy kind of series, but at least for now, both sides are showing that there's not so much of a distance between them, and I don't think we're going to see too many meme moments in this series. As this was the big one for me, by the way, John. This is where the lid finally got shut onto Nouns, is when Saberlight, he found that 3-man wall back, and then Crit had the freezing field to just hold them in that wall, and it just felt like it made it impossible for them to fight back.
It just felt impossible. Like that was them kind of posturing for Roche from Nouns. It was Shopify Rebellion running in, and they lose 2 heroes, which they lose 1 hero, not the worst thing in the world. They clump into the tree line and then they get punished after losing 1 to 2 heroes there. And Shopify Rebellion's just fully back online. Again, it takes them a little bit longer. There's a lot of back and forths. The damage out from Yamson became too big, but once they were softened up, like Abed just went to work. You have to remember these universal types, when you get the upgraded blinks, they do a ridiculous amount of damage with a lot of durability. Like Abed had like 300 damage per right click. He didn't need the Bloodseeker on.
This kind of game proves to me, Jonathan, that this region does need 3 slots. That's what I'm going to say to you, right? Like, I think if anything we can decide on is, like, these games between TSM, Nouns, and Shopify have been closer than you would expect, and I think as time goes on, they just get closer and closer. And there's some up and coming teams, like DogChamp's been showing some pretty good signs as well recently. So, I feel like games like this is why we keep saying, like, maybe a 3rd slot is necessary. As what else is necessary, John? We do have to hand over an MVP here to somebody on Shopify Rebellion. I think we're giving it over to Saberlight, John. Like, the guy had a pretty rough laning stage, still managed to find a kill onto Yamson, and then after that, basically carried his team. Like, let's be frank, that one team fight with a huge vac wall and Crit's freezing field at the end, that was the game winner right there, and Saberlight made it happen. So props to this guy, the Darksea, making so much work happen. Look at the hero damage, on 60.4k. That is nothing to sneeze at.
That's incredulous amount of damage coming out there from Saberlight, and his itemization was great as well, right? He rushed the Ags instead of going for the full Crimson early. He went for the Pipe of Insight, like just full durability on top of that Ags rush, understanding how important those illusions would be, understanding how pivotal he would be in a lot of these engagements up against Dusa. And he does his job well. He set up for his team, he found those openings, he created these circumstances where a lot of their AoE spells were just allowed to really shine in these engagements. And I'm keen to see what Game 2 brings us, because this was really close. I can't believe that was already like a 1-hour game, because it didn't feel like an hour. Mike, it felt action-packed start to finish.
It flew by between these two, and I can't wait to see. I hope Game 2 is just as long as Game 1 was. As we are going to head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we are going to be back with game number 2 between Shopify Rebellion and, of course, Nouns. We'll see you then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our hype series here between Shopify Rebellion and Nouns. It is, of course, MLP Dodo and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. Game 1 going to the way of Shopify after 61 minutes and 10 seconds. So what the hell just happened?
A lot of Medusa illusions were coming out. We saw Artur pretty much damage himself a lot, which stalled out the game. I think the Ags, in as much as I enjoy it, caused them some issues in the mid game, which stalled them out to get more items down the line to help the cause. But overall, Shopify Rebellion did manage to execute and punish the Medusa pickup, turning it against itself, as is usually the solution to the Medusa, right? We see Morphling as well, one of the solutions to the Medusa. Just turn into a better Medusa. The illusion spam, a lot of Medusas are better than one Medusa. So they found the answers coming out there. I'm keen to see what the adjustments are into our game 2, as Nouns put up a pretty damn good fight. They had really strong lanes. I think they needed to get more out of the lanes as well. We do have our draft on hand here. Mike Shopify Rebellion opening up with the Doom themselves, banning out the Bat Rider and the Kotal. So some respect coming out there. Now it's taking care of the Techies and the Beastmaster. Wondering what they open with now. And they still have a lot of funky options for Gunners mid if they want to try to flex around here, although it's a little bit harder.
Oh! The Cuckoo Mancer makes his appearance once again. This time for Nouns is... Your face says it all to me, Jonathan. Your face says it all to me. The Timbersaw comes out as well for Nouns. I mean, Gunner had a great game on the Timber last game around, but I think Nouns sees the value in this hero because it's a flex pick for them. They can put it for Moo in the off lane. They can put it for Gunner in the mid lane. Both heroes do a fantastic job on it. And would you believe it? Boba comes back and so does the Storm. Shopify Rebellion right into the Storm Spirit for armor.
It's a better matchup against this Timbersaw, right? Like you play with your level 3 double overload, vortex, and your charge. You feel pretty good. You've got magic damage to deal with Timbersaw in lane. Venomancer doesn't really stop you from zipping around either, so you need a hard lockdown to come out from Nouns. It's a solid pick for Shopify Rebellion, despite the memes. And Abed, well, he consents to this, right? Like they always ask him, "Hey, you fine with this?" He's like, "Yeah, just pick me Storm again. Just pick me Storm again. Just pick me Storm again. Just pick me Storm again." So,
to be fair, I've never heard him say it. I've never heard him say it, Jonathan.
He telepathically says it. He doesn't shake his head. He's just like, he gives a nod. It's like he's ready. Yeah. He's ready to play this. So, comes out again. Lane matchup against the Timbersaw is decent, although you could still flex this for Moo on the off lane. You still have that option for now. It's pretty open. So I'm keen to see what they do. Like Venomancer, I get what it does. It's not that I don't understand Venomancer. It's strong. It wins its lane. It can scale up. It has a lot of damage. Latent Toxicity is a pretty nice spell.
10 seconds.
It's just that when it falls behind, it feels really lackluster, right? Like this is a hero that just helps you stomp a lane, and we have to see that come out from Nouns. Last time around, I think we expected a little bit more as well from their lanes. Shopify Rebellion were managing to trade back and forth a little bit. We need to see Nouns just stomp the lanes as hard as you can, because you do pick this Venomancer up, so you will need to stomp it and try to punish as much as possible.
5 seconds remaining.
I am wondering though, again, whether or not Nouns will flex this Timbersaw to mid or to the offlane, because Timbersaw versus Storm is really just not favorable. So you might just have to run the Moo Timbersaw early on, get Gunner something else down mid, and because you see that Storm, Nouns are forced to take out the batteries. So Pugnus taken out, Shopify Rebellion just focusing on core matchups that the Doom doesn't want to deal with, and because you have Doom, you don't really want to play against the Dusa, so you ban that out as well. So fair enough from both sides here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nouns, we'll focus on some more bans here. Noticed Yamson is not bobbing his head anymore, Jonathan, so it seems like the Ice Spice tunes are off. Time to get serious.
Yeah, down to business now.
Yeah. No more Ice Spice for you, Yamson. You've had enough. Nouns. Fun thing was, Jonathan, when that musician first, I struggle to say musician, but when that when Ice Spice first came out, I thought it was one of the Spice Girls that came out of retirement. And then I looked at her and I was like, well, hold on a minute. She looks a bit young, doesn't she? The Spice Girls were from my generation. My goodness. Turns out she wasn't, John. She wasn't part of the Spice Girls. Spoiler alert, sadly.
It's a shame, Mike. It's the one big popular Spice Girl song. I know who they are. I never credit them to a song. I can't match them.
I don't know, John.
Do you not know?
I mean, I'd be embarrassed if I did answer the question, to be honest. Maybe I
Really?
do know and I just don't want to say.
It's the same thing with like NSYNC, right? Like, you know the names, but it's
Oh.
like, do I remember any NSYNC song? I don't know.
I know all the NSYNC songs, John. Don't
Ah,
even
of course,
compare
there
the
you
two.
go.
How dare you? How dare you?
Like the pop
That's
kid.
shocking.
Nouns
That's shocking,
turn to
Jonathan.
ban.
I was a grunge kid, Mike. Not really. I actually did have an album of, I think it was Backstreet Boys, actually. I don't know why. As a kid, I was like 6 years old at the time. I was like, I really like this music. So my parents got me a disc, and I didn't know
10
any of the songs
seconds
outside of like the one song.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, fair enough.
5
By
seconds
disc, you
remaining.
mean a completely legal, copyrighted disc, I'm sure.
I think it actually was. Like, that was
Wow.
a thrift store disc. Yeah. It looked
Okay.
legit. Yeah. So my first
Nouns
actual
turn
album was the
radiant
Backstreet
team
Boys one.
to
Says a lot, Mike. As we do
Oh, look
see
at
the
that.
Spirit Breaker come out for Nouns.
My boy.
There's a little bit of lockdown. I'm wondering again if this is like a Moo hero or a support. I kind of want it on support this game, just because it gets a
10
lot done
seconds
from the
remaining.
pause far. I know you're a big fan of it as well on
Yeah.
support more than offlane, because
5
it does feel like you don't
seconds
really need all that dedication, all that farm on the Spirit Breaker anyway. You just naturally hit these item spikes as the game goes on. So I think it's open enough for now to make that choice. Like, you could go back to Timbersaw mid off lane Spirit Breaker, but it doesn't feel necessary.
I mean, it is one of those things. Like, Pulse 3 Spirit Breaker, you get the farm priority, which means you can go into the things like the Silver Edge, Shadow Blade Silver Edge if you really want it or need it. Ags is always nice, but
Radiant team
having the Aura build on Spirit Breaker is still really good as well. As Shopify, they're going to have an answer to the Spirit Breaker in the Shadow Demon. So very good against the Timber as well. Just a nice way of kind of quite literally disrupting them in the middle of an engagement. So I do like the SD pickup here from Shopify, and we know Fly enjoys playing this hero. At the very least, he plays the hero pretty often enough.
5 seconds
Don't know
remaining.
whether he enjoys it or not, but we've seen him play it many, many times. So obviously a bit of comfort for him.
Nouns
Do we
turn
pick up
to
a crit hero here? Which leaves,
Ooh.
Arbed's, or rather Artee's hero till later. It seems like we may, because they do go the IO route here for Shopify Rebellion.
I like that coming out. It's your mana battery for your Storm. You can just keep enabling Abed to zip around the map. You already have the save in the Shadow Demon, one way to really kind of bust you out when the Spirit Breaker is charging
5
down.
seconds remaining.
That tends to be like a hard Spirit Breaker counter, just that save from Disruption. So you feel pretty good here on Shopify Rebellion. I don't know if you really care to get a core that plays with IO for the most part. Like, I can see them just running crit IO, Fly sticking to the Shadow Demon, then you just... IO plus Doomlane is pretty damn good, to be fair. You can just easily run down when the Scorched Earth is up. You can play hyper aggressive in that lane. You don't care too much. So I don't mind that coming out from Shopify Rebellion for Nouns. We need to see these roles hammered in. Again, there's a little bit of flex coming out here with at least two of these heroes being able to be on core in different lanes, and the Spirit Breaker being able to be support as well. You kind of need to see their ideas form up, because right now you aren't having the best time in lockdown. Like, you basically just have the charge, really, that
Radiant team ban.
can help you out. They go with the Slark, so that is a matchup against the Doom that does feel pretty good. However, Slark into Shadow Demon is also kind of awkward, because Disruption's not something you can Dark Pact out of. You can't Dispel the Purge as well, so it feels really
10
damn nice
seconds
to
remaining.
just try and kite the Slark around with the Shadow Demon. I
5
think it's a
seconds
decent
remaining.
solution. That is, however, if you land your pounce here after the charge, then you can pin down something like the Storm. So you've got some solutions coming out here from Nouns at the very least.
Yeah. The final bans to come out. We have not seen the POS 1 for Shopify Rebellion, unless they're planning to give RTZ POS 1 Doom, which he himself said he plays a very, very strong Doom on one of his streams. Though his win rate did not reflect that. that stat that he was talking about.
Now,
Nevertheless, I think it should be safe to say Saberlight will be playing the Doom. The Shopify, they'll get rid of the Darkseid. So not wanting the Darkseid to be turned on them this time around. Mind you, that there's no Medusa. They did ban that themselves. So just not wanting to have to deal with the hero overall. Just get rid of it. I wonder what other position ones they could be thinking of here for RTZ if they do go ahead and ban the Darkseid. Like, to be absolutely fair, it could just be due to the combinations. Like if you went offlane Darkseid with Pos 4 SB, obviously the Iron Shell combos are pretty detrimental here for Shopify. And even with the Slark, obviously the Iron Shell with the Pounce is always going to be quite strong. So perhaps that's just the reason. It just offers a bit too much to Nouns. They'll also get rid of the Ember as well, just in case Gunner's gonna not play Timber and chooses to play Ember instead in the mid lane.
Yeah, you still have maybe Void Spirit as an option for Nouns if you do decide to stick with the Moo Timb. So it's open enough. I think for Shopify, you could.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a little bit strange. I guess Ursa's an option for you, although fourth core matchup against Slark is maybe not the best. You're susceptible to being kited around by a Veno and a Timbersaw as well. Down the line, the slows are pretty annoying for something like the Ursa, but it plays really nice with the IO if you kind of wanted to focus in on that for Shopify Rebellion. What else is there? CK is an option, although again, Timbersaw can kind of deal with your illusions, but you can still try to burst down the Timb, although once Ags is up, that time around that core matchup doesn't feel as good. Wind Ranger is what Shopify Rebellion will go for.
Who would have knew?
I always say this here as a bait, but I guess Shopify Rebellion is one of the only teams that can make it work.
Yeah.
Then again, they picked this up on stompier games.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see if it pays off here. Like, the Wind Ranger does... It has looked amazing in RTZ's hands every time we've seen it. But like you said, like, the games are a little bit more stompy. Nouns have proven that they're putting up a really good fight here, dragging the first game out to 61 minutes and almost, quite frankly, taking it as... Oh, here we go. Nouns, they pick up the Clinks. This is by far one of my most hated heroes right now. Lelis will take it as the Pos 4. So Moo is playing the offlane Spirit Breaker. And we are going to have Gunner playing the mid Timber once again. So the support Clinks does make its appearance. And this might be a really strong support to pick up because these Pos 4 Clinks, they do tend to rush into a Nullifier, which is naturally going to be pretty damn strong against the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, you can just instantly take off that Wind Ranger ability that RTC is going to need. In the middle of these fights, it can get a little awkward for your Wind Ranger until you reach your talent spikes where you can make it undispellable. That takes a while. I like what Nouns has. I think it's a lot of tempo. It's a lot of early timings. They're focusing on trying to crush these lanes. Like off the lanes look pretty damn decent coming out here. So I want to see what they can do because Shopify Rebellion are setting themselves up for maybe a slower tempo coming out. Right, Doom's going to want to farm up a little bit. The Octarine Vanguard disassembly into Octarine Midas buildup is a little bit slower. Storm as well needs a little bit more to get the ball rolling, although the IO kind of improves that early on. Wind Ranger, not the slowest core to be fair, but again, most of the success we've seen from that has been in games where you expect a stomp. This is not one of those games for the Wind Ranger to just find an easy win, just completely outplay. Nouns has shown us, again, they're on pretty equal footing with Shopify Rebellion, so this is where I guess we really see the Wind Rangers tested and whether or not we get a game 3.
Let's see what happens. Game number 2 is officially underway. We can head right into it and see exactly what does go down. Nouns backs against the wall, looking for this game 2 victory to try and force it to a game 3. Shopify Rebellion, one game away from being considered once again the best team in North America, officially based off the standings. Some would argue they have been the best team for quite a while, but standings are standings, John. Can't go against those.
Yeah.
Nouns? They'll move up to the high ground, looking for a fight. Shopify doing a pretty good job of just avoiding them, and it seems like for the level 1 timings of Shopify, they just don't want to fight, which is completely expected.
Yeah, it's just not as good coming out. The threat of Nouns is pretty damn big, and that's also going to reflect in the lanes, of course. Like, All their lanes feel pretty damn aggressive. They manage to land their spells. It's quite easy for them to run down.
Oh, Lelis. Lelis got shackled by Arteezy, and he is still alive, but... Oh, Crit takes the kill. Crit. Ahmed gives the tip immediately. And I know for Arteezy would not be happy.
The battle
That was a free first blood bonus to Arteezy not going his way. Crit now may be punished for doing so, but gets a nice tether. Blood Grenade isn't actually going to connect mid-tether either, by the way, so Crit's going to be just fine. You know, Crit, maybe the argument is, I can buy more regen, Arteezy. What are you complaining about?
Yeah, just to staying true, this is a Venomancer lane. It's going to be pretty toxic to play into. So, you know, just let your support buy that regen up. Not the biggest deal in the world. Artur gets some assist gold for his trouble. And, you know, he gets to soak some EXP, so hey, you're happy enough. This lane for Moo and Husky, it does get better as you hit level 2. Level 3 is probably your big spike. And that's the point where, you know, the Wind Ranger is going to be under a lot of threat. Your uptime on early levels of Wind Run isn't particularly amazing. Going for level 1 Shackle means you can't threaten with Power Shot or just trade freely with a Wind Run. So you have an opening for yourself in forcing that pickup here by Artur. But again, it takes some levels as well for you to get aggressive there.
Look at this long wraparound here from Gunnar. Gets back on his high ground. He's going to be okay, but Arbit's doing a very good job of just harassing him away from the creep wave prior to that level 1 reactive armor coming in. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we were already kind of talking about this. In fact, hold that thought, because Gunnar's taking a lot of damage, but he's going to be okay. Just debating our observer, of course. My apologies, weapons.
Yeah.
So, I was talking about the bot lane for a moment, but we'll go top lane. We'll go top lane. Don't worry, I won't do it again. Top lane, Yamson and Lelis against Save the Light, and of course Fly. I'll tell you, John, I was doing observing once, and the most annoying thing was casters continuously just switching lanes. It's so annoying. So,
Yeah.
Yamson, looking to maybe jump in. Disruption is there from Fly. Yamson, he does have level 1 pounce, but won't bother trying.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. It's fine. And he can hold this lane steady as well in Slork, but Saberlight's doing a good job of just applying some threat. This is one thing with, you know, with a Clink's lane, it can be a little bit slower to harass out. The Doom is pretty high armor, so you can't just zone out the Doom by tar bombing him down. Not quite the easiest here to make feel uncomfy there. And yeah, you should be fine. This is probably the most passive lane up top, unless someone severely oversteps on either side. You have a little bit more leeway on Shopify Rebellion just because Disruption is there as a save. So even if you get pounced, you've always got a way to stall out and bail out. But yeah, this is the one lane that probably doesn't have too much kill threat. Maybe by level 5, that's where it ramps up. Beyond that, it's going to be a static farm lane for the most part.
Yeah. Pretty static all around in the laning phase so far, though Arteezy could find himself in trouble. Moo does not bother going for a charge through the Wind Run. Husky did pop the Gale and Blood Grenade there onto Arteezy, but it's just not trusting they would have quite enough with Crit around on the IO, and they'd probably be right in saying so. Had some Magic Wand charges, had the salve available, though nice cancellation on the salve. Just the Blood Grenade getting it done. So Husky being very annoying here and Moo doing the same. And speaking of Moo, while we're here, John, he's having a pretty good time in terms of CS. Pretty free kind of lane for the Spirit Breaker. Gonna have a very quick Vanguard, and there's not really too much they can do about him. He's just gonna stand here and hit creeps because he knows they can't really force him out.
Yeah, same thing goes for Artur though. He's not really being backed off, so even farm between these two cores is fine for the Wind Ranger. They do play back and forth, but not going to really be able to commit in either one. And just kind of maintain that farm parity. The most interesting lane is still that mid. Abed's just crushing. To be expected from the matchup, right? You're forced to run Timbersaw mid into the storm. The magic damage doesn't care for your reactive. You've got the range advantage. You've got constant magic spam. A little bit cheaper as well for Abed to spam out his 2 spells. And there's just not much counterplay from Gunnar. Like this is the one downside of picking that Timbersaw really early on and revealing the mid Timbersaw in the last game. Shopify Rebellion get a good read, and you don't get as much value now for Gunnar. And Abed is set to have a faster 6 as well. So a kill threat onto him is just not feasible. This lineup from Nouns, it doesn't really pin down the Storm. Yeah, even if you rotate it early on, it doesn't feel like you have the best answers to deal with Abed down the line here.
No, it certainly doesn't feel that way. Abed, Storm God himself, having a really good start and something you don't want to see if you're Nouns, that's for sure. Especially when you're going to have an IO behind him. Gunnar, I mean, he had a really good game one, so should be able to keep up and catch up and eventually have his own impact on this Timber. Even the top lane's going very well for the side of Shopify, like Saberlight. Looking to move in, Yamsun, looking for a pounce way out. He does exit to the right side. But Saberlight's complete free farm here on the Doom. Like, he's almost doubling the CS of Yamsun at the moment on the Slark, and that's not very good news for Nouns, because last game around, they were dominating most lanes with the heroes they had picked up, but this time, Shopify, they do have all lanes basically on lockdown.
They're getting everything they want out of these lanes. Again, it's just down to the top lane in particular. It's just down to having a Shadow Demon around. Like, you can't commit to pounce in with a Vanguard up. Your physical output duo just doesn't melt through a Doom. So you really just can't stop the farm. And as a Slark, you're always threatened by the Scorched Earth, so you can't afford to go too close as well. I'll bet he finds himself the Haste Rune. Has that 6 up. Gunnar has his 6 as well. And he does have a raindrop, so it's a little bit harder for Abed to maybe gun for a kill, but he's free to just keep farming like this. There's going to be a quick timing out his Witchblade.
He's just going to skip the creep wave, maybe head down bot as Abed hands the tip over to Gunnar. Yeah, he could literally just rotate bot. Gunnar's already drawn the line out because that's what he thinks Abed will do. Abed, though, he's hanging around the triangle for now, and he might just skip another one. I mean, why not? It's one way to make sure that the Timber doesn't have a lane advantage. Just skip the wave and maybe rotate later when you see a better opportunity. In fact, he might do so right now. He has made his way over. Oh, but they want to secure the 7-minute Wisdom Rune. That's what they really want. Crit's already there hanging around. Gunnar's courier goes down to Abed. Charges out onto Abed. We'll see if he can survive this one. As the charge does not land, the nice zip away. Meanwhile, Crit does outclick Gunnar for the Wisdom Rune. So they do get away with it as Abed's going to try and TP out and is going to be fine. Crit, on the other hand, will not be so fine. Though he is trying for Husky's life. He will not be able to get it. But they do secure both Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, they're going to be able to feel pretty good about that. I mean, these two supports really need the EXP. So you're fine with that sacrifice. You are not quite fine with losing your Doom here, though. Nice opportunity that Yamsun does find himself, understanding that the backup isn't quite there to punish that pounce in. And they do manage to get something going for themselves on Nouns. A 1-2 start, less than 1k lead coming out for Nouns. But the lanes, if you look at the CS at the very least, still much better coming out here for Shopify Rebellion. Even the farm across the cores, rather even, which isn't a bad launching point for either side. You do worry about maybe the Clinks hitting this timing. Medallion up for Lelis. Once the Solar Crest is up, that's when things can get scary there.
Well, top side of the river. It's a fly. He's going to get caught here. Gunnar will take the kill. So nice little pick me up here for the Timbersaw. Even Stacks now being spotted by Lelis, so Gunnar's going to move in, try to take those away immediately. It's not too many stacks, but it is a nice bit of bonus gold here for the Timber. Something he desperately needed after that laning stage, and well, now Gunnar is officially top of the net worth board here on the Timbersaw. So that laning stage, it's almost like it just never happened.
Just kind of offset it with these nice pickoffs coming out from Nouns. And for the side of Shopify Rebellion, I mean, they're still trying to get some forward space out. There's some good vision from Nouns to spot all this movement. They know Abed's kind of playing tag up here. He goes under Watcher, disables it now, but not going to be able to find any surprises for himself at this point. And it does feel like for the side of Shopify Rebellion, again, we talked about this from the draft, but their draft is a little bit slower. It's going to take some farm on your Doom. It's going to take some farm on your Storm. You're going to need some levels on your IO. Your Wind Ranger as well. It's going to need that build up into the Gleipnir.
Arteezy.
You have to wait for a lot of things here as Moo. I'm not going to fully commit here for Arteezy just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I highly doubt they would have found the kill without the Noxious Plague up on Husky. Could have tried, but would have been pretty tough. Gunnar has shown up now at the bot lane, so top lane, though, is where all the action's happening. Yamsun gets caught. Moo tried to TP there in time to help out. Arteezy actually rotated through the twin gates to help make that happen, and
Are fortified.
well, Abed's the one to take the kill. That's a huge pick off onto the Slark.
Just in range for the Doom. Saberlight drops it. Nice, easy pickup from the side of Shopfire Rebellion. And again, that's them leaving their Slark exposed in a solo lane, feeling like, all right, you know, Slark can just farm fine. You can try to get some action elsewhere, and they do get punished. Still,
Does not get the power rune he wanted. Pounces out from Yamsun, but Abed still healthy enough. But Gunner's coming in now, and they've got a charge for the vision. Abed, he's now out of mana, but Crit is going to come in and help him out a little bit as Abed. No, he's fine. Surely they can't get him. They'll get Fly instead. Abed now turning back around. Moo, he timed a little bit too far in. The whole side of Shopify rotate. They do find Moo on the Spirit Breaker, and now they've got Lelis on the Clinks. Very deep charge from Moo. Not working out in his favor as Abed just outplays him. And with Crit on the IO, like, you've got to be very wary of those kind of plays.
but it's like what you say when you play Spirit Breaker, Mike. Spirit Breaker players don't have the S button. So can you really blame Moo for charging like that? You can't.
That is true.
It's just in the nature of his hero. You just don't stop. It might have been smarter to stop for sure, but where's the fun in that, Mike?
Oh, us Spirit Breaker players, we don't have brains, John. Come on now. We press one button and we win. That's all we do. Maybe two if we're lucky. Saberlight top lane could be in danger. He's not looking too lucky at the moment, though he is pretty tanky with the Vanguard up. Still trying to run. Relocate is there with Abed and Crit. Now they're going to turn back onto Yamsun, who's forced to pop the Shadow Dance and just TP out as they go onto Lelis instead. Why not take the Clinks? Saberlight moving back in, trying to maybe secure the kill himself. But Abed will take it, and Crit and Abed, they back off at the perfect time.
That was very well timed. Right on the last tick of staying in there. Abed gets the hit and run going his way, and now you've got the full mana battery
hold on a
storm.
minute.
Just nuts Gunner.
This is a lot of damage from Abed.
Under attack.
Gunner cannot sustain as Abed is thinking about continuing. But my goodness, that is some damage.
It's a ton. You're trying to charge into him. It's all the way from the base, though. It's
The Crit with this Soul Ring build, he's just giving so much mana to the Storm. It's kind of ridiculous.
Dire's top tower is under
yeah. You just sustain true, you know. It's the classic mana battery for the Storm, and now he has his Prospecting Aura Kobold. So some passive gold, and because you're always stuck with a Storm, even Abed gets the benefit of it. Isn't that great?
Yeah. 40 GPM, can't complain. Saberlight, he might complain here. John, there's a charge, huh? Pounce does land from Yamsun. Problem is the rotations are already coming. Fly, he'll get the disruption off, so the Doom is going to be fine to back off the Saberlight. He's thinking about popping the Doom. He won't do so. Instead, he'll just let Moo die to Abed, who's really starting to pop off now in the Storm. 4-0-1 is the scoreline for Abed. He's got, what, 80% of the team's kills already? That's the wrong math, but you get my point, Jonathan. He's doing a great job.
top tower.
Hey, Mike, it's fine.
33.3% is, I believe, what it was meant to be.
NA mats,
66.6.
Australian mats. What's the difference, Mike?
It's 66.6. I gotta get it right eventually. Yamsun. Abed. Oh, Abed. He's just setting up everything perfectly here. The Arteezy will take that kill, but this IO Storm, my goodness, it is a problem.
It's a massive problem. Again, it's such a free Storm game, because how do you stop him? Charge is dodgeable by literally just balling into him. Pounce, not the easiest to land onto a Storm in the first place. There's nothing to stop Abed. They might be able to make a move onto Artur down bot, but... Yeah, just wind run.
Wind run makes it so hard.
And Arteezy's been left alone for so long. He's level 10. He's got the full Maelstrom up. He's got 2k in the bank. Like, he is finding everything. This is a hero that doesn't necessarily farm the fastest, but when you leave it alone long enough, it'll find that farm for sure.
Can they really go for Abed? They're gonna try. He gets an Arcane Rune. Charge, though, does land, so the Nether Strike will indeed land as well, and Abed's gone. All right.
Dire's top
He messed up the zip a little bit there. Went for the Arcane Rune instead and does get punished.
That's the punish you want from the side of Nouns. Shutting down that Storm. Huge streak to find off of that kill. Still the side of Shopfire Rebellion. Yeah, they're still going to snag these Wisdom Runes away. All that attention mid opens it up. and they'll be able to find themselves again this build-up they'd want on these cores and giving their supports a little bit of a breather as well. Kind of catching up. They do manage to take the mid off the back of this from Nouns, but like we've talked about before, the mid doesn't feel as impactful as the side lane towers at this point. Like with this patch, it's not as much of a game breaker as it once was. So you're kind of okay with that with Shopify Rebellion. They do have to stem the bleeding. They can't afford to take random losses now with this kind of lead.
It's easy. It's TP away. It's lasting a long time, but they just do not know he's there.
Dire's
To be fair, I actually don't think they had a way to cancel the TP anyway with those 3 heroes. Literally no way to cancel. Now the smoke rotations are incoming. Shopify knowing exactly where they are. Want the fight. Husky will break the smoke of Crit and Arbed, but Arbed's more than happy to jump in and take the Veno kill instead, and will do so. Very least, Gunner does get his way out, but it's still another free kill here for Shopify Rebellion.
You're more than happy just finding a freebie on the tail end of that Arcane Rune. And, you know, you keep this build-up going on Abed. Falcon Blade, Witchblade up and running. Kaya up next. A little bit of a movement out top here. Look at him.
Oh, boy. You know, game 1 was close. Game 2, it feels like one of those kind of games, John, where it could be a real stomp if Nouns don't get it together, because they are falling very far behind now.
It's a bit rough going. I mean, they've got this Solar Crest timing up and running on Lullis, so they could try to make plays, but the side of Shopify Rebellion's a little bit too close together to find these support kills. Maybe Fly?
Maybe. Well, it's not dealing that much damage at the moment as the Clinks. The Gunner will definitely help out, but now a nice Shackles from Arteezy. Hold him down, still they'll turn back around onto the Wind Ranger, locking him down with a Hex out. He is just dead. In fact, that was a pig out from Arteezy himself. Never mind the Hex, his crit. Also dropping, Arbed trying to find his way out. Will be able to do so. Went for the Zip TP play. And the peak pole, I mean, I believe every other spell was on cooldown, so Arteezy just trying to pop that to get away with the bonus movement speed, but just proving not to be enough.
It's a little bit rough. The Venomancer slow does ruin the Wind Range to a certain extent. And they kind of overstay their welcome on Shopify Rebellion, maybe not respecting that counterplay as much. Kind of streaming in one by one, sacrificing some pretty big heroes. They are getting some space out for Saberlight at the least, and Mu does manage to bail out Bot. Could have maybe been found as a kill. And this is an opportunity though.
No, Roshan's open. Nouns with the Solar Crest on Lilith, they want to try and swipe this one away from Shopify, who feels like it's their Roshan to lose here, Shopify Rebellion. Mind you, it's not the easiest process. Taking them a fair bit of time. They've got to be careful with this kind of Roshan play. But it seems like Shopify just cannot guess that this might be happening. But Roshan, it's still so slow. Scan is now out. Shopify are aware, but it's too late. Gunner will take the Aegis. Nouns, they kind of just get away with murder.
It's a big take. Should allow them to start looking for some aggression themselves and get some punishment on the slower pace coming out from Shopify Rebellion, as they are just kind of sitting back trying to get that build-up you'd want on a lot of these cores. Still need a little bit more catch-up on Arteezy after making some sacrificial plays earlier on. So Nouns can get something going here. And that's what we have to see. Like, you've got Echo Saber Diffusal on Yamsen. That's a pretty good start for the Slark. Probably comfier with the Ags. Whether or not you can really sit back and just wait for that 4.2k gold to come in, though, is a different question, because you're already playing from behind. Your heroes are really tempo-based in this lineup this time around. And it doesn't feel like you have that tempo. Perhaps just wait out Moo's Shadow Blade, so it's easier to get max value from the charge. That's where it starts to get a little bit dicey for Shopify Rebellion. Like, they've had decent vision game all throughout. They still have good wards down, but they're gonna get caught off guard at least once by the Shadow Blade.
Here we go. Doom committed, bottom lane. Just gonna be a Lelis. But there is value in just making sure the Clix is constantly remaining low in net worth, and they do take him out. Lelis not able to sneak around here around the Doom.
Dire's top tower is under
That'll delay the nullify timing that they do desperately need to actually deal with this Wind Ranger. Mind you, Arteezy, he already has a Lincoln Sphere anyway. So it's not the easiest Wind Ranger to kill, that's for sure. Now 5k behind, still struggling to really find a fight that'll go their way. Trying to take the time to just keep the farm going.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It seems like Shopify will just do the
Radiant's
same.
bottom tower is under attack.
Just play the farm game. Not in a rush. I think they understand their scaling fields a little bit better, although scaling late game into a Slark can be problematic for a Wind Ranger, to say the least. I think it's not the easiest matchup core to core, but it can go either way, just down to outplays. Really, in how well you can manage a Slark, how well you can force out some bad uses of the Shadow Dance, along with the Death Shroud down the line. Hobbit is going for a Hex as well. So that kind of instant lockdown, very useful up against the Slark, of course. Still, those key timings are there for now. It's BKB for Gunners, Shadow Blade for Moo. They can make some ambush plays now. They can catch some of these heroes off guard. Fly's worked himself to a blink, though, in Shadow Blade, so he can hang further behind to get these saves off.
Gunner, he's got the Aegis, but it's going straight away.
Oh boy.
Arteezy is doing a lot of damage on this Wind Ranger as they are going to charge in, trying to make sure Gunner does remain alive. Gunner popped his BKB for this, but the chain, it doesn't get into the high ground, but he'll walk up himself. He's okay for now. Problem is, Arbet just keeps going. Moo trying to run, but he was purged up by Saberlight. And now the Demonic Purge is going to slow him up even more. Moo was running in slow motion thanks to the Purge of Saberlight and the Purge of Fly.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Some could
attack.
say he was put in Purgatory Jump.
Yeah, he definitely was. Definitely was stuck in some form of purgatory there, as he can't run away. Maybe he's just stuck listening to... Oh.
You about to say Backstreet Boys, John?
No. He was listening to good old Purge. He's purged up, listening to that 8-hour long patch note read. That's exactly what it is.
Wasn't
That's
it
what
longer than
happens.
8 hours this time? It was huge,
I'm
wasn't
not sure. I know he's just insane. I know how he has the energy to do that, Mr. Kevin. It's a madman.
it?
This is a maddening game as well. 11-8. It's still pretty close, although it has been clearly in Shopify Rebellion's advantage for a while. Win probability right now is 60-40, so not too badly disadvantaged for now. It's still very much a playable game. Can they hit these item timings? They just overextend a little bit on that tier 2 push, and Gunner's not able to chain away. That's really the big takeaway there. He's not able to get the distance between him and the enemy team, and just doesn't lead to the most effective Aegis use coming out here from now. And that bottom tier 2 is still standing at 230-ish HP. So gonna need to come back in to clean that up. But you are getting more items flowing in for Lelis. Nullifier is not too far off. You've got some protection coming out with Husky with a Glimmer Cape up. So you have some tools on hand here. That makes this game a lot easier to execute on, but the timings for Shopify Rebellion are still lining up here, Mike. Like, again, the Hex on Abed is a really big tool. Arteezy, he's got a casual Crystallis and is working into a Yasha. Perhaps looking for a Manta style? Just to dispel off some of this control, I suppose. Could be one way to go about it.
Still a universal hero as well, right? Like, the Manta stats are just so nice for the Wind Ranger, as well as the Dispel. So, smoke up here from Shopify. As for with the Dire Jungle, they run right into Nouns. No vision around the area. Smoke broken immediately. Nouns, they were trying to go for a smoke of their own, but they have at least found Crit to start. Doom was committed on Gunner though, so Gunner could not help in this team fight as Crit is still alive, but he finally goes down. Problem is Gunner's being focused by Arteezy. Arbed's found Yamsun. Yamsun is down to boot. This is not the team fight Nouns wanted, because now they need to really get out of this. Arteezy chasing for more. Oh, the shackle. Trying to make a cheeky play there, but not able to do so.
Dire's top
Massive if they manage to connect that for the kill. Still, You managed to force the buyback out from Husky. Ooh. Just scaring off a little bit.
wave. One of the positives about having the Shadow Blade with the SB, you can clear out creep waves without really breaking your invis. It's pretty nice. Zabit's got a hex up already, John.
Yeah, it's scary. He's been farming that up for a while. These kills just giving him enough to get that control up. So your Slark can be a lot more susceptible. It's not going to be able to dance around with the double pounce as much. Even your Timbersaw is under threat. Even while Doom's down, Gunner is still a hero that they can manage with that Sight of Vice up. And it gets a little bit scary. Like this lineup from now on, it doesn't have an easy way to constantly find crit, punish him on the IO, take him away much earlier on. There's always value for Abed. He's always got mana to play with. And this game, it's not an easy game to lock in a Storm. Look at Abed. He doesn't even need anything like a BKB here. He's not scared of the pounces. He's not scared of the charge. He's not scared of anything.
No, he certainly is not very confidently. I mean, it's not often you see a Storm taking T2 towers on his own, but that's basically what's happening here. He does have the backup of crit. Allow him that ability. Nouns, I mean, they're looking pretty lost here in this game too. AK behind, just nothing working in their favor at the moment. Still just trying to find more and more farm. There does come a point in the late game where if you have multiple nullifiers, the game does feel infinitely easier, but like the thing is, to get to that stage is going to prove to be quite hard as Abed, he just zips right in onto Yamsan and Yamsan's gone.
Jeez.
I mean, to be fair, that was the Scythe of Vice reveal from Abed, but he found the perfect target for it.
Just gets the angle, finds the biggest target you'd want to pin down, and all the cores of Nouns right now just suffering. And this lineup kind of wanted to play a little bit faster, but it was Shopify Rebellion all the way, getting this aggression going. Relocate out.
Oh, they knew Lilith was around there somewhere. They actually got stunned by the Ogre Bruiser. The Ogre Bruiser stunned both of them. That's hilarious.
It's a rarity. It does happen every now and again. Not the biggest loss in the world for Shopify Rebellion, but you get a little bit of room for Nouns to try to scale up. Again, Nullifier for Lulz is pretty much done. You have some ways of trying to manage R2 a little bit better, try to lock in some of these slippery heroes. Burst down the supports really is the big thing we need to see Lelis do. Like if you can somehow isolate the Shadow Demon or isolate the IO, that's where the game simplifies. You remove the saves, you remove the battery that Abed needs to sustain all of this aggression, and you can take on these prolonged fights where you might not have enough in the tank without the IO here. You might not have enough durability without that Shadow Demon to bail you out here.
You certainly may not. Shopify hanging around the top side of the map again. Husky. The TP his way out. They are waiting for this next Roshan, which is 30 seconds away. Nouns, I really don't think they want to try and allow this to go down for free. But the thing is, can they actually fight is the real question here. And right now, the answer does not feel like it's a solid yes. If they can maybe find a pickoff or two before the Roshan really gets started, it could be very, very different. So there's going to be a 4-man smoke behind Moo. They are wrapping through the Dire jungle, but Abed's already made the jump in on the Spirit Breaker, and he never got bulldozed off, so the Hex is long enough to make the kill work. Yo, Yamsan, he popped the Shadow Dance very early on, maybe trying to juke out the Doom. They end up dooming Husky instead, and with the Shadow Dance gone, like, it just doesn't feel like you can really keep the fight. Nouns just have to get out of there. Gunner still being chased, running away from Arteezy. Lelis not being spotted here. Nice power shot, gonna hand the vision over to Arteezy. But he cannot keep up. Roshan is now back up, so they can go back for that if they so wish. Arteezy is rushing for it.
They've got about a minute, but they should have enough damage to just melt through the Rosh. Shouldn't be an issue here at all for the side of Shopify Rebellion. And again, a pretty clean game coming out from them, outside of a couple of overextensions earlier on, out of overconfidence perhaps. Nouns, they're on the back foot, 14k behind. They've not been able to pop off a little bit earlier on. They've not been able to contest any of these movements out. And again, the scaling on the side of Nouns, it's not bad, but with a disparity like this on farm, you're not going to see that scaling kick in anytime soon. It's going to take a lot longer for them to feel comfy here. Like, the impact Yamson has had, it's felt minimal this game. Like, if you can land that pounce onto Abed, the game opens up, but if he doesn't, then what do you do about the Storm? Again, just no solutions here.
Absolutely not. Abed's had the freest game of his life, apart from that one death he had, which, you know, to be fair, was more so his fault than anything. He really wanted that arcane rune earlier, but nevertheless, it's been a perfect game for the Storm so far, basically. Now I'm still yet to get off on the right foot here, John. I mean, I can't remember them seeing them win a team fight, to be honest with you.
No.
Like single pickoffs here and there, but no big team fight wins.
Yeah, hasn't been coming out. Artur just freely takes a top tier tree. TP's in, but the tower's gone.
Yeah, I mean, he's got over 300 damage right now with just stats. Very nice. Zip in, sight the vice out. Gunner's been caught already, but he will BKB and be just fine. As now the nullifier is out on Arteezy. He's dropping fairly low, but he does have the Aegis up, so he should at least be able to give the first life away. As Yamson also jumps in, but needs to just jump back out. They actually could not kill off Arteezy with Crypt behind him. They get him low, but not low enough to actually get the Aegis down. And well, with that, Shopify, they will successfully just retreat. No need to overextend.
Yeah, very disciplined from Shopify Rebellion, not forcing the issue. They did pop Doom, so you don't have that big spell to help you, kite around Gunner. Maybe try to pop down Yamson as well. So just a little bit of hit and run. They can go back in and just slowly poke and prod. But again, very disciplined. They understand if you give an opening, Nouns is the kind of team that can use that opening against you.
Bottom side, Abed. I mean, if they could catch this man out, it'd be amazing. Problem is, he has the Sentry Ward to give vision, but a nice charge from Mu. Gonna stun him up. Abed wasn't expecting it, but it won't matter. He's still too tanky. Oh, so close. Arteezy in the meantime just casually taking top racks as they are still trying to force the fight while the Wind Ranger is not around. But I don't know if they actually need Arteezy. Crit does go down. That's a good start. Lelis will drop as well, but a nice shackles. Arteezy locking down too. Yamson is down. Gunner being chased as well on the timber. Tries for the Glimmer Cape TP away, and he's gonna make it. But without a buyback on your Slark. And look at Arteezy. He's just diving right past the tier 4 towers. That's a Spirit Breaker just getting deleted as Arteezy finds a double kill on the Wind Ranger. Boy, oh boy, I mean, what do you do against this, John? It's too much.
Can't do much at this point. Like, your best bet now is just to look for moments when Shopify Rebellion is not grouped up as a team, but it feels like it's a little bit too late for that. Mid-racks set to fall, top already gone. Bot still protected by a tier 2. So you're not going to get Mega Creeps just yet, but it doesn't feel like Shopify Rebellion even need to find the Mega Creeps. They could gun for the endgame here. Aegis still up for a little bit more time. I
just realized Sablight's been doing that thing again, John, where he's trying to get the low cooldowns with the
Oh,
time
yes, he
before.
is. There you go. He's going for Overwhelming Blink this time.
Oh. Bit upsetting. Arteezy, charge is there. They've got 2 lanes of barracks. Mu will have his charge cancelled. And that'll be enough. Shopify, they're going to play it safe. They'll go through the bot lane, try to get the last barracks. Sure, the tier 4 tower left standing is really low, but no need to risk it. Nouns have proven to be a team that can make the comebacks happen. They're just not willing to give the openings over.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious about one thing. I remember a time where we were casting... this was some time ago now, Mike. We were casting an EE game where there was an IO Wind Ranger. And we reached a point where you did get the attack tethered allies target.
Ah, yes.
I don't think that's in play anymore, but, universal type IO right? You could,
like it.
theoretically.
I like it. They should do it. I mean, it's kind of hard. Crit's level 16. I highly doubt he's getting to level 25.
I don't think we'll reach that point.
It'd be amazing though if we could get to see it again.
Such a long time ago. And now it feels like it's been such a long time since we've seen them make any sort of play. Just the state of the game. They've not been taking the initiative in any of these engagements. It's never on their own terms. It's always Shopify Rebellion running into them. Like, the impact of these heroes are just minimal. Mu has not been able to do much on the Spirit Breaker. We talked about that time with the Shadow Blade. It just doesn't do enough. The Lelis on the Clinks with Nullifier just doesn't do enough. Like, it's all just a little bit too late. That's really the key thing. The timing just off. And Shopify Rebellion knows how to punish late timings here.
Here we go. Gonna try and clear out the illusions of Arteezy. Lincoln's broken. Just so hard. Like, unless you kill Crit off, it's kind of difficult to expect him to die. Like, he's got Cheese, Refresher Rune in the bottle that he does pop. And he also has a mech. So, like you've got so much to go through before Arteezy dies, as long as Crit is behind him with a tether. Shackle out, Arteezy. Starts with Yamsun, already half his HP gone, just from that initial onslaught of the arrows flying through. Keep in mind, Arteezy's critting for about 1k per right click at the moment. $957 damage on the creep wave to be exact, as they'll go back for the Tormentor. That is going to get deleted very quickly here. So now you've got the Gale Force available for Arteezy. Very annoying spell to have to play against.
Used to be more annoying. You know, when it was global. Still really annoying though to deal with.
Charge in, move. Stun 3, Arbet gonna happily go in himself. Bulldoze was popped by Mu though, so he's gonna be fine through the Scythe of Vice. And now it's really cannot afford to lose this lane of barracks here. Jump in again from Gunner. Charge is out from Mu, trying to find the IO, but Saberlight with the Ag's Doom is in onto Gunner. The Timbersaw, he is just dead. He will buy back immediately. Back into the team fight he comes. Lelis also getting caught out, has no buyback available. He's gone, and Mu will also go down with that buyback. It's 3 versus 5. It is not looking great, as Husky also committing his own buyback now. But Shopify Rebellion look like they're set to take this series. Nouns are still trying to fight back, but the Ancient is halfway down. The creeps are incoming. Shopify are literally just playing with their food now. In goes Saberlight. Lelis is gone another time. Saberlight dies. They'll let the creep army do the job. The Ancient's gone. Shopify Rebellion, once again, the best team in North America. And I'll tell you, I feel kind of bad for Nouns, John. They were so close. But a 2-0 for Shopify, you can't deny them that first place spot.
It's clear. They're number one. They haven't dropped a single game throughout this tour. They've looked amazing so far. Now they put up a good fight. I think game 1 was a closer game for them for sure. Game 2, it was all in on just winning lanes, getting this aggression early on, and it doesn't pan out. Like we talk about it, you pick the Venomancer. If you don't win the lane, then the hero's not going to do much for you. You have the Clink support as well, so it's not necessarily a playmaking support that helps set up for your team. It's a bursty support that looks for isolated heroes. Shopify just doesn't give you isolated heroes to hunt down here. And again, all the timings were just thrown off from Nouns that they couldn't even hit these early spikes where you could make some plays the moment they needed them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, I think Nouns, you know, the draft, obviously, laning stage was quite important for this draft. It just did not work out in their favor. And, you know, as much as I wanted game 2 to be much closer than it was between these two teams, you know, obviously there's a bit of homework to do here for Nouns, and I'm sure this will be a great experience for them once again against Shopify Rebellion. At the very least, Shopify now are practically guaranteed a Bali major spot. There's no way they don't go at this point. So congratulations to them on qualifying to the Bali major as well. Very exciting times ahead for them. And for Nouns, I mean, are they even guaranteed a spot yet? I don't think it's fully guaranteed for them. There's
there's a chance if
It's
they
a-
lose to
No,
Alpha.
I mean, it's basically guaranteed. Yeah, I mean, it's
You asked, Mike.
All right.
I have to answer.
irrelevant question. Anyway. But these were the highlights, obviously. Now, I mean, they tried their best. And no need to sugarcoat it. Game 2 didn't have the most highlights. It was a very slow, conservative game being played here, and eventually Shopify just playing it seriously. I think after that game number 1, maybe Bulba just kind of told the boys off, just like, "What are you idiots doing? Like, don't let this game go out to an hour again." He's got somewhere to be. Bulba, he shows up for one series, and it goes. Game 1 goes for over an hour, and he's like, "Guys, come on, get me out of here."
It certainly did speed things up in this game too. Although to be fair, again, if you think about the average time for a Shopify Rebellion series, it's 26 minutes. In this game, it goes 37. First game went 61 minutes. Like now, it's put up a good fight. Shopify Rebellion still the better team coming out, and I do believe our MVP is to be awarded here, Mike. On to Crit. So our IO, I mean, he did a lot. To be fair, he was hyperactive in the game. He set up the lane for Saberlight. He allowed Abed to play this ridiculous Storm, which, people aren't memeing about as much now, but he is still a damn good Storm. He's played a lot of it, Mike, in officials. So he knows how to maximize that hero when he has a battery on hand, and Crit just enables Abed to do what he does best.
I mean, Crit did a fantastic job, always in the right place at the right time, and there was just so many times where a hero gets jumped, there's just no chance of killing them. Like, it's just not going to happen. And they try to pick him off that many times throughout the team fights, but again, his positioning was just always perfect, just making it impossible to actually get caught. Died once, who cares? Not too big of a deal. I think it was very early on. And nevertheless, Shopify Rebellion, again, end up winning that series. I believe we do have Crit on the way for an interview, so let's head over to the man himself and see exactly what he has to say. Mr. Crit, congratulations on your 2-0 victory. The best team in NA once again is Shopify Rebellion, and I believe you guys have now guaranteed qualified to the Bali Major. What's on your mind? How the hell are you feeling?
I feel great. I feel happy with the season. It's been a little bit of a weird one because we played with TSM first and we beat them, so we knew we were in a good spot from the start, and then we had a long wait until we knew we were going to play Nouns, and it's been kind of smooth sailing until today. So it was very like at the start and the end type of season, and the middle was not so interesting. So it's nice to finally get there and get some good games today against Nouns.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Crit, you did mention one thing that I want to kind of go off. You said it was smooth sailing up until today. We couldn't help but notice game 1 was a bit closer than we would have expected, going to 61 minutes against Nouns. Can you kind of break down maybe what went wrong or what Nouns did so right that made you guys drag it out so long?
I think a little bit of a mix of things. I think obviously they got a pretty late pick Medusa. We don't have the greatest heroes to deal with Medusa. I think that's part of it. Another part was I think our team fighting was a little bit rusty today. Like that game, we had to play the team fights a little bit more disciplined and just drag them out, but we kind of rushed into them and made it easy for them to play because they didn't really have much stuns. They just had 2 fat heroes in Medusa and Timber, and we just kind of took that bait. So yeah, I think it just us messing up a few fights and then also just wanting to not play too hazardously made it so that it dragged out a little bit because we didn't want to go high ground with our heroes because we don't really have a hero that can really siege. So it just took a little bit longer than we wanted it to, but at the end of the day, I think the game was always looking pretty good for us.
Yeah, absolutely. John, any questions?
Yeah, Crit. Speaking about that game 1, we noticed a couple of moments there where Artur was pinging the damage done to himself with the Ags buildup. How did you personally feel about the Bloodseeker Ags coming out so early there?
The thing is, Bloodseeker is just a very popular hero right now, and most people just default by the Axe. And Artur doesn't have too many Bloodseeker games in his pub, so I won't lie. Like, it's not his most practiced hero. So I think he just kind of defaulted to the Aghanim Scepter, and in the game, he didn't understand why he was dying. And then we realized like it's probably not a good idea for him to buy this axe against Medusa, and it was just like a learning experience, So yeah, I mean, it was a little bit interesting. We didn't really expect it to. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he was thinking in the game. So he said afterwards the game, he said the axe was pretty useless. So I think he didn't like it too much either.
Yeah, I mean the barrier is nice. I don't know if turning on the active at all is actually useful in a lot of games, but good to know. Everyone had a pretty good laugh when he pinged the damage to himself. I'm curious. I've asked a few of the teams that are heading out for the lands again, and I'll ask you this as well, Crit. What do you think is the biggest difference for you guys going into the next set of lands? I think I asked you before, but just again off the back of the series, what's the biggest thing that's changed for Shopify Rebellion going into Bali, going into the next Dream League?
Well, I think it's just it's been a long couple of seasons already. I think now it's kind of this season has been weird for a lot of teams. I think I was listening to the Tofu interview earlier. He said that they've been kind of taking it easy this season because they already know they're going to TI and they kind of need to take a break now because in a week we start playing Dream League, and then after Dream League there's the major, and then after the major there's Riyadh. So there's not been a lot of time to kind of relax this season, or like to just take a little bit of a step back and not, exert yourself too much. So every team kind of had to do it during the DPC in the season, which is okay for us because the region has been really weak this season. So it's easier for us to do than for some of the European teams. But then it still makes the games against Nouns and TSM pretty pressure because we're not scrimming that much. We don't really have we were obviously always confident when we play our games, but I'd say the season is like the least practice we've been in a long time. So going into the lands, I think it's just going to be like the next week before starting Dream League. It's not really a LAN for us because we're going to be in separate locations for a part of it. But I think, and we might have a stand-in for the start as well because Abba needs to get visa, and getting visa in Philippines right now is hard. So I think we'll see what happens. I think it's just going to be a slow build-up. I think everyone is playing for Riyadh in reality. So the major is kind of going to be a warm-up for that more than anything. Also because most of the teams that are good right now are already going to TI. So the teams that are going to be doing well there are already going to TI. So they don't have like the points to play for. And the prize pool at the major is insignificant compared to Riyadh. So it's a little bit of a weird situation. But we want to do well. Like we want to win. We want to win tournaments too. We want to go to the major to win. We want to play Dream League to win. We had a good showing last season, even though we played with a stand-in. So I think it's been a good season. We have one more game tomorrow that we need to win to make sure that we get first seed, and then hopefully that makes it enough for TI.
That's a very fair point about just this cascading set of events throughout this year. I am curious. Last year, our DPC structure was a little bit different. A 6-week tour per season and not as much games in between. This time around with a compressed format, but third parties, do you feel like it's better for you personally as a player, or did you prefer the last tour cycle actually?
I think there's probably a little bit of recency bias when it comes to that because right now we feel very stressed out. I think most players that have been playing everything this season is pretty burned out to some extent, so that makes me kind of miss the old system. But I remember last year being 6 weeks away to play DPC was pretty boring, one game a week. I don't think that was the solution either. I think realistically what they did this season was a good idea. I just don't really see why it's this compressed because there's plenty of time after the third major until TI, right? So I feel like they could have easily put a couple of weeks in there for us to, not play tiebreakers or qualification while there's a major going. I think it's too much. It just put like a few more weeks in there for just alleviating some of the pressure, and I think it would have been perfect. But it's just a little bit too much. I think most teams have had 5 days off between majors and DPC, and that's just it's rough.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it would be interesting to see that adjustment in the next cycle. But big congratulations on this win. You guys have been looking great, and we're looking forward to big stuff on the lands.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Crit. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That was the lovely Crit as always. I love talking to Crit because he's always got a lot to say, Jonathan. I appreciate that. He's always got a lot to say. I appreciate the points he made as well. We didn't really think about how busy the year has been, but it has been really busy, hasn't it? I mean, Div 1, into other tournaments, like there's majors going on, TI is coming. I mean, it's been a crazy year for Dota. The TI is coming up. I mean, Div 1 is almost over, Jonathan. You know, we've got one major in between that and a bunch of other events, and then we're off to TI. Of course, we can look at the leaderboard. Speaking of TI, to see, well, at least speaking of the major for now, Shopify Rebellion, guaranteed into the Bali major. I mean, there's no way they don't make it to the Bali major. DogChamp could somehow pull off an upset. I don't think that will change anything. Pretty sure Shopify have basically guaranteed themselves a position in Bali. Of course, Nouns currently in second place. I know you were having a laugh with me earlier, John. You don't seem to believe that there's any chance that Nouns couldn't make it to the major as well. And I tend to agree with you. I think Nouns should be making it all. And then you've got this interesting scenario here with DogChamp and TSM, where DogChamp have made their way into third place, which I don't think anyone would have quite expected. TSM currently sitting in fourth place. Mind you, that may change because TSM have a matchup against SKG, whereas Nouns have whereas DogChamp have a matchup against Shopify Rebellion up next. So chances are TSM will overtake DogChamp once again, unless Shopify somehow lose. In which case, DogChamp, they'll remain in third place, I do believe.
Yeah, it should end up that way, and it should be an interesting set of results. It almost reminds me of Tour 1. Do you remember what our scoreboard looked like then? It was like 7-0, 6-1, 5-2, 4-3, just cascading down. And I feel like we could get, well, not quite the same result with at least all of the teams finding a win. So not quite the same, but at least the first half could end up that way. And it should be an interesting set of days here to tie out the NA DPC, as we can take a look at that forward schedule for the next day. 3 series up on that Sunday. Shopify Rebellion up against Team DogChamp. Sand King Gomez up against TSM. Alpha versus Nouns. A lot of them meaning a lot. I think mostly for the lower teams, right? Like for SKG and Alpha in particular, these are must wins to have a solid shot of just avoiding these tiebreakers for relegation. But these are all very tough opponents for them to face off against. Literally our top 3 teams, top 3, top 4 teams, all up against each other in the first series and up against the lower teams on the last 2. So not an easy time for them to bail out of relegation here.
It certainly is not, but that's going to be our next day of NA. Second last day of NA, which is going to be tomorrow. And I say second last, there is still the chance of tiebreakers happening for a fourth day in a row of some NA Dota. But nevertheless, Jonathan, that is it for today. We've crowned the best team in NA. We know at least 2 of them will probably be going to the major, so congrats to both those teams. And with that is it for us as well tonight. So it's MLP Dota, it's John X Fire. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see you all again tomorrow for some more great NA Dota action. We'll see you then.